Welcome everyone to Film Club, and it's a special one. Well, it might turn out special. We don't know yet because we're watching the Odyssey. Well, reviewing the Odyssey that we watched. I watched it yesterday. You guys watched it on Thursday, I believe.
Yes.
So Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Yay or nay? We don't know yet. That's it. So I'm going to start a poll, and the poll's quite interesting because it's about us. I'm just going to do a nice little poll. Who is going to score it highest? Oh, there we go. Because, yeah, the normally I put like about the movie, but yeah, as it's a book. It's okay.
I like this poll. I like this.
Yeah, it's gonna be. And also, before we start, and I ask you guys how you been, I think we agree this has to be a spoiler one because the story is so old.
Yeah.
It's what, 3,000 years old, I think. You don't know it by now. You're going to know it by in this stream. Sorry.
That's it. Yeah. You've got, from Homer to Vigil. It's like, if you don't know about it yet, we're going to spoil it for you. And I will give my insight of being a non-scholar of the Homer writings, and we might get my girlfriend in chat soon. Like that. She's
looking forward to it.
I need to talk. I need to talk about this movie. So hopefully you're going to do one thing. You've already seen the movie and you're going to enjoy our little discussion, or one or two ways. We're going to make you go and watch it, or we're going to make you not watch it, and we're going to find out because we have been quiet, haven't we, guys? So we have not said a peep. So I don't know what Sandy thinks. I don't know what Jay thinks, and vice versa. But on that note, how you guys been?
Doing well. It's hard to not chat with you guys during the week. So for those who don't know, we're film club friends, but we're friends too, and we'll chat. And we were chatting about the football this week, of course, the World Cup. But it's really hard not to talk about the important things we're doing, like going to films, but we were radio silent for 2 days. It was kind of hard.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure. No, I've been well, and I agree with what Sandy said there. It's been difficult to not talk about this one because I do really want to talk about it. So I'm happy. I'm happy.
There's been a lot of, and in the last the build up. After we said, let's do Troy and then the run up and let's do the Odyssey, let's go to the cinema. Love going to cinema, of course we all do. They seem to build up some hype over, not just on social, but we've had it on our mainstream TV as well. It's like people turning their views, whichever goes. It's been quite interesting to see it and then go, don't look. I wanted a clear view of my own opinion. So it was quite interesting to see Flash and they go, no, I'm not watching that. Why is that on TV? And then, and then we've had Nolan's released, haven't they? I think it's Paramount, isn't it? So they released a behind the scenes already. And it's just it's got to be
Universal, I think.
Is it Universal?
Right, Universal, because he went away from WB, I want to say. Back after the Tenant thing.
Sandy has just gifted 5
nice.
memberships. Dad, this is where my dyslexia has gone. The first one, sorry, I'm not going to. What is that name? Go on, Sandy, you're going to know that. Durko Production,
Emblazon.
Jason Flood.
Yeah, the first one's
Emblazon. There we go.
Darko Productions, Jason Fawkes, Trek Matt UK, and Wolverine Nick KT.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. But thank you all for joining.
And the scholar is here. The scholar is here.
Thank you. Studied it at school and at private school. Just want to say so. So we know we've got somebody who can educate us quite well.
I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, so yes, there's books. We've got books, and then she was pissed off because I was like, I can't find it, and she was like, it's there, it's in. And yeah, it's been lost or misplaced. I was like, I don't know where it is. So yeah, it's got to be the book has got to be found of the Iliad and the Odyssey. So yeah, the pressure's now on. The pressure's now on. But everybody, Daryl, Awol, let's have some fun. So let's start off by going. Jay, you're probably the biggest Nolan fan out of us two. Not the biggest in the world, but I think you probably like his movies more. I like his
I would say so. I'm definitely I've always said that I'm a big Nolan fan. He's one of my favorite directors. So I would say I think of the three of us, I'm probably the biggest fan.
Yeah. And I think me and Sandy on the right path is probably before this, Dunkirk.
And The Prestige.
Our favourite. And you two like The Prestige, and then and I think Dark Knight. I think we all kind of agree on that kind of trilogy. Kind of sits alone on
at least on the Dark Knight itself. I think.
Yeah.
That's it. And then he's had some other. After Oppenheim, I'm guessing he's flavor of the month. I suppose like that in Hollywood. So I was glad when this got announced that he was going to do it. So I think we were all like, ooh, and then I was a bit. It's only one movie. How are they going to do it? And then I think we've all said previously in other film clubs, we both didn't like trailer 1 and 2. And then the third trailer that I showed last week or the week before, it looked actually quite good. It kind of got out.
We got the scale a little bit more. Yeah.
So it kind of got out.
Personally, I've been on like a roller coaster for this one in terms of my expectations for it. When, like you said, when it first got announced, I thought, well, fantastic. This is great story, great director. This can be awesome. And then as trailers started to roll out, it was like, these aren't quite capturing me the way I feel like the Odyssey should in terms of excitement and anticipation. So I was kind of waning on my excitement a bit, but still holding out that hope of like, I've got faith in Nolan. And then it was that last trailer that really got me to be like, well, wait a minute, this is actually the best trailer of them all. This has me, kind of way more on board for positivity.
Yeah. So, of course, just gonna let everybody know, we normally do the background videos. We're not gonna do that so much. I've got the trailer. I'm gonna go through that, and we're just gonna kind of discuss as we remember it, and then we're probably gonna do some discussions and comparisons. We have to, because it's gonna have to be you have to do it with the Odyssey because there is source material, it's going to see where we're going to go. Now, where do we start off in the movie? I can't remember now. It was only yesterday.
We start off with the bard telling the story.
Oh yes,
in the hall, the great hall in Ithaca, with the suitors around. And the bard says, a horse, a face, a horse, the sea, a ship, a man, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Which reminds you, actually, okay, I didn't hate that because it reminds you that this story for at least a few hundred years was told orally and it wasn't written down initially. So kind of like that. For a little homage to where this story comes from, but yeah, you're already you see, which maybe now again I hadn't read the source material. This is a book I haven't read, so James, you're going to be the one saying in the book. I know some of the history, but haven't read the actual story. But while I liked that as an opening, my brain had the palace or castle at Ithaca looking much different than what it looked. And maybe it's because of 10 years of the absence of the king, but that looked like it didn't look grand. And I expected more. And already right away, at that moment, the scenes felt to me like, oh, here we go with that Christopher Nolan palette again. It's going to be is everything going to be dark and dreary? Now, this is the first 2 minutes of the film, but I hate that my mind already went there. It's like, oh God, everything's going to be dark and dreary in this film.
Yeah, he did put that filter, mostly like it had a lot of blue filter, and he had this kind of orangey pastel filters on a lot of it. And he tried to do it on certain things with the different I suppose lands. But it just kind of always felt a bit grainy, and I don't know if that's an IMAX setting or anything like that. It just didn't feel a bit clean as or crisp as it should be. I suppose like that. What he gets punchy from his other films, I don't. It must be an IMAX thing. It just got a bit dreary for me. That kind of overall saturation. It didn't hit home as I was expecting it, because you're watching a Nolan one with that color saturation that he loves. It just felt a bit. Sometimes you just need to be a bit clean, and there was, I think Jay, you said in like some of the trailers where it's supposed to be in Greece and it's supposed to be sunny. It just wasn't sunny enough.
Well, and that was something that kind of started to get me a little bit down in terms of my expectations when I was watching the trailers. Was it just looked very bland? It didn't look very vibrant and rich in color, and that's something we talked about last week with Troy. Is that I think it's something they did really well, especially with the color blue in that movie. The blue seas, the blue wardrobe. It was just so vibrant, so rich, and it just popped off the screen against some of the more, simple backgrounds of sand and beach and things like that. And I think I do agree that, again, you do see, like this warm, I call it a warm filter. I don't know what the proper technical term is, but it's got that warm lighting kind of filter. This is used a lot, specifically in Ithaca. It's used a lot in Ithaca, especially when they're in that dining hall. But even just in general, there is that kind of just duller filter over it a bit, which typically I don't mind in Nolan movies. But in this, I was hoping to see more bright, just brightness and vibrant colors, especially when you're looking at some of the landscapes. I will say, as the movie goes on, I do think he does some of that, but it does feel like it's more largely covered with his more typical filters.
Yeah.
Now, this scene you're showing here, I don't know if you caught this. When the two of them are, he's talking of, leaving or whatever. This scene, again, so you're in IMAX, and a lot of the scenes are very close-ups.
Yeah.
And the focus kept shifting from him to her, to him to her. And then there was a very hard cut that didn't make sense. Again, right away, that made me start looking for these things in the film. Like, just because this scene was so close to the beginning, and and I was not sitting right up front. I was sitting way in the back, but almost by myself. By the way, I had shared a photo with Jay and James that there was one other guy in the theater with me after the trailers. There was a total of 6 of us. So there were 6 in a theater for about 200-ish.
Wow.
And I was way in the back, but I felt like I was too close to the screen because of the way in this particular scene, the focus was handled. Now, I didn't see it again later in the film, but it made me so attuned to how close these close-ups were for a film that was filmed in IMAX and filmed for.
I don't know if it must be. I know, like, Tom Holland got annoyed that he kept on saying cutting scenes. I know that because they have a 3-minute window on the IMAX camera.
Yep.
But I don't get, like, is there a restriction? Because everything was close. There was nothing panned out and grand about that. It was a bit odd. Like, it was a shooting style that not known from Nolan, so it was everything like that, and it made me feel like I was kind of in certain places watching a 90s TV like movie where it's all close in and they need to keep changing and shifting to other like the other face. But there was no reason to in certain cuts of this. Yeah, it was off-putting on certain scenes, I must say that. But like, I just kind of had to dismiss it after a while because I kind of got, that must be a restriction. But the only problem with that is when you're thinking that, you're coming away from the movie. You're coming out of the movie, the feel of it, because you're like, that seems to be a technical problem. What is going on there? So I really didn't like that, but that had to be a chosen style because I'm guessing if you can't give me grand and pan out and give me that wide angle in an IMAX, why would you, as a film kind of director or cinematography, want to be restricted by that? It was just a bit odd because we get it, and I'm gonna reference Troy, is where you kind of get that big pan out, and even when you like we get later with the sacking of Troy, and it's like when we get that in Troy. It's grand, like they pan out, they're using cranes and all that to give us that grandeur look. It's all close in still. It's all very close. So it had to be a a style they wanted to kind of make you feel a bit claustrophobic in the movie, but it didn't feel like the right choice for me throughout the movie.
Well, I wonder if, because I wasn't actually able to see this on that alleged proper screen, the 70mm screen that it's supposed to be viewed on, I guess, which is apparently super rare in terms of its availability for the common moviegoer. There's not one near me by a long shot, so like I wasn't able to see it like that. So I wonder if seeing it on that screen makes it feel a little less claustrophobic. But
it made it feel boxy and weird.
Oh, did you actually have the 70 millimeter? Yeah. Oh, you had. Oh, okay. So that's what I didn't know. I was curious if that
Mine
would
wasn't.
change
Mine was
it.
regular IMAX.
No, one was a converted non-IMAX. It's really weird. They had the screen, but they don't have it's non-IMAX, but it's the actual
interesting
screen size. Yeah, they're like a converted.
So I wondered if that changed it. In which case, I would say again, I don't know that it was the right choice to film it that way on a screen that's hard to get to for the common moviegoer. But that was, the choice.
Yeah, even if it was like you go for like a normal widescreen look, it just felt still things like what you saw, what you got. I can't see in that making a hell of a difference the other way around, because you're not showing much except for the point of view of the camera. You're not giving me anything else around the environment. So yeah, a bit odd. But from the movie, so we get. I'm just going to flip through. Guys, this now and again, but so we got the suitors. Now in the book we kind of do go back and forth a bit. We do jump, but it's not as much as they jump in the movie. So the start of it is kind of the end of the movie, what they kind of then drift back. So it's chronological, but it's we're seeing the end. I think they say it's 7 years, don't they? So we're seeing the 7 years gap. And then we're seeing the suitors in their 3 years of trying to get Penelope. And we kind of get Penelope's son, played by Tom Holland here. They've got all the suitors there. And we have one main suitor who is played by Robert Pattinson. And we kind of get very much the story of Troy. And then we kind of very quickly is that Odysseus is missing. Yeah, everybody else has come back. And what are you going to do? And then we kind of then jump back in time and then forward in time quite a bit. There's a bit of jumping until it kind of gets to Calypso's bit, and when she's kind of talking to Odysseus. But we kind of get then back to the end of the war when it's time to go home, isn't it? So we get that, and then we kind of get now the nth of the journey to this, and then we kind of get the play on. We're looking at the horse a little bit, and we're getting a bit of, not a continuous scene, but we're getting flashes of what happened on that. And then we get older Odysseus and then younger Odysseus. So it kind of jumps a little bit. It's okay. I don't mind that because, you can, that's your artistic value. I didn't mind it.
That's his usual non-linear storytelling style. He does like to do that a bit.
So I didn't mind it. It's just, it doesn't hurt it to actually have that kind of jump back, because you can quite follow it quite well.
Well, that's
they do drop the we've been here 7 years, we've been here 10 years, we've been here for a year. So you kind of know where you are, where you're sitting. And of course, they did it easily by Odysseus' grey hair, beard.
Right. And I like that style of storytelling, the non-linear, tongue twister. When it's done right, and when it's easy to follow and things are defined and structured in a way that you're not getting lost in the timeline. And I think Nolan's got a good knack for being able to do that and a good ability to do that. So I actually not only didn't mind it, I liked that it was kind of a non-linear story, and it only because, again, it was done right. When these things aren't done right, like I always point to The Witcher season 1, when they try to tell its story like that, and it is painfully confusing to try to figure out where you are in the timeline of that story. So when it's done wrong, it can really sink something for me. So having it done right, I can appreciate.
Yeah, and I didn't mind it either. Yeah, I didn't mind the going back and forth either, because there's a reason for it. There's, he's I guess eventually regaining his memory with Calypso, and also his story is being retold. I kept telling myself, even though, I think it's very subtle, I think it's really important that throughout his Odyssey, his story is being told and retold and maybe embellished, and that's kind of a time travel part as well, even though it's not really shown on screen except at the very beginning and the very end. It's about during those 10 years who has told and retold his story, and that's sort of a way to remember and kind of go back and forth in time, even though it's not displayed on screen, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So you get that, and then we get our kind of, is it now we kind of get him now with Calypso, and now Calypso's asking him to tell times, and we kind of go then back again of with, is it now again Simon? Who's Elliot Pages?
Sinon.
Sinon.
That's it. Who is, and we kind of get a bit of flashback of how, as a young farm boy, they had a draft system to pick. Yeah, that's one of the other ones. Robert Pattinson's character, they kind of swapped, so then he would go in his place, and
his dad paid to have him avoided so that the younger, more weakling could go in his place. By the way, mentioning Robert Pattinson, do you know, I totally forgot that was him until about halfway through the film. Like, I had halfway through the film, I was like, okay, I know Robert Pattinson's in this film. Where is he? And it took me so long to figure out, oh my God, that's him? That I don't know what it was, and not that I watch a lot of his, I think Twilight is pretty much the only film I've sat and watched of his, and a little bit in Harry Potter. But yeah, it took me a minute, and then once I was like, oh yeah, that's him.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, he's the suitor. So we get that, and then we get, but kind of, I'm going to be probably off, and you can correct me, but we kind of, the reason that Simon, isn't it? It's
Sinon.
Sinon, that's it. Sinon is left behind to tell the rest
Trojans.
of the Trojan army that come along is the gift of the horse is for the god Athena in this version, and
Poseidon.
No, it's Athena in this.
I thought it was for. I think it should be
Athena.
Poseidon, but I think it was
right.
for
Yeah,
Athena.
that's
in
right.
this one.
Yeah. So I take it to Athena's temple. But they don't tell him the reason. So when he's there to kind of warn them things, but they're not telling them the truth that they're literally inside the horse. And then all we get very quickly is we don't get much more except for a spear, and we see impaled really into the shoulder. There's not much to it except for running to the shoulder.
Sinon doesn't actually know that they're inside the horse.
Yeah,
he's totally unaware of it.
Yeah, and they kind of later on we find out that he had to believe what he was saying was true. It was a gift to the gods, even though it was getting Odysseus knew whoever stays is going to be killed, so he knew that. So it was kind of like that, but then he finds out he volunteered, so he had no choice of I can't stop you. You volunteered to do it. So that, and then kind of after that, we kind of again is jumping. So we're going to jump, and then we kind of really go on to the journey now. A bit of choice modern language words to get off the beach that I didn't like. But then we get on the journey that
you mean let's go?
Let's effing go.
I'm going to be honest.
Now.
I didn't take much issue with that. I've seen that be a big point of contention, and I just kind of take it as essentially that there would have been. I mean, there's some, I'm sure, ancient Greek word for a similar swear and cuss and all that. So I don't know. I had a hard time getting hung up about the use of that word when none of the language in this movie or most historical dramas of different areas ever has the proper language that was in it. So I get that it
Except
definitely probably
you bucket of swine of
Shakespeare.
wine.
Sack of wine from Troy. To me,
Yeah.
I get the point of contention, and I can understand that it may have kind of sounded to a lot of people like almost like a piano song being played on the piano and kind of hitting the wrong chord. Like, ooh, that feels a little out of place. it just wasn't enough for me to get super upset by, because I'm like,
I
at
don't
this
get upset
point,
about
none
it.
of this language. Not saying you are. I've just seen online a lot of people were upset about that.
Oh no,
And for me, I'm
must
like,
say
I don't know. It sounded a bit off, but it didn't ruin anything for me.
No.
Like, I'm not walking out of the movie like that movie sucked because they said the F word. I'm like, all right,
if you say about if they went, we're gonna be, now this is where I'm gonna be a bit contentious. If you went to this movie and it was like Shakespeare, and then they did the F bomb, and you'd be like, what are you doing? But you in this movie, you're not expecting anything ancient or Greek or even classical. They purposely have given modern language into this movie. That is from set go. There is nothing that has a classical tone into it, and that is from set go. So when it does the F bomb, it kind of that. Okay, it's weird, but
it fits in what they chose to do, right? That's kind of how I saw it too.
And why they put the F bomb in there, I don't get it.
Right.
Because you didn't need to do it. You
and
did it.
That's my thing. Is like, did it add anything to it? No. Did you need it? Not really. And did you probably assume that people would pick it out and be like, oh, this doesn't fit? I'm sure you knew that. So like, to me, it's like, I don't think it was necessary, because I don't think it
so
adds
quick,
anything.
And it's just next thing.
Yeah, and it's just it's over with, and they move on. So like, that's why I didn't let it hold me up much, because I've seen a lot of people be upset about that. And I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, it didn't. It definitely, it is a little bit like I said, it's like hearing somebody play a beautiful piano song, and all of a sudden they hit the wrong key, and you're like, ooh, that wasn't the right key. And then they continue playing the song, and it's fine. It says that's what I could liken it for myself. Where, again, like you said, once you figure out that they're not going for that kind of Shakespearean kind of, theater English accent, and they're just going straight modern American accents, and that's kind of the vibe. It does fit better in that realm, but does it really fit in the story? Probably not. I don't think it really added anything to have it in there. It
doesn't hurt it. It doesn't quash it. It's just,
it's just one of those things that get your ear. You're like, ooh, they're a little weird.
There are more modern acronyms that they say that you're like, yeah, that's probably worse than giving an F bomb, because it wasn't like the phrases would come across.
Daddy.
You wouldn't come across out. Yeah, well, that, like that. But they wouldn't say father, would they? So
then that's the thing too. It's like everybody's upset about him saying dad. And it's like, okay, would they have said dad? No. Would they have said any of the words in this movie that we're hearing? No, of course not. This language wasn't invented then. Did they have the word father? Maybe they had an equivalent, but did they maybe also have an equivalent shorthand for father, like dad, or like something like maybe?
I think with the daddy,
I'm not a linguist. I don't know.
When he says it, they're trying to make Robert Pattinson talk down to Tom.
Yeah, it's a belittling. It's a belittling thing.
Yeah, and that's why they did it, and that's it. They could, but again, that is the script writers not being clever enough to get, how can I degrade you without using modern language? It's a bit hurtful for the thing, because you're not trying to be a little bit clever. You're going, let's be simple language, and that is what they've already said. We're doing it for not that kind of modern audience, what we kind of get a lot, but they wanted it as a
modern times in the sense of the way we speak, and that. Yeah, and I get it. Like, I understand.
It doesn't hurt does it hurt the source material? Yeah, it probably does if you want to go deep into it. But does it hurt this movie? No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yes,
I agree. What you're getting.
I agree, and I think they've established that that's the speech they want to go with for this film, and that's that. So I think it fits within that decision choice. I don't know why I just said that myself. Within that decision and choice, even though that's redundant. That's the way they chose to go, and like I'm fine with it. Is it maybe like, I think we're all more accustomed to that Shakespearean kind of fancy theater speak, that, the English accent type of thing, all that. But I've even pointed out in things we've watched before, just as recently as The Death of Stalin, I prefer when things are on brand for the accents they should have and things like that. So, I get it. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I think that's just nitpicking or things like that. Like, I've had those complaints. I don't, I prefer when the accents and things in language tries a little bit harder to match what it's set in, but it also doesn't ruin it for me. I've said it for Chernobyl as well, with them all doing English accents in that instead of using Russian ones. I'm okay with making a conscious decision to do that, but it will be a point of critique at some point to say, hey, don't love the choice, but I was okay with it ultimately with the way they played it out throughout the whole thing.
So from that, they're off. He's not going to follow Agamemnon. Anybody who's watched Troy, Agamemnon's alive. Yay! Like that. I love that, because they do go by like as we said, like I said in Troy, Agamemnon and Menelaus don't die, and I love it. If anybody's only watched Troy and they don't have a backstory of the Homer or the Iliad, they'd be like, he died.
Right.
Flashback. It might confuse a lot of people. So I like how they just know we're going to take that sort of, and it is all to a setup later that we will discuss on both accounts of that. But we get kind of him going, I'm going off on my own, completely different to the books. And different to how much men, because you think he's a king. And I think even later we get Agamemnon says, you're one of my best generals. Not that you're a king. They're still playing on that Agamemnon is this leader of the Greeks, where he wasn't the leader of the Greeks. He was just Menelaus's kind of brother, and he had the biggest revenue of money and men. But Odysseus on this, he's got one big ship and 2 little ships, doesn't he? He goes off with what? So you're saying probably maximum, what are you going to say on each one? Probably 20 men. So he's got probably 60, 70 men maybe on each one, like or overall. In the real time, he's got over 500 men. So he has a little fleet to himself, and they don't go off the way they go. They kind of get their first storm because of Poseidon pissed off with them. But he didn't like curse them later. So
even before the Cyclops,
he saw Cyclops because
was that the cause?
Because
of the first...
they didn't. Yeah, because they didn't give him a true offering. They didn't sacrifice anything to the sea.
So now, are you talking in terms of the actual Odyssey or the movie?
The actual
okay,
Odyssey.
Gotcha.
The actual
Odyssey.
Gotcha. So when he makes that decision, it's not the decision. So you get kind of, they're all going the right way, and they all kind of get separated. So that's why you kind of get in the movie in this that some arrive
where he says
year
I'm
later,
going a different way. Okay.
Yeah.
But
He
in this
says
one,
let's just go this way.
They purposely no, I've had enough. We're going to take whatever the kind of the non-trade rate. They need more people to feed than us, so we're gonna go that way. A choice, and then we kind of get straight onto that. Now I'm going to mention it. I am that because we get it later, and it was a bit of a disappointment for me because we've seen it in better in one movie that we've reviewed, Castaway, and one movie I think we put on the wheel in The Perfect Storm is not just the action scenes on the boat, but how the boat was shot. It didn't give you that isolation, where both of those movies I just mentioned give you isolation.
I was thinking The Perfect Storm
of being on the sea, you mean?
Yeah, being on the sea, just being alone.
Yeah,
they
like no land, nothing around. Yeah,
they never did that. Even when you kind of get how many weeks later, because it doesn't feel like years when they're on the sea. It doesn't give you isolation. It just because they're shooting it again too close in the confines of the ships, and they're not showing. Give me the sea. Why can't you just give me to show like even one section when it just keeps on panning out, and there's nothing for miles? Like, it's just a bit of a weird choice in not to show they're alone. They needed that moment just to show, they're alone.
I do wonder if some of that has to do with the choice to film on IMAX, because
it
is a very intimately shot movie, and I don't know that it needed to be that intimately shot by artistic design.
See,
I suppose you could have done that as
and
well.
Then CGI, so you can CGI.
Get some drone footage above the sea and just put the boat in there.
You can edit it into 70mm, couldn't you? But it's a bit odd. I just say throughout that, it was one of my little I didn't like is like, why aren't you giving me that these guys are alone, and especially when we get like getting knocked off. It just doesn't. It never does it. It's all as you say, all close up. It doesn't hit. There we go. But then we get our first. In this, we get our first one is the Cyclops, isn't it? They go straight to the Cyclops.
Yes, they go straight to his island. Yep.
Wait a minute. Hang on. No, wasn't it the island where the men were burning their own homes because they thought the sea people were coming? Just that one small island.
Yes, you are right.
And nothing really happened, but they thought the sea people were coming, and so they were running, and they said, "Hey, why did you run? Why did we were just here to visit?" And So there was that one little
Yeah,
stop,
a bit
and
odd.
That's
Yeah, I
right.
forgot about it. Yeah,
and then the Cyclops. Yeah.
yeah. What
This is the trouble with trying to remember a non-linear story is that, oh
Yeah.
man,
Truly.
it's tough to remember exactly
matter
how
what
it's
it
played
does.
out.
in my head as well. I know what journey they took.
Yeah,
And it's
that
completely
too.
different.
And I
Yeah,
am
so-
by
yeah.
no means any kind of scholar on this stuff,
No.
but I know a little bit about it, at least at the surface level of kind of main
No.
points and events and things like that.
Yeah.
And even it's messing with me a little bit because I'm like, well, no, yeah, he goes to. So yeah, I feel
So
that
this
pain.
of course and I'd like to know if people who love the story rolled their eyes, because I did. I was like, why? Where's the Lotus Eaters? Because everybody knows the Lotus Flower.
Mhm.
Oh, everybody knows the Lotus Eaters. We'll talk about that later. They swapped it in, but this was the Lotus Eaters in that is got to be a week, maybe two. They're on that island, and it's it's showing the cleverness of Odysseus to not eat the flower and get everybody stop eating the flower, because they're starting to want to stay with the Lotus Eaters.
And
So
and correct me if I'm wrong here, but the stop on the island that Sandy's referencing, that must have taken the place of stopping on with the Lotus Eaters. Because if I recall, he stops with the Lotus Eaters. They spend time there. They get the bag of winds. That blows them back to the Lotus Eaters right as they're about to get to Ithaca. And then from there, he ends up with Polyphemus, right?
Yeah.
The Cyclops,
It's-
right?
yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
yeah, and
actual
then-
timeline?
Yes, yeah. So that's So they're there. Then they get back to the
So
Cyclops.
this was kind of it was a bit of a condensing of, I
They
think,
they
that
completely
island
missed
with
it.
the people burning their village was supposed
There
to
is
be
there is islands in there. They do jump to islands. There's a couple
Okay.
other ones that are very, very like they're there for a day. And I
Yeah,
can
see,
get
that's
why
where
they
I
would
lose
move
some
that.
of the. I don't know the full
but they're
details
not-
like that. That's where I
They're
get
not
lost.
they're not instrumental to the plot of the film. Where I think this is where they took out the Lotus Eaters. It's interesting because you get the Lotus Eaters, and I think everybody's heard of the Lotus Eaters. The Lotus Flower, lose your memory and all that.
Mhm.
We get it later with Calypso.
Right, they kind of condense it
but
into Calypso.
This is why, they went editing choice. We need to take out that story. We're going to move that part of that story to something else, because they wanted that flashback kind of memory scenes with Calypso, telling him telling the story about the sacking of Troy and all that. But from that, of course, we jump to the island of the Cyclops, and I don't mind it. It's okay. It's very quickly done. Good. There we go. Look, and they follow the
That was
sheep.
perfect timing.
Perfect
Yeah.
timing. They herd one sheep, and and it's where Odysseus is clever because he's a hunter. We know that from the bow. We get a bit later as well with the stringing of the bow.
Yeah.
They come in herds. Where's the flock? Where's the flock? So we follow it, and then of course the flock goes into this. One goes into the cave. They all follow into the cave, and then of course we get to see our first mythical creature of the Cyclops, who uses very much as the book, blocks them in using the stone, and in this version he kind of just starts to eat the men. He grabs a few as he's kind of at
Eat
dinner.
a snack, take a
Yeah,
nap.
as he is known to
Sunday
do.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Yep.
A couple of them,
things like
one in
that.
each hand, and has a snack.
And that's it. And then of course it's shit. We're stuck. And they clearly it's trying to, when he moves, we're gonna try and run and get out, and then again it's whilst they're trying to escape, more get eaten. So it's kind of, what do they come up with? A plan is to, whilst he's asleep next, we're going to blind him, and then they're going to use the straw that has been given to the sheep to eat and put it on their back. So when he feels down blind, he can't. He won't.
You just think that they're all
humans.
sheep, right?
Yeah,
think that they're all part
sheep.
of his flock.
Slightly different to the book. I don't mind this one. I think it's because I think it would have been a bit silly, because some of them they eat some of the sheep and use the sheep as
Right.
skin them, and then the other ones
Don't some of them tie themselves to the bottom?
tie themselves
right?
to the bottom, and
which again,
get
so
walked
and,
out.
these are the changes you have to make it work for a film for audiences 3,000 years later.
Yeah, I get that. The only bit I don't like is in the book. It's a kind of a chess game between the Cyclops and Odysseus.
Yeah.
They actually have talk. They have words. The words
offers
no,
him the
I'm not gonna ex-
wine, right, and gets
Yeah,
him drunk
the-
and all that.
yeah, it's kind of like let's have a chat because what they don't really go onto this is Poseidon's
Son.
son, and he's the most beautiful creature the gods have ever created. He's not born, he's been created. So they all revere him as a beauty. Even though to us he's ugly, to them he's that. So that's why Poseidon was pissed off that when they do blind him, that we need to get revenge. But when he shouts out in this, it is a very mumbled words. It's not a very coherent things.
And it's too loud. That's an issue I did have with this movie. Is the sound design is overbearing. The scream,
top.
And I get what he was going for, because this scream in the Odyssey, it's supposed to be loud enough that all the other Cyclops on the island hear it and they come to help. But because so I get that it needed to be a loud scream, but you could have done it without actually hurting my eardrums in the theater. It happens later on. We'll talk about it. Yeah, we'll talk about it, especially on a sea storm scene. My word, it was.
We had people doing that.
Oh, I was one of them. At one point, I had to block my ears. I felt like I was on this boat with the Sirens. I needed wax for my ears because I'm like, this is too damn loud. It's disorienting.
It was. It was like.
But his scream specifically like hurt the eardrums. It was too much.
It was a very weird pitch choice to actually give to actually like, oh, it's just going to override everything. And again, it's not even one of those where you have it in like other movies, like I don't know what like a good one is. Like other movies, I can't think of anything where it's like, Dune, when it's very loud and very epic, isn't it? The music in that, I know it's not one of Nolan's, but it's very like.
This was beyond. This was
like
the loudest movie I've ever experienced in a theater, hands down, without question. No, it was the best word. I turned to my wife at points, and that, like, especially the storm scene we'll see later when he's leaving. I believe it's Helios' island after the cattle and all that.
Yeah,
that storm scene with the flashing lights and the. I felt like I was being like interrogated or tortured. Like it was so disorienting. I couldn't think straight. I'm like, my eyes are going through hell. My ears are going through hell. This is too much. I literally blocked my ears and I looked over to her. We both looked at each other like, this is a bit much. And by the end, the best word I could come up with was disorienting. I felt literally disoriented by just going through that visual stimulation and the audio one. It was too much. And this scream was the first one that was like, ooh, this is a loud movie. Which again, I mean, and not for nothing. So this was kind of one of my points where there was a change here that I really didn't like. That was getting rid of the whole nobody part, getting rid of him saying that his name is nobody, and because it leads up to it leads to, and I know we'll get to that in a minute. One, I think it takes away a little bit from how clever and how witty Odysseus is supposed to be. And I think that's something that for me was a fault of the movie. I don't think they leaned into that as much as they really should have, because he's supposed to be the most clever, the most witty of all the Greeks. And this nobody scene is a great part of that. And then it also plays double fold. And I get it. They didn't have the other Cyclops, so they maybe felt like they didn't need the nobody scene, which I still disagree with. Because really, it's not so much about this other Cyclops coming over and hearing him say, nobody blinded me. It's really more about the reveal of his name.
We're going to go for scholars, because I see Daryl's there saying nobody thinks you're both correct and both incorrect, because nobody's in a later version by Vigil, not in Homer's version.
Oh, really? Oh, see, I didn't know that. Yep. See, so, this is where my knowledge is surface level. It's not very in-depth.
This is where I think it credits Homer in the writing, but they do it slightly different, because in Homer's version, he does exactly the same without saying nobody. But when he goes outside, as what we get in this movie, and then he shoots an arrow, and then he finds out, I'm going to kill you, and he curses him. When he gets to the ship and he's outside, it's showing the arrogance in Homer's version of how clever Odysseus thinks he is, and he goes, "My name is Odysseus from such and such," and he names himself, and that's how he gets Poseidon. There he is, I know now, and that's where he gets him.
Exactly, and that's one of my issues. My other issue with removing that from the story is that, one, I do like the cleverness of the nobody thing. That's news to me. I didn't know that was a later thing, but regardless, I do like that because I think it shows a lot of his wit. But what's more important is I think you lose the message about arrogance that comes afterwards, arrogance and hubris that comes afterwards when on his way out, he shoots that arrow just to kind of be a dick and be like, hey, I got you. And the guy who got you was none other than the great Odysseus. That arrogance ends up costing him, because then it's the curse from Poseidon that sends him on this 10-year journey. So that's what I feel like you really lost by taking that out. And that was disappointing. Yeah,
because I was thinking it does, because when they get to the ship on this is when he's number 2 or whatever says, he shouted out to Poseidon, we're going to be cursed. And they blame kind of Odysseus for it. But I'm guessing if this is why I'm torn between. I would like to, like, somebody doesn't even know anything. Would that be confusing? Because would they know that they're cursed now? Because it doesn't actually say they're being cursed, but because we said it that it was missed in Troy is they don't show the gods.
Yeah, they strip that whole movie of mythology for the most part.
Yeah.
So it would have been good to see a lightning, a thunderstorm in the sea, or something to
represent Poseidon.
Yeah,
where there's no doubt that the timing was aha, you know.
Yeah. And they mentioned. Sorry, Sandy, go ahead.
No,
my ADD is kicking in.
No, but like it's such an important part of the story. It explains all the things that are unexplainable. Like when your brain when logic wants to take over as far as why did this happen or that happen? Oh, the gods. Oh, the gods, the gods. But I almost got the feeling through this film that Christopher Nolan is saying the gods don't exist.
Yes.
You know, there's this thing that, or they don't matter. How about except for the Athena thing? Except, I think the Athena is a hallucination. Yes, and I think he's trying to say that the Athena thing is a total hallucination and not real. I may be looking way too deep into it because I want to.
But we'll get to that because I think it does play on to the end. It does kind of.
I want to compare everything to Ray Harryhausen.
It plays on to what they kind of say throughout it is Zeus's law. Zeus's law that you have to welcome in, you have to feed somebody because they may be a god in disguise. So
but
I
you're
like that play
over and over again how that doesn't matter.
Well, so I saw it more a little bit as just Odysseus himself feels like it doesn't matter. He feels a little bit like he's above all that. It's not necessarily maybe not real because obviously we're seeing, Sirens and we're seeing Scylla and we're seeing Polyphemus. So we're seeing that magical mythos does exist in this world. So I do believe they believe in the gods. I think Odysseus, I took it at least as Odysseus just thinks he's above it and thinks that they don't interfere with humans as much as other humans feel that they do. Almost a bit of like an atheist in a world of religion where he's a little bit kind of worn down. Maybe it's the war that's done it to him, whatever. I feel like this interpretation of it is he's just above it, feels like he's above it at this point. But there are, again, even so, like, when he goes to Hades and he gets the warnings about Scylla and I can't remember that. I always forget how to pronounce the whirlpool.
Charybdis.
That one gets me every time. Charybdis. That one gets me every time.
Like
he believes the warning, like there are supernatural and mystic, mythical things that do happen that obviously present themselves to him. So I know it seems like he does believe in it. I think his issue is just with the idea that the gods are kind of playing chess with them throughout the whole thing. Because he does fear it. Because he even says to his crew when we get later on, like, it was either you, 6 of you, or, all of you. Like, so I do think he believes in all of it. I just think maybe he is, again, a bit arrogant towards it and a bit like, I don't care. I'm getting us home one way or another. Like, that doesn't matter to me, whatever the gods have to say about it.
There are some things in the Iliad and the Odyssey and the future ones as well that are a bit weird. The gods do stuff weird because they're gods. And it wouldn't come across very well on things like we'll get onto
look at Helen's birth and all that. I mean, the geese and the eggs, like that's not going to go over very well on screen.
Yeah, it's not going to go well. So there are weird things, but the playing of that, the gods are knobs. Literally are there. They like to mess around. They have their favorites.
They're bored.
They're literally playing games with humans because they're bored. They could have done something like that, like just that moving. I think is it Clash of the Titans, Sandy, where they just move the
pieces around the arena. Yeah.
And it's that's actually even in the Hercules animated movie. Hades, when he's trying to beat down Hercules, he does a bit of moving some of the monsters, the Hydra and the Cyclops.
Oh,
He
cool.
does a bit of moving
I
them
didn't see
around
that.
on a chess.
Yeah.
I love that movie. It's one of my favorite
My
Disney
kids
movies
love
of all
it too.
time. So he actually does a little bit of that himself, where he moves the pieces on a little chessboard to say, like, let's throw this one at Hercules now. Let's throw this. So it is that idea that the gods toy with the humans a bit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And one thing I think too is, and I want to say this now just because I know we're going to go into a lot of this. I do think with this movie, some of the stuff we have to understand is that everybody's knowledge and interest in Greek mythology and even the Odyssey itself is going to be vastly different. So those of us who are super into it or those of us who aren't, this movie has to be made in a way that rides that line. So there are going to be things that, are changed, are condensed for time constraints, but also changed just to make it work so that more people can understand this version of it. And I think a lot of people sometimes look at that as arrogance. How dare you change what Homer wrote? I don't know that it's always arrogant. Sometimes I think it's just changing it so that other people can digest it and
Sure.
maybe in turn
It
help
would have
them
been
then
weird
turn towards the original. Like maybe
I
you
think
watch this and then you decide for the first time in your life, I actually want to read the real thing now. I want to learn more about what this really was. And I think, that to me is what a lot of the changes felt like more in this, but we'll go on a lot of that as we
Well, I
continue.
said like with the Calypso, when there's no way they can do the true story because it's just weird. It's disgusting. Like there's no way you can do it. So like there's changes in it.
Even Cersei. Cersei is another one that I
Cersei's
think
changed, yeah.
I think I understand what
They
that change. We'll get to
condensed
that,
it.
but I think I understand why they condensed
Well,
it
she's
and
next.
why they left a major part of it out in
Yeah.
terms of their relationship.
Oh yeah.
I think I understand why they would have left that out again to get this story across better to a broader audience.
Well, it's the time
And kind of
the
balance
time
that
limit is
line.
what, but it's also time limit. They constrain
That too.
themselves to one movie.
Mhm.
That's
Right.
it. So like you could have ended this at Cersei. You could have ended the movie and then you have another thing. That's how epic.
Yeah,
this
Odyssey
movie
part
could have
1,
been.
part 2 type of thing.
Part 2.
Yeah.
It could have done a Lord of the Ring. Just stop at the end of Cersei. At the giving of birth. That could have been it. You would have been on a cliffhanger. What's going on? But they didn't. But on this one, yeah, we get. So what the Cyclops chases them down to the water. He takes out more of the soldiers with Odysseus, and then they kind of turn on him a little bit. But they're off again. So it's like that, and then but they're more of very subtly to the point of he shouted to his dad like that, and
They mentioned like, oh, he talks. I did actually like the
talked,
little
yeah.
line of, oh, he talks. He hasn't talked this whole time, and I think Odysseus says, like, would you talk to ants? And I'm like, oh, that, fair enough. That does make sense in terms of changing the kind, because again, obviously Odysseus has conversations with him in the Odyssey, offers him the wine. Then there's the nobody. So with removing all of that, I thought that was a clever little line to kind of patch the hole that was left there from removing all that.
But yeah, from that we get then straight to Cersei's island. There's no real. We get a little bit more of the suitors. I think we go back a little bit between the sailing to the islands, and then we get that Tom Holland wants to get what's he called, Telemachus. Telemachus, that's it. He wants to go and see Menelaus because he will have the story of where his dad is.
So is that
we kind of drop
that in the Odyssey?
I don't remember
Him
him
making that
into
trip?
Menelaus. He does go out to sea, but I don't remember him going to Menelaus.
Yeah, because I felt like that was a little odd. Again, this is where the fine details of the Odyssey fail me because I just don't know them. But I thought that was a little odd. Because I'm like, well, what is Menelaus going to tell you now that he hasn't told you in 10 years, or you've never been interested in finding out in the last 10 years? He would be a revelation about
when
your dad.
He went out to sea and he was entering the waters near Odysseus. He was protected by Athena, so he was protected against Poseidon's curse. So that's why, and then it helped Odysseus kind of, even though they couldn't see each other, but it kind of helped the waters, I suppose, calm down.
Oh, that's interesting. I actually didn't know that.
But,
that's cool.
But he goes out for like months and months to try and find him. It's not just he goes to Menelaus. I can't remember if he does. He does go to one island. Maybe it is, but I can't remember that.
I just felt like the motive of thinking Menelaus has some hidden information that, because again, the story of Odysseus has been spread for 10 years now. So it just seemed a little odd that the motivation was maybe Menelaus has some information I just don't know yet. I'm like, I don't know. I feel like all that information would have been known, especially of like his last whereabouts are all kind of matching up to the same thing, that the last whereabouts was the beaches of Troy. I feel like if that information was out there, it would have been known. I don't think Menelaus would have been keeping it secret. So I just felt, I'm like, that feels a little forced in terms of motivation.
It was, because he was just, I'm going to try and find him on the sea. It's the Mediterranean.
Yeah, at least if you told me that, I'm like, I'm just going to sail out there and see if I happen to bump into. I'm like, all right, at least that makes sense. The idea that there's some
for a month.
Yeah, the idea that Menelaus has just been holding this little tidbit of information that's different than the legends have told seems odd.
He went that way.
I just saw him a couple months ago back on Helios's island. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it just seemed a bit odd, like a little forced in terms of narrative pushing.
It was a little bit, yeah. But that's all, again, it's to set up something we'll talk about.
Right.
Yeah, but then, of course, we get in Circe's island, and then this is where we get the kind of the first inkling of the men they're a bit pissed off with Odysseus. They needed to do it a little bit. It's too easy. Them getting a bit harsh on him. They get it in the book, there is, but how they do it is because he's so arrogant. He knows he's right, and they're getting a bit pissed off that it's not his fault. You know, it's all his fault that they're lost. They know they're cursed. In this, they kind of just like, yeah, you're not coming with us. And he's like, "Oh, give me a bow, and I'll go and hunt them, so we can have some food." So
did we? Now I'm getting a little bit confused in the timeline again because this non-linear storytelling.
Yeah.
Don't we see them all run into the Lystrigonians first, and then they run off that beach and kind of circle back to get? I
thought so. Yeah.
Yeah, because I think they see the if I'm even pronouncing it right. Forgive me, anybody, if you're a scholar and I'm pronouncing these names wrong. But the Lystrigonians, I thought he runs into them first. They chase them off the beach, and then that's when he's like, well, let's kind of face port because there's smoke over that hill, and we've got to see if there's rations for us, right?
He does, because they're saying stay away from the sea, and he's like, no, let's go that way, and then he looks
right, and because he's like, what if they have boats? And he's like, well, we have to get food, so we've got to go follow the smoke that way.
Yeah, so we get that. But I'm guessing they just call it the Island of the Giants, don't they, in the thing? So
I think so. I don't even think they reference them as Lystrigonians. If I'm even pronouncing that right. They could have cut this out. There's no point of this scene. I mean that because if they're going to be constrained, they just rushed it too much.
Yeah, you rushed it so much. And if you do not know what's going on with the trees, you're getting very, very confused. Because you're getting trees move even like that, and you don't know why. And they get like the bit where they pin in a few of them, and then they turn around and they're
all pinned in.
And then you get like this is moving, the trees moving, like kind of things like that, and they don't explain it, and they don't care, and they just move on, and then we're off the island, and then the two boats get kind of captured. That's it. They kill a few. They run down back to the ships. Two of the smaller ships get capsized. They kill everyone. He's number 2 nearly gets killed. He managed to kill one of the giants with the arrow in through the visor, and then it's moved on.
And then it's just kind of over with. Yeah. And it almost feels a little bit like, what the hell just happened? Like you almost expect another follow up on it, especially when you find out that they're going back to stay on this island, just kind of the other side of it or a different part of it. You do wonder, like, are those guys going to come back? And like, they never do. And if you know a little bit about it, you get it. But it's again, if you're a standard audience member who doesn't know anything about it and you're just trying to enjoy this movie, I could see that feeling. Even for me, I'm like, I felt it was very rushed.
I was like, why?
It just all happens way too quick. Yeah, that.
Yeah, and it's like the occasion. What is going on? Are we going to explain it? No, we're just going to go. We're moving on to now Circe.
And I will say, I know a lot of people have issue with the armor throughout this movie. I personally don't, just because I'm not super knowledgeable about ancient armor. I thought most of their armor looked of the time enough that it passed for me. But I will say the Giants' armor did look very medieval, and I was like, "Ooh, that does look like it's a little out of place." I will. That was my only real critique of the armor in the movie, was they just looked a little out of place.
They're Bronze Age, okay, maybe they can hit it harder, they can forge harder, or do something to make it more sensible. What are they wearing? But it does look, it does look.
It looks a bit medieval and looks out of place. Yeah. I thought Odysseus, his crew, even the Trojans, I know a lot of people are picking apart the armor of this, that it's not accurate, it's a historical mashup. I personally am not knowledgeable enough on that stuff, and I can't use somebody else's knowledge for me to critique it, because that's disingenuous to me. So for me, it all passed the eye test. I thought it looked of the time enough that I'm like, oh, it all looks fine to me. The Lystrigonians were just the only ones that I was like, that doesn't look of the time. That looks like medieval armor.
But yeah, so we get that, and it's why I'd say if you're going to cut out one thing, just cut out that. It was just sound straight to Cersei.
That's the thing is like if you were going to rush it that much, maybe you could have just clipped it out. I mean, I'm still fine with it having been in there because I knew at least enough about what was going on to make sense of it. But I could see that being very confusing to somebody who doesn't know anything about the Odyssey, and I wouldn't blame them for it. That's not an insult or trying to be, rude. That's it was partially confusing even for me that it was so quick, and I kind of know what's going on there. So if you have no idea what's going on there, you're going to be like, what the hell was that? What the hell just happened? What were those things?
Now, when we get to Cersei, we get into that. I did say, I don't know how they're going to do the pigs. I liked how they did it.
I thought they did it awesome.
I
thought they did it. It was a rare glimpse of Nolan doing horror, and I was like, "Ooh, maybe he should do horror sometime."
It was a bit disturbing. It kind of made me remember Company of Wolves, like a movie, and it just kind of I liked it. I like that pulling in the jaw.
Yeah, just forming them with the hand was like, "Oh my god, this is messed up." Yeah, it was, and I like the reveal. The buildup of the reveal with him hunting the deer. The deer turns, after he hits it with the arrow, turns into a human. Like that slow reveal of all of it, I thought was cool because it coincides with her transforming them. So it's kind of like a double setup there to show you what's going on. I actually really like the way that was all handled.
I like she's a nymph, and they make her a witch in this.
Mm-hmm.
Do I have a problem? Not how because straight away you're getting edited straight down. If they try to explain it with him falling in love with her
in the sun,
because it needs a palace, with the trick and all that, and then they trying to set out in this straight away, and that from what we're not that far into the movie that much, is they're making Odysseus in love with Penelope and
exactly. So, and that's where I fell on it too.
They are not going to go, by the way,
he had this affair and had this son with this nip. So that's exactly what I saw too, Stasis. And that's because I saw some people complain about, again, I don't mean to say complain. Everybody has the right to make their opinions and complain. Because I had my complaints with the movie too. So I don't mean to make that sound like it's negative, me saying I've seen people complain, but I have seen that complaint that Cersei was miscast because Cersei should be a beautiful temptress and all that because he has this relationship with her for about a year, I think, or something like that.
Yes,
they have a son together. But my thing is, in this story, the way Nolan's telling it, it's very focused on his love for his wife and his son. And it's about that drive to face all this stuff to get home to his wife and his son and to to Ithaca to, reclaim his seat there and all that. But
if it was three movies, this is where you end it. On the
yeah, you could have. You probably could have. And maybe
what is going on?
But even then,
gone back to Ithaca and gone, Penelope. Oh, he forgot about Penelope, and you're engrossed into this relationship. But they didn't do that. Why they didn't do it, I don't know.
Well, so to me, even then, I think they probably still wouldn't have done the relationship with Penelope if they wanted to tell this story as they did about. Not Penelope. Excuse me, with Cersei. I don't think they would have done the relationship with Cersei and this child with Cersei because they wanted to tell it so heavily based on the love for Penelope and Telemachus. And I think a lot of audiences would have a hard time reconciling the fact that he's having this affair and this child with this other woman, but also is still so driven to get home to his wife. If you don't understand the nature of Greek mythology, because I know, sleeping around in those days was a totally different
ancient Greece.
That's what I mean. And again, I don't mean to sound condescending when I say if you don't understand, but again, in that time, the gods slept with whoever, they weren't faithful to anybody, and people slept with the gods and goddesses. Like that's just how it was in all these stories and things. So again, if you put in that little bit of infidelity in this affair and relationship with somebody else and having a son, the standard audience member is going to lose the idea that he really loves his family that much, and it's all about getting home to him. I just think, again, with the narrative that they were going for this one, I think that that portion of the Cersei story would kind of throw off a lot of moviegoers and a lot of people watching it and believing that love for his family.
If you got to edit out and then that's it, I didn't mind Cersei. I didn't mind the.
I thought it was. I understood the change and I was okay.
I understood the change. The only problem I didn't like about it again is a cool scene when the trick has been revealed and he tells her to get him back. The dialogue between them to get him go to Hades is a bit weak. and it needed a bit more long. You needed another 10 minutes there. Give me 10 more minutes.
Maybe just some more intensity to it too, a little bit. I didn't have an issue with
I'm sending you to Hades. You should be shit scared about that. And it's just like, okay, let's go on. Off we go. And he's
it's very just like, I would agree there. It just needed a little bit more weight to it, I think, that whole conversation and kind of the stakes to it. Because again, I mean, sailing into Hades, not the greatest trip in the world. You'd think that'd have a little bit more kind of intensity to it a bit. So I do agree with that. I loved the way they did the whole scene with the pigs, all that. Like, I really liked this portion of the movie a lot, and I was very much okay with the changes, and I even understood it from a narrative standpoint.
I look good. I liked it.
I agree. I do think it just ends a little weak. I would agree with you there.
Yeah, and then of course we get onto that, and then we get back, and I think Sandy's going to kick out.
Did we just lose
back.
Sandy with the storm?
Yeah, she's got lightning storms. Apparently,
no.
Zeus is
Poseidon's not happy. Yeah, Zeus or Poseidon. I guess not Poseidon. She's on land, but Zeus.
Zeus is not happy with her review at the moment, so she's going to jump in and out when she can. So yeah, we're stand bad, but you got me and Jay at the moment. But I think now we do get back to the journey to Menelaus, don't we? But before we get the journey to Hades, we get the main bit of him and Mentor going to they're gonna go and see Menelaus and Helen to find out what's going on, and it's they turn up as kind of beggars but not beggars, and it's the king would like to see you at he wants to meet all was it what did I say all travelers or something like that. So you sit here.
All guests or all visitors or travelers. It's something. He wants to meet everybody who comes in, basically.
Yeah, that's it. So we get that, and then we kind of get, we get a. I'm gonna have to say it's a very tick box, and it was because, if you're gonna introduce a character away from the source material, and we know how mostly she's been portrayed, Helen, and then not give her any screen time, and then flip what you saw in the trailer to be a different character, it's a bit odd. It's a bit an odd casting for me. It doesn't hit home right, because if you're going to do it and it increases the look and the feel and drives the story, it's okay with me. But this one is, I can't remember the actress's name. I always pronounce it wrong.
Lupita. So I always say Lupita Nyong'o, but I've been recently wondering if I'm getting her last name wrong, so I just say Lupita because I believe I have that right. I believe it's Nyong'o, but I could be a bit wrong on that, so I just say Lupita.
If you go by what everybody's complaining about, that isn't Helen. It's literally her sister. Because
the scene, the screenshot that's gone viral that everybody's complaining about, it's actually Helen's twin sister. But
and then of course we know it's not in the real one. Of course, it was a swan who had sex with her mum, who then embedded her with 2 eggs. Zeus is the swan.
Well, Zeus was the swan, right?
Swan, who impregnated.
But her husband also impregnated her at the same time. So one egg is her sister,
her half-sister.
One egg is her.
Helen,
and they're half twins. And Jade, feel free to get me corrected on this. Guy could be wrong. They're half twin sisters, but fraternal, not actually identical like the movie plays them.
So it's like that. And of course, Menelaus is married, of course, and was the pick of Helen, and Agamemnon picked the half-sister, twin sister. Bit weird, and it would have been weird to explain that, but it's even weirder to give them her identical sister, because she was the most beautiful, and also your sister. It just played on my head. I go, why would you have made that choice? The reason I think they made the choice is because Helen doesn't really need to be in this, except for saying, hello, I'm back with Menelaus. So they gave it back to show this, what happened to when Menelaus is explaining the death of his brother, what happened to him when he got home. And he goes, don't expect, when Odysseus to come back, it's all going to be, sings and everybody's cheering for you. Is because he got home, a different book version than Homer's version, that it was his wife's lover and him conspired.
Lover.
It wasn't that. It was
so that's what I've known. So that's not the Homer version.
No, that's in book another very
okay. So I've always
10
known
years
that
later.
her and the lover want to
No,
be
that's
together
like-
after he gets home,
yeah.
so they just
It
kill him in
was
the bathtub.
The thing, yeah, it was more of that. He was being a dick because he took a lover, and he. Had
Oh no,
been taking a
Daryl!
lover and
I
got
see
back.
Daryl in chat saying, "Oh please, Helen did not have a twin sister." No, she did have a twin sister.
Yeah, it's not
That is
identical twin
yeah,
sister.
it's not identical, but
different eggs.
she
Two
did
different
have a
eggs.
twin sister.
It's really weird. You have to explain. Okay,
So Zeus came down as a goose, right?
No,
If I'm-
a swan.
Swan. Excuse me, Swan.
Swan had sex with her mum. He
Who
laid
is
2 eggs.
and her mom is a mythical being, right? Her mother is
No, her mum's just
isn't she an
she's
not
a
a nymph
kind
or
of a
something?
nymph,
She's something,
demigod,
right?
Yeah.
She's
and then
something more than
she-
just a mortal being.
So he
I thought.
he gave her 2 swan eggs inside of her. He impregnated one that led to Helen of Troy and her brother. Yeah,
Mhm.
and then but she was so horny after Zeus, she then slept with her husband, who then had sex with her and impregnated the other egg. Then that
Right.
led to
So she laid 2
sister-
separate eggs that
2
had 2 sets of twins, but they're
Yeah.
all siblings. And Helen, so
but
Helen
half
Helen was
siblings at the same time. It's a
right.
bit
So
odd.
Helen and the brother in that egg were Zeus's kid, and her
Yes.
sister and the brother in the other egg were the husband,
Yeah.
the real husband's kids.
But
So
from
they're
an egg.
all technically twins and half siblings at the same time. So she does have a twin sister. She's just not an identical twin. It's a
Yeah.
fraternal twin.
Yeah.
So
from an
that's
egg.
actually from this. And like these are the things where it's like, okay, guys, we have to we things have to be changed because that is super hard to get across.
Yeah, and even if
terms
they
of
did
these
that in the
stories.
Iliad, in like we have
Right.
not
Well,
really
and
had
that
an
yeah,
Iliad,
that would have probably been in
they'd
the
be like,
Iliad,
"That's
not
gonna be-"
this.
yeah.
But nobody like if
Yeah.
you put that in Troy, people are gonna be like, "What the hell is going on?" Like,
yeah, we're gonna have
it's
to do a
lot.
backstory
It's a
of
lot. It's
Helen.
like-
It's not,
and
but to
and
have
that's
Helen
probably
as a
what,
twin,
probably what led Troy to decide to just remove
Yeah.
mythology from it because again, Troy has very little mythology in it at all. It feels more like a
Yes.
historical war drama
oh yeah,
than
but
it
yeah,
does a
I was- we-
mythological movie. So
but we
that
said
must have led
that's
to
one
their
of his
decision
down-
to do that. Was that like some
Yeah.
of this stuff gets crazy, like having sex with a swan and have laying 2 eggs?
I
Like
think you get
that's
into
wild.
book- like the actual War of Troy is like so far in the books. Like I think there's like what a 10 or 10. You're still in like book 4 before you even get to Troy because the rest of it is like explaining everything and explaining like Helen's looks and all that. You know, people are like obsessed with her. So have a twin.
And I think
It was
that's
a bit-
where the
I
myth.
think that was
yeah,
terrible.
that's where
I
it's
think
like,
it was a bad miscasting to have. Okay, if you're gonna do one casting and you're not gonna give it screen time, you purposely did that to. And I've said this in my solo thing that I think you purposely did that to aggravate groups to have a discussion about it, and then purposely show that in the trailer, and it's a different person. It's like you did that. You did that on purpose. So that is a production company that Nolan signed off for, and that is one thing I. Does it hurt the movie? No, because Helen's in it by like minutes, and I mean minutes of like.
I think I
talking,
saw like maybe
less-
6 or 7, maybe 8 minutes total screen time.
And I bet she's what 30, 45 seconds of actual dialogue.
Yeah, that too. That's just screen time, not even dialogue.
Yeah.
So my thing with, and I mean, just to kind of address the whole online, discourse, because obviously this has been going on for months, if not even maybe more of a year since the casting.
Yeah.
Regardless of what you think of the casting, whether it was right or wrong in terms of the right person to play it or not, like whatever, that's besides the point. I just go by, me personally, I never really cared. I just, I wanted to just give it a try. I don't typically get wrapped up in that stuff. So I just didn't really care that she was cast in the role. I know her as a very good actress. So I thought, all right, well, let's see what she can do in it.
I thought she was bad because.
I thought the opposite. I actually thought she was pretty good in it because I thought
she was bad because I thought you don't have anything to do though. You're not.
Well,
doing
that's what
anything.
I was going to say is besides the idea of just like whatever your opinions are on the casting, like that's for individuals to decide. I'm not going to tell you have to be okay with it. I'm not going to tell you have to be upset with it. I personally was okay with it. I never cared about the casting. I just wanted to see how it would play out. I'm like, obviously, if you make something that's a controversial casting, which it was, you then have to hope that like you back it up by it playing out.
Yeah.
And I actually thought it did because I thought and the small bit of screen time she has in it, one, I think she's a good actress in general. I've seen a few of her movies. I think she's really good. But I think in that small bit of screen time, she does a lot to convey intense emotions. In the scene with Agamemnon, I think she shows a lot. And then I think the scene that really showed me her as Helen, given that good bit of emotion, Sorry, I think my son and my wife are playing downstairs. He's screaming right now.
I
But I think the scene of her as Helen that showed a good bit of emotion and acting was her just remorse when she's telling Telemachus, like, please tell your mother I'm sorry. Like, that remorse for everything having happened because of her, I thought was really well conveyed through her acting. So I thought she did a good job with what she was given. I don't think she was given very much to do in the movie, to be honest.
But that is
it's a very, very small role.
Bag.
But I'm gonna be honest. You know, for all the hoopla about that casting, I thought she did a good job in the bits that she was given, and I never had an issue with the casting personally.
I think it's there to, I say, aggravate people, have a little talking point, because it's such limited, and Helen is not going to be the driving force of the Odyssey. Not going to be. She's literally there in the book for a little bit, and it's portrayed slightly differently. The what it is, it's like she's scarred in this. Never happened.
I thought that was a weird. I thought that was a weird addition.
But they made out like her and Menelaus. Like who plays Menelaus? The guy from the
John Bernthal.
Him and her, they live happily ever after. Really?
Yeah, I thought the kind of.
And it was just a bit. She was still a bit pissed off that she.
There was contempt between the two of them. Yeah, there was contempt between the two of them, and I thought that was an odd change too. I didn't like that.
Yeah, but I'm guessing they're trying to say because then you have to explain Paris. If you don't, you understand what Paris did, and we do exactly know what Paris did. But if you don't explain that she was manipulated and by the gods to fall in love with him, it's a different story. It was like, the
it's
execution.
Aphrodite you should be mad at.
Yeah,
truly.
So to have her in that, I think it's. Does she do anything bad? No, she doesn't. Was it a purposely casting? 100%. I think. Does she do anything wrong as an actress? She doesn't. She's not given anything. Does it drive the story forward? No, because you know who Helen is. It's just they made a weird choice with that character, and then Agamemnon's having the identical twin sister as his wife because she is the most beautiful in the world. But there's somebody exactly the same. So why would they go to war?
See, and that's what was odd to me. And that change as well was why make her an identical twin just because Helen is supposed to be the most beautiful in the world? You can't have her have an identical twin. That part doesn't make sense to me. But again, like I said, in terms of all the hoopla and the hullabaloo about, I don't know why I'm using these very old terms, but in terms of all that,
that's a great word. It's like shenanigans. It's a good one.
In terms of all that about the casting, I'm like I said, I had no issue with it originally. I think it was definitely I like to say a provocative choice. I think it definitely was something that stirred up a whole lot of conversation, and I guess you could probably even say a controversial choice. Clearly, with the conversation that it stirred up. For me, it was never an issue. I didn't really care. I just wanted to see how it played out. And I got to say, I thought she did well in what she was doing.
Yeah, but it's still again.
But I don't think it wasn't a major role. It wasn't a huge part of the movie. So regardless of what your opinion is on that casting, I think it's a bit silly to say I don't want to watch this movie just because of that, because she's literally in it for 8 minutes tops.
But then I can see.
And again, what she's in, she's good in.
Like,
so I don't know.
The argument to it is, then why?
Yeah, and I get that. Right, I do get that.
Why do it?
I think maybe just to build up discussion leading up to it. I guess
if you made the I can't remember you just mentioned the actress's name. If they put it as like Calypso or one of the other Circe, and have a major role, I don't think it would have been more of an. I don't think it's going to be an issue because their mythology of being nymph, they can change their look. I don't think, but Helen is description, and I think that with people having the argument about Helen, is because it's perceived in your brain what Helen is, and it's turning the time. There's been race changes over time. We know that, but it's embedded of what she should look like. The beauty, the blonde, the Greekness of that. And then that, I can see that. But why do it and then just give that little bit? I don't get it. Because the Menelaus character and her, they're a bit off-putting. And the whole scene is a bit, I'm going to say, I don't like that, but it's a very jarring for me. And it's jarring is because of, I forgot his name now, Punisher. Where's he from?
You mean we're talking him as Menelaus or him as the actual actor?
The guy in Menelaus, the actor. Where's he from in America? like Philadelphia or something?
I don't actually know.
Oh,
John
I don't know.
Bernthal. I don't know where he's from though.
Just
To be honest with you,
literally
I have no
Kind
idea.
of tone down your accent. He just didn't
He
care.
was very much just kind of being
Just
John
being it, just
Bernthal.
like, yeah, there's my
he
American
was
accent.
being.
And I was like,
Well, not even
Just a
John
bit too
Bernthal so
much.
much as like he was being a John Bernthal character. Like I feel like he's
yeah,
played
exactly.
that a lot.
Just like, yeah. And I was like, wow, you just didn't even, you didn't even
Washington,
bother toning it down.
D.C. Yeah, he's definitely
it?
got that mid-Atlantic
Yeah.
accent like
Yeah.
mine.
And I was
yeah.
like,
I'm
you
a big
just
fan of
didn't
his
bother.
too, but I do
I
think
like
he,
him,
he
but I
was
just-
just
I
kind
did
of
wrong
doing his
character.
typical role in this. I
Yeah.
didn't think it fit
I've-
Menelaus.
I liked his look. I thought the look was good. He's even a different, like, you
I
know.
could have done. I
thought
could have
it-
had more of him.
But
By the way,
tone it down. Just like give me less, like you know, like but Tom Holland was doing that mid-Atlantic.
He was doing his Peter
neutral accent,
Parker kind
Yeah,
of
yeah,
accent.
in
yeah,
Boston.
yeah.
He was. Yeah.
yeah, kind of that.
But-
But you kind of get that neutral one. But he can't do an American accent. But just tone it down, just like that. He just, I'm here. I'm going to rock up, do my part, and I'm going home with a paycheck. And he just like that. Their interaction could have been more. Menelaus is like that. It could have really shown, especially with Helen, if you got the actual love they had, and it would have been quite good to see. It's like, look, everybody else are screwed up. We are the cause of the whole Trojan War. But look at us now, and look how good we're getting, and the like prosperity of like the whole thing. But they had just say like this bad taste in their mouth, looking at each other, and then they just like disfigured Helen, and he even says, "This is the one. This is you might have heard of her. This is Helen, who like 1,000, well, over 1,000
face
ships.
launched 1,000 ships, but maybe
And
just
now maybe
500
50.
now as he
Yeah,
turns and
no,
shows
50,
the scars.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
and
thought
it's
that
just
was a
like,
weird change. I like the story better with them being loving and that,
Yeah.
you know, in a good relationship. But
Yeah.
like I said, I thought Lupita did a great job in terms of just conveying a lot of emotion and a little bit of screen time. For me,
They're
the casting
completely
was a non-issue. I think it comes more towards, you know, what was not more towards, but I guess the question will always be, what was the reason for the casting? Did Nolan feel like she was the right person for the cast? Or was it something to be a little bit somebody who he knew could do the job, but also that it would create some talk and some provocative or some conversation before it?
It has to be.
And
She's
right,
not
I
been in
can't
any
say
she's-
either way.
Like
I
he
don't
likes
know.
using the same cast members a lot, but I don't remember in any of his other movies. I don't remember.
Lupita?
That might, yeah.
The,
Has she been?
Black.
She was in the Black
Black
Panther
Panther.
movies. God, what else has she? I've
No.
seen her in a couple other ones.
No, Nolan movies.
Oh, Nolan movies.
Oh,
I don't
no.
think she's been in a Nolan movie before.
No, exactly.
And she's a
Like,
well-regarded
she had a big
actress,
break
so-
of 12 years a slave.
12
That
Years a
was big
Slave.
break.
Yep. Maybe
a
it was
big
just
and then
somebody
did
Nolan
Black
wanted to
Panther.
work with too, and I like.
Maybe.
I
But she's
don't-
not done a lot for a while, and then it was a. Okay, that's a 1 out.
I think
Where's that
has
come
she
from?
won an Oscar? I want to say she did win an Oscar
I
in
think
12
she
Years
did
a
for
Slave,
12
right?
years. I think she did. Yeah. 'Cause it was
Like I
the
said,
other-
she's
the
a very
break as well.
talented actress. So maybe he just figured, like, I know she can play the role, and I want to do something a little outside of the box. And like, again, I'm okay. Like I said, I never had an issue with the casting, and I think she did a good job in her role. So for me, it was a total non-issue.
Yeah.
And
But
again, I
the-
think
the
it paid
whole
off
scene-
enough in the sense that she did well.
Like the whole scene again is rushed. Is it needed? You could have.
This,
just
and
done
like
without
that's the conversation I think is more interesting to have, is like, was this scene, I don't even know that this whole trip to Menelaus was needed at all, to be honest with you, because it seemed a little bit forced. Like I said earlier, it seemed a little bit forced in the sense that he needed to go try to see if Menelaus had some, you know, hidden information about his father's whereabouts that I don't understand why he would have had or not have shared prior. So I don't even know that the whole trip to see Menelaus was needed, other than to just show, I guess, that Menelaus is still alive
Like a
and Helen's still
connection to
alive.
the
Like,
Troy
Yeah,
story
Helen-
oh yeah, or
and
maybe
things.
just trying
Yeah.
another connection to the Trojan, to the Iliad. Like, I don't really. So that's more where I'm like, was any of this needed at all? Just in the sense of narrative and storytelling, not in the sense of casting.
I
In the
think
sense
it
of,
is just-
did it
I
add
think
to the
it's
movie?
just-
Did it do anything? But then I
don't
also
think it
think
adds
the
to-
idea of making an identical twin was a silly choice, just because Helen is specifically supposed to look very individually herself. Like, I don't think the idea of the face that launched 1,000 ships should have an identical twin that also shares that face. That kind of waters down the idea of being Helen, that you have an identical twin. That, for me, is what I think was a weird choice. I'm fine with her having a twin half sister, because that's what's in the story, actually. I just don't. I think making an identical twin was a weird choice, and I also think scarring her face was a weird choice, as well as the contemptuous relationship between her and Menelaus. 3 weird choices tied into it that had nothing to do with the casting for me, more so to do with the way they told the story.
Yeah, it did. That was not because of the actress. It was just like, this is a bit of a weird storyline we're going through. Why are we even here? And he just like, I'm off again. And then he just does it. And then he like has a bit of a story about Odysseus. What he knows the story is already. And he's like, well, did you see him? The last time I saw him was on the beach. Well, great.
Yeah, and that's where I'm like, well, that's what everybody knew. like what the hell did we do that for? So that's why I feel like this whole trip to go see Menelaus was just a bit forced in terms of trying. And I think, Sandy, maybe you're right. Maybe it was just trying to make another tie to the Iliad so that people know, like, there's all a connection here. And but I'm like, I think we all know that already, right? Like,
yeah, but maybe it's just for people. I think they really did sit down and went, what if people don't know anything about the Iliad or know Homer, and we have to feed them it? And how do we feed it the best? Because the last movie is Troy. I can't remember one in between it.
The last like major one,
mini series. We had a mini series of Odysseus. But yeah, there's nothing been major. So unless you went back as what we did, I'm guessing they were like, we don't want to confuse people. But it's just a bit odd.
Maybe just a little bit of kind of
but then
like
and then they had to
Iliad exposition.
And it was also to show the death of Agamemnon, like to show that what we're about to go to.
Okay, so we did need to know that.
But does it have to be Menelaus telling it? It could have
been. Well, I guess Agamemnon could have told him it in Hades, because he does basically tell him it in Hades anyways. I guess it could have been done there too. I don't know. The whole inclusion of that trip to Menelaus just seemed a bit of a kind of forced narrative, just for a bit of, I guess, tying to the Iliad and some exposition for those who may not be familiar with it. But again, then you changed it so much in terms of giving her an identical twin sister instead of just a twin sister. You added the face scarring, you added this contemptuous relationship between her and Menelaus. So then I'm like, did that really even loop you into the Iliad the way you were maybe hoping it would? Because you really changed quite a bit there. I don't know. It was an odd way to put that part in there.
But from next, and now we get from that, and then we jump back into Odysseus going to Hades. I liked Hades. I thought
it was a great scene.
I thought it was a different. I think it was a different look. It's blatantly it had to be Iceland. They must have filmed on with the look of the kind of.
Well, I think we'll find out they did film in Iceland.
There we go. But it just looked good, and I like it how. Well, when we.
This is where I liked his filter. I really liked that filter on the screen.
I think this was really good. I think the choice of look, the gritness, the tone of it. It reminded me a bit of the Norseman. You know, like that when it get dark and it's good. It got that. It got again. It did a good horror. It kind of got that kind of dark.
Yeah.
You entering into like
another little glimpse of Nolan horror.
Yeah, and I liked it. I think it was good with the you need to do a sacrifice. What he got from Circe to open up the kind of the portal, and then you have like this under god, I suppose we don't know what it is, like telling him the things, and then we get
Tiresias.
Tiresias, the blind prophet, I believe, or like an equivalent of a prophet, if I got that right. Tiresias, yes, he does, and I believe he's in the actual story as well. Well, I know he's in the actual story as well.
I'd say
that's a similar thing.
We get the first back introduction of the fate, I suppose. We knew of that. We get a flashback of Sinon is the they need to take the blood to talk, but then we get the actual truth of what happened is the death, and then Odysseus, the trick he played on him to kind of keep the horse there, and he died literally straight away. Again, we're gonna have to speak about it. It's the next controversial casting. The first part of when we first get the opening, I think is a bit weak, only because of how it's shot. This scene, I think it's fine. I think it's well acted. I think the blood, that, and like with the darkness, I think it's good. Give me more of that. It looked really good. I think it was gritty. It had the tone of like the voice, like really menacing, like a bit pissed off with Odysseus. You were my friend.
Yeah.
Like
why did you betray me like this?
I think it was very well acted. It looked really good. I think this is the bit where I think the costume design for Hades, but I think it's more because of the lighting, and the sound of Hades look good. I think the acting's good. If you're going to go by, is Elliot Page should be in it. In this scene, yes. In the beginning scene,
absolutely,
it looked a bit odd.
So for me,
because of the cinematography, because it jumped around. It's like what you portraying with the running effect. Just have standing there like that with the running effect was red. But this, I think it was great. I love this little bit.
I agree.
Again, but if you go by what we just said about Helen, it's tiny. No, I don't care. It's not going to change your personality being a different actor, because one, you're introducing a character into a movie that shouldn't be in there. Not the person, but the character, because it's not in Odysseus and nowhere near it. Or the Odyssey, not nowhere near it. So, do I care? Does it improve the movie? No, but does it improve the scene to get to Agamemnon's little talk? It's better than Agamemnon's bit. Yeah, I like it. I think it's dark, it's gritty, it's one of the best dialogues they give. Well portrayed, well given. Do I give a crap about the casting? No, because you did what you needed to do. Is it a character that people in their head knows being manipulated? No, but people are going to moan because of whatever change they've gone through in their personal life. It doesn't matter about the acting. And that's why I think this is you just Elliot Page, as known now, nailed this bit, nailed it. I think literally, I was like, bloody hell. And then you were like, oh, and you're not in the rest of the movie, but you just did that. Why?
But you just had a fantastic scene. Yeah, you just wanted more. I know. I agree. I think again, since we're just kind of going right down the line here with what's been the most controversial conversations about this movie, or controversial castings for whatever reasons that's been. Again, I didn't have an issue with this casting. I didn't care. I wanted to see how it played out. I generally speaking, I don't care who's cast in roles. I want them to do well in the roles so that the movie's good. That's all I care about, is how do you do the job? Do you do it well?
Can I just stop you there?
Yeah.
Can I do that? Because I wonder because there was big rumors they were going to be Achilles. That I think was played into it, and I bet you they loved that because it talked in. And I was like, but Achilles isn't in it. In it. Me, I know Achilles is not there unless we said unless it's a flashback. But having a different character is fine. I think a lot of it was anger, just purpose anger to get a meme out there to get a conversation. Maybe if you want to talk about the movie in a negative way, it's still publicity, because this is a completely different character and you lot are going to look like idiots. Yeah,
and I think that's kind of how it ended up playing out, was like all this talk about Elliot playing Achilles and all that ended up being, wrong. And again, it started this whole conversation about, controversial castings or whatever. I didn't take part in that conversation because I didn't care to. I just wanted the movie to be good, and I wanted the actors in it to do a good job. I had no issue with the Elliot Page casting. I had no issues with the Lupita Nyong'o casting. Please forgive me if I'm saying her last name wrong. I just wanted to see if they would do well in the roles, and I think they both did. And specifically, as we talk about this Elliot Page scene as Sinon, the performance is really good. I mean, really good. I think the earlier scene when Elliot Page's character Sinon is talking to Odysseus on the beach, that one feels a little wooden, like there's not great chemistry. And I think that's on Matt Damon's part too. They both feel a little wooden in that. Like there's not a whole ton of chemistry between the two of them.
I think it's but when you get to as well, I think there's a big
I couldn't quite pinpoint it. I'll have to watch it again to kind of see what felt so off about that scene. It just felt very wooden, like there was a lack of chemistry between the two. But when you get to this scene, I think Elliot Page did a phenomenal job. I think the tone of it was very gritty and very somber, very, very much like a friend betrayed by another, especially a friend who looks so highly up to Odysseus's character and Odysseus as a person. I think it was, I really can't stress enough. It's one of the best scenes in the movie for me. I thought it was incredibly well acted.
I think the whole Hades scene.
I think it's a great scene. From again, as we go on to the speech with Agamemnon, I think is a great scene. Oh my God, Sandy, how do we? Is it true? I was the prophet, the blind prophet. His name was Tiresias. I think his portion of it is very good as well. But in terms of all this, again, the hullabaloo and hoopla over Elliot Page being casted, joke's on you, because the job was very well done. I mean, hats off. Hats off to Elliot Page. Did a great job in that role. And I loved this scene. I thought it was phenomenal.
Yeah, and when like the blackness, I was like, she would make a great like kind of like horror character, kind of like what we got next week, The Ring. I was like, how cool would it be, like that spooky weirdness kind of
the
coming out,
makeup,
like,
the costume of all of them.
Like,
specifically Elliot Page. I thought the makeup and costume for this scene looked great. Like you said, the black eye paint looked awesome. The just like, again, the army of the dead behind them, all that, like behind Sinon and Agamemnon, the way Agamemnon kind of walks through them. I think that all looked great. It's just a really well done scene. So sorry to tell you, if you had a huge issue with this casting, you're going to have a tough time reconciling the fact that it's one of the best scenes in the movies. Because I like I said, I had no issue with it. I never cared. It's wanted them
to best dialogue. Because I must say, with Agamemnon, I liked his approach. I just think his dialogue was a bit wooden, and I think that's down to the delivery as well by the actor. I think so
that was it's the actor / director, I believe, who played him, Benny Safdie. I think I got his name right, something like that. He's done a few movies. Actually, he's done one with Robert Pattinson before. That was pretty good. I don't love him as an actor. I've seen him in a few things. It's okay, but I think Elliot Page stole the scene in this between Matt Damon and Safdie's character. Safdie playing Agamemnon. If I'm saying his name right too. Again, forgive me. I'm not always great with name pronunciations.
No, you got that one right.
But I do believe that Elliot steals the scene of all the actors in this. I think it was great.
So I apologize if you were talking about the character while I was dealing with the wrath of the gods here in Maryland.
Zeus.
Zeus is I've angered Zeus. Agamemnon overall, right? The costume, the weird helm, it's making him out to be this larger than life character, and then we don't get any of him other than this imposing, allegedly or attemptedly imposing figure. I thought that was a waste too. Like, I thought Agamemnon was just a complete waste of a costume.
He's not in the Odyssey.
He's not in the Odyssey. I know.
He's gone back home. It's in not Virgil's thing. It's before that. One of the other things is how did he die? And that's the thing. So if you go by Homer, you just know he got home. So he's not in it. So you've kind of got that. They've introduced this play on it. And I think they did it is to give Odysseus a bit of grief of what he did. Look what he did with the horse. By his trick, all these people died. And that's the grief of like, I had to sacrifice. Service. They did. They make it out that there is a big service point because he even says, you were my best general at this point. And then he tells him what actually happened to you. How did you die? Well, yeah, not in the greatest way. Yeah, they're lit down with Agamemnon. I must say, it's one of my weak things is with the costume design. It's like, we get it with the sacking of Troy. They did a Star Wars. Come on. They opened up the gates and you stand there and like Darth Vader.
It was definitely with the all black too. It was definitely trying to do kind of a Darth Vader thing. And for me, I actually thought the armor looked cool. Don't get me wrong. Again, historical accuracy. I don't know. I thought it looked cool. For me, the issue was it felt like when he finally spoke, the voice didn't match the physical intimidation that they were going for. Costume. Like, I wish they just did almost like they did in Star Wars.
James Earl Jones.
Yeah, put James Earl Jones' voice in there because it matches that intimidation factor.
In Troy, what's his name? The British actor.
God, why can't I think of his name now?
He's
in The Ring. Brian Cox.
Yes. Brian Cox with that gravelly voice, but he's very classical.
I'm seeing him in the theater in 5 weeks.
There you go.
Loud and powerful voice. Like this,
it's just you need
the voice didn't match the look.
Yeah, my voice commands you, not hello. How are you?
Hey, bud. How you been?
It would have been funny, me and Mr. Bean just hello. But yeah,
but overall,
was a big letdown.
I think the scene plays out well. Very well.
I get this. I get the scene. I must say, Agamemnon. I don't like the armor. I must say, it did look like.
Oh, see, I liked it. I thought it was cool.
It looks cool. It does look cool. It's not in the right scene. It's
it's definitely not. And I could tell it wasn't historically accurate, but I was like, it does look badass.
It doesn't have to be how accurate. It just needs to look correct. I suppose you want to call it, because how he's got his faceplate away from him, he's going to get killed like straight away with it. Like there's nothing to deflect off everything, and it's so big and it's so menacing, and they're trying to make that like look at the leader, and I think that was a very a costume choice they signed off, because if you look at like just go by the costume design, we've got like the Odysseus men. Yeah, they're not right. I get that, but I'm on part. I don't mind it. It's very
they
more
look
Roman,
of the time
they're
enough.
Greek, but they look. Yeah, you can go by. Okay, we can get that. The Greek when they come through, the rest of them, they look like they're cosplaying. It's really bad. And then you've got the Trojans with that white armor thing with the V bit. I think that is atrocious. I don't get that, especially when we all praised the Trojan army, what they look like in Troy, and and the color difference you can each do. This one where they went, let's have them in white, or that cream pastel color. It was a bit odd. So like you got that, and then you've got this larger than life. He's supposed to be 8 foot in the air or whatever, but with everything, Agamemnon. I get what they were going for. But you need either a brute to play it with, I'm Agamemnon, like that. You're like, oh god, I'm gonna smash you with my hands. If you're gonna make him big and grand, make him big and grand. Make him look like a Conan figure or something like that. The
problem with it is too, the way they did it was they have him silent every time you see him until this scene. So like, it almost felt like it was a big build up to hear him finally speak. And then it was a letdown because the speech was just so not fitting of
and the
what they were
dialogue was
building.
awful. It was just like, oh, you're not commanding me at all. You need to be. This is what happened to me. Like I might be dead, but I still own you. That kind of moment. It just didn't.
So, and a quick thing, just because I see one of Daryl's comments in the chat, I just want to clarify what we meant. I see he says, it's all Odysseus' fault. We didn't mean it was Odysseus' fault that everybody's there. It's essentially how they play it in the movie is. Like Agamemnon doesn't try to shift the blame for all these soldiers having died and all them being in Hades to Odysseus. He's really just warning Odysseus of how to travel back home. He's basically giving him a warning of the story of what happened to him when he returned home from his wife killing him and all that. And basically says, don't just walk through the front door thinking you're going to get, this big parade. Like, be weary on your trip home. Like, lot has changed. You have no idea what's changed. And snakes are, in the grass, so to speak. That's his message. The message from Sinon and the other, soldiers who are down there is more the idea of these are the soldiers who never got the proper burial that they earned as soldiers and servants to Odysseus's crew in the whole war on Troy. Their issue is, and some of these are the ones that died, in this trip home. I'm sure maybe some might have had to do with the war, but I think the way the story's telling it is that it's all the ones that died so far in his trip back that's caused all this chaos and death. They like the Cyclops soldiers who died to the hands of the Cyclops, Polyphemus, for example, or Polyphemus. They are all there who never got, and he even makes a point saying that we don't have the time to give him a proper burial. The proper respect we'll show them is by escaping the Cyclops. So he never gives them the burial they want. So they're kind of wandering the underworld aimlessly in search of that burial. So I believe he makes a promise to Sinon that he'll travel west to the lands. And I know he mentions it later on, but I think initially he says it first to Sinon that he will make a trip west to some lands that he'll be able to then give them the respect to give them the proper burial that they deserve. And all that. That's the fault that he assumes in this scene.
When he has to leave the bodies behind, he's like, we haven't got time. We need to leave them. We're first of all, doesn't he? And then he says it to Sinon, and then Sinon goes, but you also need to put Robert Pattinson's character, I can't wait to forget his name, back into him, the guilt, not the guilt, the
shame,
that's it, the shame, ding, right. Back into him, and then he gives him like the kind of drafting token.
Like the stick or something.
Yeah.
But that's the fault that Odysseus assumes here, not the general fault of like all the death from the Trojan War. That's still on Agamemnon. Agamemnon just warns him about be careful how you go back home.
Yeah. So we get that, and then of course I'm guessing because they're the dead, they turn on him. It's like your time's up, and they all just run at him. Then I like that scene. It's like, get out of here, run!
Well, and I'm sure they're still pretty. Pissed off too, because they haven't, unlike Sinon and Agamemnon, they haven't all had the chance to speak to him and air their grievances. Well, in Sinon's case, air some grievances about how it all went down. So they're just kind of pissed off, like, dude, you left us behind. Like, you let us get killed, or you led us to getting killed, I should say, because again, he leads them directly into the cave and some of these other situations with the giants and all that. He kind of leads them directly into it, gets them all killed, and then just hightails it out of there so he can make it out of there. So I'm sure in their minds is a lot of anger that not only did you get me killed, you didn't give me the respect of a proper burial.
Yeah. Now, I've got this picture up because I think we've kind of skipped over it because it's skippable. Is Zendaya, as we've had it throughout the bits of his vision of Athena. What we get later that we know it's Athena.
We figure out why she's the vision. Yeah.
But we kind of just get this. Now it's where it's not chronological, and she turns up, and then not much interaction except for, why are you here? What are you doing? Kind of like, and then disappears, and then it's not next. There's not much, I suppose, wisdom if you're going to play it.
Yeah. And I think it's because...
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, at least for me, I think you kind of figured out kind of quickly that it's in his mind.
Mm-hmm.
So she's not like, maybe in the vision, he's hoping that she's going to say something hopeful or helpful or encouraging, and she doesn't. No. But maybe it's because he feels like he doesn't deserve it. And in a way, she's haunting him. And she's haunting him because of the thing we find out happened in Troy.
Yeah.
But and again, honestly, I think he speaks to her more than she speaks to him.
Yes.
A lot of it is him questioning the gods. Why do the gods speak in such ways that we can't understand? Things like that. It's a lot of just essentially an existential little crisis he's got going on inside him. And she's just the kind of physical embodiment of how he's visioning. Is it Athena, right? That's who this is?
Yeah.
Sometimes Athena. I get a little... It's with Aphrodite and Athena. I know they're complete opposites, but their names, I always mix up their names.
And there's another A, isn't there?
Yeah, it's the A's. That's what gets me every time. I always mix them up just because of the A's. But this is just his kind of visual representation of Athena. She's not actually Athena, but we'll get to that a little later on.
Yeah, it's a thing. But yeah, we get... I would say she comes in so erratic, not really... something you need to talk about, except for that bit at the end we'll get to. But yeah, it's an erratic come in, come out, go, bum, done. But yeah, so we leave Hades, and then we get the warning about the whirlpool, and also I always forget their names. The whirlpool is called
Scylla
and Charybdis. Charybdis is the whirlpool. Scylla is the monster, and although I have. I'm trying to be extraordinarily fair in my criticism of this film. This is my biggest disappointment visually. I felt like that whirlpool wasn't much, even in IMAX.
It looked like in the trailer it was going to be, though.
And I wanted more from Scylla as well. I mean, it was just
Scylla
fast. It was just
Scylla was a bit of a letdown visually. I don't know what they were going for. Like, where was the heads of the monster? It just looked like, you know what it looked like? A little bit actually, Sandy. I didn't even think of that.
I mean,
to me, the first thing I thought of was I don't know how much of Stranger Things you guys have watched, but it kind of looked like the Mind Flayer in Stranger Things, just like these tentacle things coming. Like, I didn't see.
But it was like a gray little slug.
Just like a gray rock color. I think Rocky's a much better comparison, honestly. Yeah. It just looked like these tentacles kind of coming out of the rocks that had a very bland color to it that just didn't look very good.
No, I was expecting like a dragon's head.
Yeah, dragon's head. I was almost expecting kind of like a Hydra looking thing, like some dragon's heads.
Exactly,
at least like
really epic,
definable teeth and jaws and eyes and mouth. Like, at least that I could see, like, those are heads grabbing these, like biting and grabbing these guys. It just looked like this tentacle monster just kind of sticking out a tentacle and grabbing these guys and going back to the rock. And it was just so quick, and just like like you blink and you missed it. It was. I agree. This was a little bit of a letdown for me.
And they managed to do it without damaging the ship. like there's no.
Oh, I actually didn't even.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
they
that.
took
Didn't
more
take the
damage
mask
just trying to
off,
avoid
no.
the whirlpool. I guess
And I was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, "Yeah, it was such a letdown." I think it's,
it was a
I'm
bit
right
of a
with Sandy.
letdown.
It was such a I was expecting something really good. You've got
Just like
that,
a bigger
like,
battle with Scylla or something. Like I don't know, something.
Jason the Argonauts, when they're going through like the main trunks and you have all the stones
yeah.
coming down on that, and you've got that, like, at least have it like the like something falling down the cliff face and then them being nervous and then it being released, and then you get something grand. If like the first one just eats it up whole, and then you don't have to show, you just showed everybody else being eaten. But it was just like a grey blob of a slug face. Like there was no, you didn't really see the teeth or anything. You didn't.
Yeah,
see
you
the
couldn't
eyes,
make
just
out
like,
eyes,
no.
teeth, jaw, nothing. It just looked,
No.
again, I can't stress enough. To me, I have to watch it again to see, or pause it on a trailer
Pause
if it's
it,
in
yeah.
there, just so I can try to make out what it was, because it just looked like finger styled tentacles just coming in, grabbing them and moving back. Like
Just
it just happened so
growing out
fast
of the
too that
rock,
it was hard to tell anything.
Yeah.
Like again, knew what it was supposed to be. It just missed the mark in terms of design for the monster. And I
But
will
it's
say,
like-
I don't know if I said this earlier, but the other design that I didn't love was the Cyclops. The look of the
No,
Cyclops
yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
like either.
No. The
So
side
it was
eye and the nose to the
yeah,
side,
twisted up like that. It was just odd. So the Cyclops, the visual design of the Cyclops, I like the scene, just the visual design of the Cyclops and the visual design of Scylla left a lot to be desired for me. I didn't think they looked all that
No.
great.
It was a letdown because this scene it's supposed to be like tension, a gripping
peril,
and it's,
like
Yeah, and
totally
it's just
peril.
over in a blink.
Yeah.
Like I wanted more action in it. Not even in the sense of them fighting back, just more.
well, you could have
Show
one
me
get a
more
try
terror.
and get a sword
Yeah,
off.
at
a
least,
spear
at least a
out.
sword
At
swipe
least
or
you
something would have
do
been nice. But
something.
show me more terror, more action of what Scylla's doing to this boat to get these 6 crew
Yeah.
members off of it. Like, I'm not even saying like, oh, I needed Superman to fly in and beat up Scylla. Like, no, I just wanted even seeing more of the action of Scylla attacking them. Just something. It was like if you blinked, you would have missed this part, which was a bit of a letdown.
It was like, and it was because like they have their 6, don't they? And then it's just like, and off we go.
Yeah,
No,
at least
like,
let me know
nothing's
that like
happened,
I
you're
couldn't even pay attention to the counting of the 6 crew members. It just felt like I couldn't even tell how many got picked off by
Like,
It was
Scylla.
all
like-
at the same time.
Yeah, it was
They're
just
gone.
like whoop whoop whoop
Yeah, but
done.
they
Could
don't
have
Like,
know
done
they're
whoa.
one at a
6.
time.
He knows there's 6. There's gonna be 6. They don't know that, and literally you're gonna crap yourself and like I could be next. You get
Right.
out of here as quickly as we can.
Yeah,
And
show
it's
me
just
some of them
afterwards,
dodging, dodging some of the attempted grabs, but Scylla's still getting
literally
them.
give
It's
me
like
like
something.
somebody throwing like just an arrow shot.
Yeah, something,
Give me
something.
And it just
Something
like
from like one of those orca sharky movie. Like, give me something under the ship that is reaching in and grabbing one at a time.
Yeah.
The pair, because the phrase, although it's not very common, but it is a literary phrase. I'm caught between the Scylla and Charybdis, meaning I'm in an impossible situation. There's something horrible on this side. There's something horrible on this side. Which way do I go? I mean, it's even in a song by the Police. I think it's Wrapped Around Your Finger when Sting says, I'm caught between the Scylla and Charybdis. And it's supposed to be this ultimate peril. In the late 70s, there was a cartoon that I would catch on Saturday mornings called Valley of the Dinosaurs. You're all too young for this, but the family is transported back in time because they're out rafting and they get sucked into a whirlpool. And as a kid, that stuck with me. Like, I was terrified. And here, growing up in Baltimore on the water, I was terrified there was going to be a whirlpool somewhere. And that opening to that cartoon was more perilous than this whirlpool in this. I don't know. There were a whole host of different ways it could have been done. Would it have meant a 4-hour film? I think for what was cut out, what was left still had to be rushed a little bit. So I understand the constraint there, but this was a scene I was looking forward to. I was looking forward to this being the jump scare scene with a tentacle coming over the boat and and maybe the boat's starting to fall into the whirlpool, just something.
They could have been like another, like they say, like a tentacle holding it, and once it had
Yeah.
its sixth fill, then it releases the boat. But it
Yeah.
was still moving. It's just like it was, yeah.
Or
it-
Give me
even
the
to your
Kraken
point,
any day.
Sandy. Yeah, I was gonna say something like the Kraken, like that kind of idea of like,
yeah,
you
Holding
almost
on.
don't even see it. Like you said, something comes up the side of the tentacle, comes up the side of the boat. Well, I guess it really should have been a head, not really a tentacle, but the fact that it looked like
Yeah.
a tentacle, we'll just call it that. A tentacle comes up the side of the boat, snatches one real quick, but we don't even really see it. We just see the body go flying off of it. And then the camera pans over that way. And then another one goes missing on the front side of the boat. And then all of a sudden, Scylla emerges from the rocks or the water underneath. And you've got this big moment of, oh, that's what's doing, like something to build that
Yeah.
tension. And then a big payoff of that's Scylla. Yeah.
Do you know what would have been
it unfortunately fell flat.
Is if it was at night and they had loads of lightning to show the whirlpool.
Oh,
so
yeah,
you
that
can
could have
just
been
see
cool.
it
Just
and lighten.
flashes.
And then you have to go into pitch black alley, and then
And then you're
it's
getting
dark.
that one pulled off,
Yeah,
and then the
so
other
it's
pulled
it's
off,
really
and
bright.
then
It's the only
boom, there
one
it
bit.
is.
Yeah, he's got a bright bit to show the whirlpool.
make a whole
that you're
film out
forgetting
of
about
this scene.
danger.
And that's one
could do.
thing. That's one thing I actually was going to say too. Is earlier I had mentioned that some scenes do kind of. Oh, I think my son's crying right now. I think it's nap time, and he's not too happy. No, not nap time.
know,
I'm actually
I
getting
know,
close
I-
to bed. God, I didn't know what time it was. But it's my wife's got him. He's all set.
Screeching like that
Yeah.
the kid. Does he have his armor on? Screeching
Sometimes,
like
sometimes even when he just is going up there to get a diaper change, he thinks it's bedtime, so he gets all worked up. It's like, no, you're just getting your diaper change. You're fine. But earlier when I was like, oh, some scenes do have that vibrant blue of the ocean. This was actually one of them that I was like, oh, the ocean looks a lot more blue here. I like how the visuals of this area, and then it just let me down with the visuals of Charybdis and Scylla instead.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh man, you almost
But that's it.
almost got
they
it all together
concentrate-
for a shot there.
Yeah, but they concentrated on let's see the whirlpool, and then him just going, we just turn, and they turn really easy away from the whirlpool, like
Yeah,
put
very-
the oars down
yeah.
and just like
A couple oars break, but I mean, you would have
yeah.
expected a little bit more fight
and then
than
they
that.
go into the passageways. You're like, no, there needed to be. Oh crap! What do we do? And there was there was no. It's bad directing, to be honest, and like just not to give it the tension and making the crew like it just feel peril of like how do we survive that? We need to go that way. And like that, but look at the even that they know there's the underlining rock formation like that. We could rip up our boat. There's nothing. It's just like, oh, let's go that way. And then it's so bad. This has to be as Sandy said, it's such a letdown because it's they built it up because of the warning as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, there can be warning. You got to choose the crew. You will die. Everybody will die, or 6 will die.
This to me was the first real letdown of the encounters with mythological monsters or whatever you want to call them, mythological beings. This was the first one where I was like, ooh, that one let me down.
Except for
That
the
kind
look
of
the Cyclops. I don't like the look, but
yeah, and I didn't love the look, but I
it
thought
is.
the scene played out perfectly fine. So like again, even with the getting rid of the nobody thing, I thought the scene played out still pretty well. I just didn't like the look of the eye and the nose all twisted up. But this was the first one where, in terms of the way the scene plays out too, where I was like, I didn't love that. That was a little too quick, a little too rushed, and I just didn't love the visual design of Scylla at all.
Yeah, and that's it. But yeah, we get that, and then he's number 2's pissed off, but they just can't. Okay, I'm pissed off. And it was even like he said, like, I knew if I said go to the whirlpool, you would do the opposite. Like, really?
That I didn't like either. I'm like, did
I
you
didn't like
really know they do the
Just-
opposite?
yeah,
I didn't
and I
love
was
that
like,
either.
no,
See, and this
it's
is
like-
where I feel like they tried to lean into his cleverness, but at the wrong times in the wrong ways, and didn't
Yeah.
lean into it in the ways that they should have and could have.
No, it's not. You're being not clever.
Like,
just being.
that's not clever. That would be a weird call to hope to
Yeah.
God that they ignore
Whoa.
you, because
Yeah.
if they happen to be loyal and listen to you, you're all screwed. So
Yeah.
that wasn't the time to try to be clever, in my opinion. I don't know how that's written in the book. Maybe I've got it wrong and that's similar. But
No, it's
I
not. It's
didn't.
completely different.
I did not like
He's
that
clever.
change. I didn't think that was him showing any cleverness at all.
But yeah, but to put it, so I think with this thing we have to go with Calypso, because at this point we are going back and forth with Calypso. But I think we're talking about Calypso scenes as one entity, because I think
I think you can. I think you can at the end,
think-
because
yeah.
she doesn't have a huge impact until it all kind of comes to an end for them.
Yeah, but we get after that we then get that back to the suitors really with what is Robert Pattinson's character's name? I always forget. I know he's a minor
it's
character.
slipping my mind.
Why
Let me
am I
look it
not
up.
He's
thinking
so
of the
minor.
character?
He has got a character's name, but he's minor. He's such like he gets mentioned, but he's still minor. He's, he's just he's an arsehole character. But he's got the plan as because he's found out that he's pissed off that Tom Holland's character, and I tend to what's his name? Telemachus character. I'm gonna call him Tom Holland or Spider-Man. Is coming back. He's got to come back, but we know he's got to go through a certain route that takes him to a temple, and he's going to do an offer. Like he would have to go to an offering. So I want to cut off his nose, give back his nose. But how are you going to see him for his nose and his ears?
I don't understand that at all. Why don't you just kill him? What is the
it is right, but how they did it is wrong. It's the disfigurement of like what Achilles was going to do to Hector.
Tongue, eyes, and ears.
Yes, exactly the same. In other words, he wanted to do like a stupid fool in Hades, running around without eyes.
Okay,
ears,
I gotcha.
But how they did it.
Sorry, guys. I will be right back. I'm just going to see if my wife needs a hand real quick.
That's fine. But how they played it in this, it just looks like he's a bit. Give me his nose. I'll find him out his nose.
Like he's
and his ears.
Yeah, he's trying to make a point that he doesn't know he's making.
No, it is supposed to be a very cruel thing that they did. Is like I will disfigure you after death, so you will go to your ever-ending life will be like that.
Okay.
It's not played very well, and then I hate to say it, the mercenaries or these little brigands or whatever you want to call them to do it, they don't really play the part. Yeah,
they don't dress up as priests or whatever.
Yeah, they don't play it very well, I don't think. And then of course we get a bit of back and forth, but we get to this bit, and we got Mentor, who's there with him, and they go in to make their offering and spend the night at Athena's temple. But they've already got there before him. These kind of nobody's mercenaries, so they must have prayed off some priests to get whatever. We don't know. They're just there, and they have goblets of poison. Really, not fire. Goblets of poison. And Mentor takes his, but whilst that's happening, is we've got Odysseus. Now we're going to go back to say stress. We're going to go back to Calypso's part, but lo and behold, Odysseus turns up at the exact same place at the exact same time to stop him and save his son, who he doesn't
told by the blind.
Yes,
John Leguizamo character told him that he was going there, so that's why he was able to. It wasn't just coincidental.
Perfectly timed. It's like, but it's not in the book, so it's very much to get that first interaction between them at a place. Yeah, it's like, okay, you can understand that he wouldn't recognize his dad. He was like what, 4 or 5 when I think we first
he
see
definitely
him.
wouldn't.
So he wouldn't recognize him. He goes off and he tells him the story of of Odysseus, and then they get back to Ithaca, and then they start their kind of journey home on that. But then what we haven't spoken about in all this is the Calypso, a period of time of that has happened, and this is why we have to do it as one chat, is because it happens and then they break up. It's literally every probably 5-10 minutes we're going back to Calypso and the talking, because the derivative of how they portray this is he is telling his own history of what's happened to him from talking to Calypso. So Calypso's asking him every day, what's happened? Tell me your story. She's interested in the story. So he's remembering the story because she is been feeding him the lotus flower. And then she gets to a point in this where she stops feeding him so much and then feeding it. The reason apparently she fed him so much is because once his crew gets killed at the final kind of storm by Poseidon, and they get separated, his ship is gone, and then he's injured, and the only way to cure him is to cure the body first, not the mind. That's how they do it in this. So she gives him the lotus flower, but for 7 years. So he's going
because
older.
she's
He's
in
like,
love with him, right? And then she doesn't
Yeah.
want him to leave.
Yeah.
But the men are dead because they ate Apollo's.
Oh yes,
Oh,
we
yes, we
haven't
missed
we,
that.
we
Cattle,
missed
right?
that. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that the last few men that were left, he told them the prophecy. He told them that if you touch, I think it is Apollo, if you touch
yeah,
Apollo's
We're going to
herd,
Apollo's.
So
Yeah.
You're going to die.
I was what I thought it was Helios. Is Helios and Apollo just two different names for the same person, or are they two different gods? Because I thought it was
I
the
think
island of Helios.
Well, I
Helios,
don't.
is that
I
the
don't
Roman?
know. Helios
okay, yeah.
means
I
sun,
always
and
get
Apollo is the
confused.
sun god. So
It might be the Roman
Helios.
version of it. Helios might be the Roman way of saying it.
I always get
is
confused
it
on that.
Is
Or
Helios
there
Apollo?
are
No,
there are
they
two
are
like,
different.
Okay.
Okay.
Then.
They are different. Okay, because I thought it
Helios
was
is
Helios.
type.
Helios is
Island
cattle.
maybe is Apollo's
and
herd.
his island. I don't know. I get confused
always
on
knew
that
it was
one a lot.
Apollo's
Either
herd.
way, either
Yeah.
way, they don't. He tells them clearly. He says, "You eat this cattle, you're going to be killed."
Gonna die.
And then they just decide, well, I'd rather, I'm
They
going
try
to
and
die, I'm
hide.
going to starve, or I'm going to be killed by the gods. I'd rather eat. And they eat.
Yeah, again, it doesn't explain. It's a bit of a meh because they go into a ditch and they're eating the herd.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
So
that's why I completely-
they, because he knows after they get past Scylla, he knows what island they're headed for, and he tells them basically, if we go there, you're all going to die because the blind prophet from Hades, I keep forgetting his name, Tiresias. He warned, I believe it's him that warns him of it, and says essentially, you can go to the island, do not eat the cattle, because if you harm those cattle in any way, you'll deal with the wrath of the gods, essentially. And at first, Odysseus tells them, no, we're not going to go there because of this. And he tells them what else Tiresias tells him, because the guy, his kind of main ship hand there, or crewmate or captain, whatever he is in the ranks, his main guy there asks him, like, what else did he tell you? Like, you knew this was going to happen. The 6 of us would die with Scylla. So what else is going to happen? What else did Tiresias tell you? That's when he tells them that. They go there, and he says, I think the captain guy there says, we'll go and we'll just eat our rations. We just need a place to land. We'll pick fruits. We'll pick whatever. We won't touch the cattle. But then the wind keeps them there for, I think, about a month or so, at least in this telling.
Keeps blowing toward the island. Yep.
Right. So it keeps them there essentially for a month. And at that point, they run out of rations. They starve. And then that's when they decide at night to quietly, slaughter the cattle and then cook them and eat them and all that. And Odysseus finds them eating it. And that's when he's like, I was trying to protect you guys from yourself, all that, blah, blah, blah. And the reason I wanted to explain all that, because we could have, I think it's, again, well done scene. It's not the most, entertaining in terms of all these stops that entertaining or action filled in terms of all the stops that they've taken on this journey. But the reason I wanted to bring it up is because my word is the scene that follows so essentially after they eat the cattle, they're like, well, let's get the hell out of here before the gods do curse us or harm us, because the winds have finally died down. And the winds dying down was really just a trap to get them out to sea so that Poseidon and Zeus could actually punish them for their, I think specifically Zeus, I could be wrong, could punish them for what they did to the cattle. Again, long story short, the reason I bring it up is because this scene when the storm at sea was the one that completely disoriented me in the theater. The flashing lights was hey Abe.
Thank you, Abe.
The flashing lights meant to represent the lightning and all that, and the sound in this scene was so overwhelming and overstimulating. It literally was disorienting. This was another point where I had to literally block my ears.
I think I closed my eyes.
We skipped over the sirens. I just realized that when I said block my ears. I think we skipped over the sirens a while back.
We
have. Yeah. Say it's so jumpy.
Yeah, it's that non-linear. I'm telling you, it's hard to recap a non-linear story. But I had to plug my ears and literally very often look away from the screen. At one point, I had to shut my eyes because the flashing was so bright that it was literally shining through my closed eyelids. It was crazy. I don't know what made him think this would go over well with. I get what he was going for. You want to feel like you're on the ship with them. I didn't need it. I did not need to feel like I was on the ship with them. I could have just watched them be on the ship and not have my eyes and ears assaulted by the visuals and sounds of this scene.
Yeah, you didn't know what to do. You're like,
it was too much. It was way too much. I've never experienced that in a movie before. It was horrible. But yeah, that was the choice. And then again, the crew all dies, and Odysseus is the only one that makes it out of it.
Now,
and that's how he washes up on Calypso's shore.
Can I just break for 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like the English are going to get their revenge on Argentina. Argentina 17, England 31, not long to go.
There you go.
So we're going to get a revenge in Argentina against the RGs. And also England are beating France in the third place one.
In the third place.
That's still cool.
Awesome.
Nobody
that's
cares
still cool. I know, but take a win when you can get it, I guess.
They got, so.
I always feel bad for the players in that game. It's like, how do you muster up the just drive to play in that one after 2 crushing losses for France and England? Like, how do you even get up to play that game? That's got to be a tough one. But God bless them. They still go out there and do it.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, but the money, it's all about the money. They get
that's fair too. I guess that's enough incentive, right?
The Federation gets like another 50 million or something if they finish third.
Okay, hey, fair enough. That's a good motivation.
Yeah, that's it. Give it all to Cape Verde. That's all I say.
Yeah, I agree.
But so we get that. Yeah, we did jump over that, and we go back to Calypso, but we did jump over the Sirens.
The Sirens.
Now, the Sirens is a very important part in the book. Again, did you put it in there and skip it, like do it so quickly? Is because people have heard of them? That is a very quick one, and you have like the wax bit, and he knows about the because he gets the warning about if anybody listens to it. He goes, I'll do the wax, and then he decides to tie himself to the
mast.
Oh, mast. Yeah, to listen to it, and then they skip over what happens after, and then they just sail away, and that's it. And you get one sailor takes it out, and then jumps in and goes away. It's just a quick scene. Like, I like it how. From the point of view where it's all quiet and you don't know what's going on. You just hear like what you would get if your wax is in. I think that's quite good. But again, it's over like that, and it's just gone.
It's too quick, and I think one of the problems with it is, again, this kind of ties back to my issue with removing the nobody portion of the Polyphemus section. Is that what's more important to me about the nobody portion is the arrogance in saying, no, it's Odysseus. I'm Odysseus who did that. I think how arrogant Odysseus can be as a character is a bit lost in this, which makes the need to be the first man to hear the sirens and live seem odd. Like, he's not a very arrogant or seemingly super prideful person in the sense of like, in this telling of it, that it makes sense that he would want to be the first man to hear it and live. Like, so it just seems odd. It's like, why would you do that to yourself? Again, I know at least enough about the story to know what really goes on there, or at least something of what really goes on there. So I know the arrogance in him. I know that drive to kind of, at least I understand some of what his drive is to want to be this highly well-known legendary warrior. Like, I get all that. And also smartest man, cleverest man, all that. I get all that. But in this context of the way they tell this story, it seems odd that he'd just randomly want to be the first man to hear them and live without that kind of, again, those little breadcrumbs of showing that, he's a good guy, he's a family guy, but he is also an arrogant guy too. And like that, I think, is missing from this. And then they kind of randomly drop it in there. And it almost seems like, well, why would you purposely put yourself to that for no reason?
Well, the director's here. So.
Oh, hey, Chris, big fan.
No, I thought on this, when like you can see him start going a bit like struggling to control himself, like, and he was shouting and he was going mad, and you can't hear it, but you can see the visualization. I really thought they were going to go to he's of what he's shouting is he can see the sirens dying. And I was like, that would have been really cool.
Would have been interesting.
Yeah, really good. Is like, no, plug my ears. Because when he's going past them, because they start to die, because nobody can survive the sirens call. If they do, they die. I thought that's what they were about to do, but they didn't. And they just like literally, and then they go out of time, take it out and goes, and then they ask, what was it like? What did you hear? And he can't explain it. He's like, I can't explain what I just did here. So
I will say, in terms of the speed in which this scene's over with, because it is, again, another fast one. If there was one you were going to do fast, I think this is the one you could, because I think the Sirens are the most, and this could be my just my opinion, but I feel like they're one of the most well-known portions of this story.
Yes, but you can make it
in
more
the sense that,
like
no, I don't disagree.
If you could, your only path is through the Sirens, but it's a dangerous path, so you have to do it slow.
Right.
You have to get near the rocks where they can take you. If they, they needed that kind of that moment. You could be lured in at any moment. Like even the guy who jumped in on that is like he's still got to swim away. They're not near no rocks, so they're not navigating through it, because when they do kind of slowly pan out, it looks like they can just go. We just F off.
Yeah, and just kind of get out of hearing range.
Yeah.
No,
I
don't disagree that I wish it was done a little bit more in depth and a little bit, just longer.
Chris is asking, how would you rate this movie?
You got to wait to the end.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
I don't disagree that I personally would have liked it to have been done a little bit more in depth. I just more so mean, if there was one you were going to do quick, I think this would be the one to do it, just because people know it fairly well. I don't think that you had to do it that way. So I could understand doing it a bit quick. I don't like it. I mean, I would have preferred it wasn't, but I get it.
The Sirens. I get that. You can see them, but you can't see them.
Right. I get that, and I get that approach to it. The problem is it just feels like quite a few of these stops with some of these monsters have been too quick. So it kind of seems more just like it was a pacing, not a pacing, more so as a time constraint issue. Which again, I mean, we all knew that would be something of an issue with trying to put, this story into a movie. But for me, the fault of the scene was really the idea of the kind of out of nowhere arrogance that I don't think fit this version of Odysseus. Where, had you maybe left that stuff in with Polyphemus and him finally revealing his name, maybe that arrogance would have conveyed a little bit more, that it would make sense that he wants to be the first man to ever survive hearing the Sirens.
Yeah, that's it.
Otherwise, it just feels like a stupid thing to do. I mean, it's a stupid thing to do even out of arrogance, but at least if you understand the idea of, that pride that he has and that want to be, this legendary person, it at least makes more sense why he would make a stupid decision to try to be the first guy to listen to the Sirens and live.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But yeah, so we skipped over that, but then we get back. Of course, we have to go back, I suppose. So we got the Calypso to get her letting it, not really letting. Does she really in this? Would you portray that she lets him go? I don't think you really do. It's kind of like a mutual agreement.
Because it doesn't even feel like she really keeps him there in this. To be honest with you, it feels like she's just been kind of, trying to help him and then fell in love with him and just okay with letting him essentially drug himself stupid. Like it doesn't feel like she's trapped him and kept him there.
She says, "I feel."
That's fair. It doesn't feel. No, I would agree there. It doesn't really portray that she loved him. But
do you think, like, the thing is, I don't like. I must say the Calypso bit. I don't, because it's supposed to be grand.
It does seem like she cares for him.
She's on a barren island like that, and it's very bright. I must say that. You like from one bit, you're like, oh, getting a bit blinded. But I don't like. To have this as the pivotal point of the 7 years, and it make it about something that didn't happen with the lotus eaters, lotus flowers. I don't get it, because they're not going to portray, as I said, the kind of what happened with the assaults and all that, and then him crying every night, and the manipulation that she gives him, but she's in love with him, and then there's that kind of. Just like that period of time where he doesn't know what to do. It's going to be drawn out. That's kind of like it's one of those ones where you understand it needs to be edited down. You understand that they can't give it 7 years of this, the same days happening kind of over and again, the same situations happening over and over again. So could it been done differently? Could it have been done a bit more grandeur? Because what I'm seeing is he's living off the lotus leaves of 7 years. Okay, then tell me the premise of that. Like they're not even really, like, she very roughly says about the lotus leaves kind of giving like losing your memory, and I needed to do like heal the body before the memory or the mind. It just it's a bit of a miss for me, this whole Calypso thing, because it just felt a bit weak to tell you that they've been there 7 years. That's it. It just felt like, who do we get in the place? Let's get Charles around, and then we're just going to give a little bit of scene in a little beach bit, and then he's going to move on whilst we have these cut back and forth to explain what you've already been seeing. So I found it a bit weak. It needed to be a bit more, that's why you're there. You know, why you wanted to be there for 7 years, because the only thing is, and they introduced the lotus leaves, and it's a bit of a bit of a miss for me, because you could have not edited it, you could have portrayed that story slightly different to explain the 7 years, not just make it that he's forgot for 7 years because he likes eating lotus leaves.
So for me, ultimately, I think the reason they decided to condense the Lotus with Calypso mainly is to be able to tell this story in a non-linear fashion, to be able to tell it through these forgotten memories that he's trying to get back throughout the story. I think that was a big reason probably why they made this change. I also think, because if I recall, and again, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, the Calypso story is generally that he is essentially a captive to her. Like, he doesn't want to be there. She lays with him in bed every night, and he doesn't want to do it. He just wants to go home with Penelope. He goes out and cries to the ocean, I think, nightly or daily because of all this. He gets
1 hour of his mind back, really. The best. In a very simplistic term, he gets 1 hour a day by himself. He goes out to the beach, looks towards Penelope, and cries his eyes out every day for 7 years, and then he's back into the kind of captivity that she's thinking. And it's only after she realizes what he's doing is she realizing he will never lose that love, because she wants him to love him.
Right, because that's what she ultimately wants.
That's it. Yeah.
So I think to kind of change her story a bit to be a little bit more likable, I guess, in terms of the audience, because like as an audience, if you're watching it, you don't necessarily not like Calypso. Like, you do feel like she was. Well, that's the thing. Like, I think they wanted to change it to make her more likable, because she should be detestable essentially, but they wanted it to tell it in a way that makes her character a little bit more likable.
But she's a nymph as well. They don't really come across that. She just seems like a normal person who's got a lotus leaves, and she's got things. But
I guess I'm sure she does come off that way. I just know
she's
not, so maybe I thought differently.
It's either her or
Cersei.
Cersei that can give everlasting life. One of them is a nymph. They got that power, and I can't remember which one it is. But one of them has that power. Calypso should be like a mean, but mean is she doesn't know any better. Right.
Again, it's this idea of the mystical power, the mystical beings not understanding, just looking at the humans as different. Like, they're just play toys to them. They're not at the same level, so they don't understand, essentially, I guess, in times, what the harm that they're doing. I think in general too, I just think they wanted to cut out a lot of the, I don't even want to call that infidelity, because he's essentially, with Cersei, it's essentially cheating in an affair.
Yeah, this is
this is against his will. So like, this isn't the same thing.
Weird. It would have been so weird.
It comes off essentially as like assault. So I think they wanted to just remove that, because it again.
Yeah, but doing it a different way, just do it. It's just just to reach 7 years.
Well, to reach that broader audience, I think they wanted to go that way with it. And I think part of it is they probably didn't want to. I get it not working. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to convince you that it has to work for you.
I think it's weak. But to be honest, if somebody said, how would you do this without telling that nasty story and making it palatable, I'd be like, I don't know. I actually don't know. So maybe this was the.
And I think that's probably where they ended up too, is like, I don't really know how to make this work and like not have it be a pretty horrible part of the story, so that audiences aren't like, what the hell, man? That's awful. So I think they just decided to do that, and I'm okay with that change. And I'm even okay with condensing. I would say I'm okay with it, but it's not something I'd go back and say that was a great change. I even think the idea to change it is probably the right idea, only in the sense of, again, this is a movie. I'm not saying this is me thinking I know better than Homer. I don't think Christopher Nolan thought he knew better than Homer. I think they just had to understand, look, this isn't Homer's writing. This is us trying to put it into a new medium thousands of years later. We kind of have to change this part to make it work for your standard audience. Like, I know it's the Odyssey, but it also can't just be directed for people who are extremely knowledgeable about the Odyssey and Homer's work. It has to work for massive audiences too. So I do think it's a solid enough idea. Maybe I'll put it that way, because I don't want to, be disrespectful to Homer's writings either, but I think it's a solid enough idea with decent enough intentions to make this change, to remove that part of it. I just can't look at it and be like, well, that was the greatest way you could have done it. That really gripped me and was great storytelling.
Our consistency is that in this whole review, they did it because they time constrained themselves.
Yeah, that's fair too. That is fair.
They did, yeah. It's literally they could have done something like, if they, even the 2 movies, you can have more room, you can have more wiggle room. That's it. But
in terms of also just a quick thing too on the lotus leaves, the lotus flower, I think the reason it comes in here is, one, they probably didn't want to remove that from the story entirely because it is fairly decent.
Popular, yeah.
It's like it's
known, isn't it? Yeah.
You had to keep it in there somewhere, and I think they probably felt like this is a good way to kind of bridge the gap. We get to keep the Lotus stuff. We get to kind of ease the Calypso story a little bit, so it's not as harsh as it is and as kind of awful as it is. And we kind of split the difference and get a little bit of the best of both worlds. And it provides us a pretty decent way to do a non-linear storytelling. So that's where my mind goes to why the changes and the choices were made, which I always say, when you adapt things, to me, the big thing is, or when you try to adapt things, obviously things are going to change, things are going to condense. We all know this. It's impossible for the most part to always do page to screen, or, sometimes even video games to screen, whatever it is. When you have a larger medium and you're trying to bring it to a smaller one, in terms of time that you can tell the stories, things are always going to get condensed. Things are always going to change. To me, it's always about, are those changes coming from a good place of artistic vision and really trying to be respectful, but also trying to make it work? Or is it coming from that arrogant place of, I think I can write this better than so-and-so, whoever wrote this beforehand? That to me is always the difference. And for me, I feel like these changes, specifically that one, was one that came from the right place, even if it wasn't the most gripping or the greatest storytelling.
Yeah, fair play. Yeah. So from Calypso, because Calypso's kind of ending now, but we also, what we have to discover is, whilst Calypso is doing the stories, and then of course I say you can't even say it releases him. It's just he just goes. The sacking of Troy. We get the full bit of the sacking of Troy, of the horse being, of course, going in, and then the unveiling, and then from kind of not over the shoulder point of view, I suppose, of Odysseus. That's the only way I can explain it, of the sacking of Troy. A bit of a letdown this one was for me. I don't think it was as grand as Troy. Was it supposed to? No, because you don't want to take it away from him. Did you like it? Did you?
For me, the lighting
part of this
2
film.
seconds.
I mean, the part that just made me annoyed was that frigging gate. How long does it take you to open that gate?
Yeah, that's fair.
To open that small gate of Troy that only had those 2 little bolts to pull back and that piece of wood than it did to open the gates of Mordor. It was quicker to open the gates of Mordor than to open the gate to Troy. I don't know what he was thinking. If you either make it a bigger gate, make it a more imposing wall, or something, but that did not work for me. And boy, did that get on my nerves.
For me, this scene was, and again, with some of the darker lighting scenes, I didn't care for these dark lighting. I guess that's the worst way to put it. These dark lighting scenes, I just didn't care for the way they were shot. It was just too hard to see sometimes. Like way too hard to see.
I agree.
I don't think it was as bad as like Game of Thrones, that episode with the Night King. The one when like nobody could even see what the hell was happening. Like that's the worst case of it I've ever seen. This one was definitely better than that, but that's not a great way to say that it was good lighting either, because it wasn't. I just felt the lighting was a little too dark. You couldn't always tell what was going on. I half wonder if that's why they gave the Trojans such bright white armor, was so that you could differentiate them in these scenes from the Greeks. Again, that's just me kind of wondering. I don't know. But
I
I
must say,
did
when the
not
door
care
did
for the
open
lighting
finally,
in these scenes.
I was expecting dun 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 dun.
Yeah, that it was
Just
very
that,
Darth
oh,
Vader.
that it
It
was.
was very
like,
Darth
what
Vader.
are you doing? Just literally, I was like, that is bad. And he was so they shot it at an angle to do like a Hagrid, so he looked taller. Yeah, as he, I just was like, no. And then it was all dark. Okay, I get that you're trying to not do the Trojan sacking of like that of Troy. Yeah, the only bit that you get from it is the Athena bit with what they've played on it, Zeus's law, that anybody could become a god. So we've got Zendaya playing Athena. That has been a myth. Like, is she or isn't she? You can answer that question yourself by watching the movie. So in this, big spoilers. The only spoiler is they get to the foot of Athena's temple, and they get a young maid. They chop off her head at the same time they chop off Athena's head, and Odysseus is witness to this. And then you get the young girl who's been decapitated is the embodiment of Athena. Is she Athena? Make up your mind, because I think no, it's his own mind playing with his guilt. That's what they wanted to portray.
That's how I thought it was too.
That is not a god. She is literally not. So I think it's that. Because as you said, she doesn't give him any guidance. She doesn't do anything. So yeah.
Well, and I think again, it might be a little bit of Nolan. To be honest, it could have been a little bit of a troll job, a little bit of like, I know there's a lot of you who are going to get all up in arms about this, and you're going to think I'm an idiot and I'm crazy on this. Well, joke will be on you by the time you watch the movie. It could have been a little bit of a troll job. And again, I had no issue with the casting. I personally like Zendaya. I don't think she's the world's greatest actress. I don't think she's awful. I get that people get annoyed. She's kind of feels like she's in everything, but I've seen some things where I think she's good in it. So I don't have an issue with her. And I didn't care. I didn't care about the casting.
Do anything.
So that's my thing with her in this one is for the other two, castings that people found to be controversial. They come in and do good acting, in my opinion. So like, if you have an issue with those castings, that's your prerogative. But I think if you factually look at what they did in the movie, I guess I shouldn't say factually because it's all subjective, but in my opinion, what they did in the movie was good acting, and I thought they did really well in their roles. I think Elliot Page, like we talked about, the Hades scene is one of the best scenes in the whole movie. The Zendaya one, she really doesn't do much in this. Like, I can't really say she was bad acting or good acting because she really didn't have much to do in this. I think how they used her was fine in the sense of just kind of being this visual representation in his mind and just kind of giving him some looks essentially of like sorrow and pain. I think she did fine with it.
So I wouldn't be surprised if this is how it happened. Tom and her, they was like, "Oh, do you want to come to Greece? I'm doing these shots." And then they went,
"Hey, do you have a role for her?
I feel we're going to get a nobody. Do you want to be her? Yeah, why not?"
Yeah,
that's what it felt like. Because
it wouldn't surprise
no real
me.
Powerful lines, nothing. It's
and again, and that's not
it's
even
just like. Oh, okay. It's like you've just got would I call her an A-lister? Probably not. But you just got that star in there, and they do nothing. Literally nothing in the movie, except for the best bit is when she's getting beheaded. Like a bit of acting in that.
Not the best bit in the sense of like her facial expression, her acting. It's pretty good in that moment. She shows somebody scared. Like she does well in that. And that's the thing is you don't mean to say like, oh, she doesn't really do anything in this, as if it's something against her. It's the role. The role doesn't ask her to do anything in this. The role just asks her to kind of be there as this kind of just give some like deeply in thought kind of looks towards Odysseus, and that's really all they ask of her to do. So again, if you were all up in arms about that one, this could just be Nolan being like, hey, I want you guys to get all up in arms because the joke's going to be on you. Maybe a portion of it is that.
I don't know. Like, I would love to know how much you had to pay the cast. Some of them, because I'm like, some of them, you're like, really? You would have paid on A-lister that?
I would bet.
That's like, really?
I would honestly bet.
As a favor, I want to be in the next Nolan movie. I'm going to do him a favor now because he likes using the same cast. So if I
and I think that's probably some of it.
Be the thing. Yeah,
I think it's Nolan. You want me to be in a couple scenes? I'll fly out to wherever you guys are doing. Take a vacation. I'll show up those days. I'll do those scenes. on the house. Just call me for
Yeah.
your next one when you have a bigger role for me.
Because I
That
can't
wouldn't
see
surprise me at all.
Nolan having how much clout he got now. That, as we said, or most of it, and we get to the end of the movie, but with the time of constraints he's had, he's not got enough pull to go, sorry, I want 3 movies. It's like this was not forced upon him, but he was interested in doing it, and then they said, you got 1 movie. And then the time constraints has done it, but then they've gone, but we guarantee you can have the same budget for your next project. That
For your
do whatever you want.
Yeah, your own creative
your own
idea,
little
whatever you want to do.
You're right. No, you don't have to
and
do
I
whatever.
was talking to a friend of mine who also watched this, and I was like, I think he asked the question to me. He was like, I wonder why he didn't do the Iliad first. And I'm like, I'm going to be honest with you. I almost wonder if he picked the Odyssey. One, because he knows Troy's kind of, even though it was over 20 years ago, it's still kind of one of the more prevalent versions of the Iliad in movie form, even, for this generation, at least of movies since 2000. And I wonder if he was almost just like, yeah, honestly, I'll do the Odyssey because I know there's nothing that follows it. And then that way I can work on whatever the hell I want to next, just because because he doesn't do a whole lot of outside of the Dark Knight trilogy, he doesn't do a whole lot of following up on things. Like he kind of does these one-off stories. So I almost wonder if he purposely was like, you want, like, if they might have approached him, like, you want to do the Iliad and the Odyssey? And he was just like, nah, I'll just do the Odyssey. We've already got the Iliad and Troy.
If you do the Iliad, you've got to go weird with the eggs and all that. And we've spoken about that, all the weird god stuff. And then go, I don't want to go that mythological and that fantasy. I want to make it a bit more stern, like this one is, and be more like cut all that out. I can understand somebody going, you know what, this is the easier one to do, even though I'm going to edit the crap out of it.
Right, you're still going to have some of that fantastic and mythological stuff in it, but you can ground it a little bit more like you like to do. And then also, then you kind of get in and out of this story. You don't have to do 2 movies of this, same kind of thing. You get to just do your one because it's the second part of the story, and then you move on. And you probably caught a deal of, we'll give you, if this does well, we'll give you same budget for whatever your next creative original work is. So, I mean, I'm sure a lot of studios would be knocking down his door to let him do whatever the hell he wants, anyways, because Oppenheimer was $1 billion. I mean, you know what I mean? He probably would have had that anyways. So I'm sure a portion of them did truly want to do this story. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he would ever just do anything just because it sets up something else. But I did joke with my friend. I'm like, dude, I think maybe he decided to do the Odyssey and not start at the Iliad just because he didn't really want to do almost essentially kind of a new franchise. He just kind of wanted to take his crack at it, take his crack at Homer's work, and then move on to his next thing.
Yeah, true. Sorry, I'm just going to break in news. England beat the RGs.
There you go. That's something. Hey, that's something.
And also, England at halftime literally are 3-0 up against France.
Okay, there you go. 3-0, huh? Wow.
3-0, yeah. So, yeah. They got Mbappe as well playing, so it's...
they actually... I was curious what the starters would look like for them today.
No,
what about England? Is everybody out there too? Oh, okay, I figured.
No, we've got our B team and a couple, a ones. Yeah, it's like, no, kick it around.
God bless them. Whatever. What are you going to do?
Yeah, that's it. But so we kind of wrapping up now, and we've got now Odysseus going back with his son, and... what is the guy who he's blind now? What is his name? Because
something with a U. God, it's slipping my mind now.
Hang on.
Eumechus? Is it Eumechus?
Eumechus, that's it. Eumechus, who is a bit portrayed slightly different on that. Again, people kicked about the casting. I don't care.
I actually thought he did a good job.
Yeah, I thought John Leguizamo did a good job.
I think he's one of the most stronger.
I thought he did a good job. I'm going to be honest. A lot of I'll say it again, the hoopla and hullabaloo about these castings, I thought they all did good jobs, man. I don't know how else to say it.
Your solo.
I'm sorry so many people. I'm sorry so many people got upset about it in the sense of I think you wasted your time because I think they all did a good job.
Did they change the character? They changed him quite a good bit because we go on to the what should be the massacre. He's pivotal in that. And he is partially, he's old, he's partially blind, but he can kick the crap out of anybody. And that's what.
And they made one comment about that in the beginning, but
that is it. He could still, beat you up. And then of course we get that, and of course we get. I'm going to go into it. The dog.
Argos.
And I forgot, Argos. And I like how nobody's mentioning when they're picking the dog, that first dog is gone.
Flume.
So in the theater, I was like, wait a minute, what? I was not ready for that.
Well, they used to drown them in a bucket too. The ones, the runt of the litter got drowned in a bucket.
Jay just looked at me and went, did he just kill that dog? And I was like, yep, he's gone. And I just like, wait. And I thought he was great. It's just so off the cuff, like, yeah, don't want that one. That's a mutt. And yeah, it was so, yeah. But the dog is, of course, the hunting dog that Odysseus always had when he goes hunting with his special bow, what I'm going to talk about now. And he is the only one who can string the bow. And he always made a doing noise with it in the movie, because he felt it unfair that he was hunting down people that, or whatever, that couldn't hear him. But the dog scene, the dog's growing old. The suitors are beating it up. It's dying, and it's literally hanging on by a thread. They push it outside.
Hanging on by hope.
Patterson.
Hope to see his master.
And it's like the last thing, and then of course they get back, and then when they make the plan for Odysseus to turn back to see the suitors, it's the last moment is they play on a bit of heartstrings of the blatantly with the dog to say goodbye. Is the dog doesn't like anybody except for him and his master, and when he says goodbye, the dog dies. Waits his tail and then dies. Okay. You're playing on that dog man like kind of thing. So I can see people going, oh, that's it. But the next bits we get a little bit different from the book, of course, because we're not really having the gods. Is Athena disguises Odysseus as a beggar, completely manipulates the face. Now, I must say, at the beginning, when we have the I suppose, I don't know what you call him, the guy who's telling the stories, he's doing that. When they first beggar come in, the bard, the first beggar that comes in, I thought that was him. I was like, they've done it, but they don't. They don't do the face change. I thought that was going to be that. So he comes in, and again, it's Tom Holland's character, who, come in, we've got to think. Everybody's like, get them beggars out of here. And it's like, no, you got to, Zeus's law and all that. Law. So they come in and they make a plan to kind of get out of all the weapons out. Everybody got to go after he now I'm hoping it's not. I don't think it's well portrayed. Anne Hathaway as Penelope. I think she plays it. I think she's acting really well, except for this one scene that's coming up. I think her discussions about doing the
shroud,
death robe, the shroud. I think it's good. I think all her interactions. I think she's a really strong actress in this. I think she's playing her lines very well, except for her interactions at this point when Odysseus sits down and she says, I need somebody to go and wash your feet. This is what Odysseus always wanted. And the interaction she has with Odysseus, I think that it's not bad acting. It's just whoever wrote the dialogue for her is terrible. And it's all concentrated on Odysseus, like having a bit more oomph onto it. And I'm hoping that anybody, if your missus or husband or whatever went away for 20 years, you'd be like, you sound bloody familiar, and you walk like my ex-husband. And you got
seriously.
And that's the problem with them having gone away from the full-on disguise. Because doesn't Athena make him look completely different, like an actual beggar?
That's why I said I thought it was the beggar that we first see.
Right.
I was like, they've already done it, but there's no transformation.
And that's kind of the issue with going away from that full-on transformation disguise as a beggar, instead of just kind of putting on beggar's clothes. I thought the same thing. I'm like, I get it. He's been gone for 20 years, but if the dog recognized him, I'd like to think you'd recognize him too. So that was when I was like, I kind of felt similarly, where it's like, I'd like to think she'd probably recognize her own husband's voice.
Yeah.
Mannerisms, something. Even if he was trying to disguise a bit. And I mean, frankly, he really doesn't try to disguise his voice at all in that scene.
No.
So.
They could have done something like, I'll give you a potion to make your voice sound different. Or a leaf or something, like that. Or something to have this and your face would swell up. Like they do in Harry Potter. Like
polyjuice
take this.
potion.
Yeah, the polyjuice.
Yeah, something like that.
And that's kind of the weird line I think Nolan balances in this, where I'm going to do mythology, but I'm not going to do too much mythology. I'm going to give you all the mythological creatures, but I'm not going to give you the gods
Lucy
themselves.
Joy.
And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
kind of where I feel like you kind of really got to go one way or the other. I don't know that you had to
You
split it
just turn
so
somebody, manipulate somebody
strictly.
with their pigs in that one
Right, like
hand.
you
Come
did
on.
that. You've done a Cyclops. You've done a bad-looking Scylla. I think you could have put Athena in there, like actually Athena, not just his envisionment of her. You could have had, you could have had some representation of the gods in a physical form. I don't think you had to avoid it entirely, but that was his choice.
Yeah, so it's we're getting the whirlpool. There we go, a bit of a whirlpool. But yeah, you get that, and then you get the setup of she makes the decision after her son tells her that you've got to pick somebody and we can end this, and she's like, well, I'll burn them all or whatever. But she comes up with a plan: is whoever can string Odysseus's bow and shoots through the axes, I will pick them. And by one, they can't do it until the beggar comes up and goes, I want to give a go. And he struggles at first until he turns hand, she goes off, and then he does the Odysseus things. And that's when everybody realizes, oh, crap. He does the shot. He's Odysseus. And then, of course, they've got no weapons. And then he single-handedly takes on the 50 men, I suppose you want to call it.
Yeah, wee bit unbelievable. And I think where it would have been more believable, because I think the fight went on too long. I think Telemachus needed to be more involved in the fight. But where near the very end, you start to see some of the men take the knee. I think this fight would have been more believable if that would have started happening a little sooner.
Because I agree.
I really, as amazing as Odysseus is, he's still a human. He's a man, and to take on 50 or 60 or however many there are, even if they don't have weapons, they can pick up a table. One of them did break a chair over his back.
Yeah.
They could have thrown things at him. They didn't need their weapons in order to defeat him, given their numbers. I just think they should have shown a little more, of men giving up and, being really like being loyal and just leaving a few to fight. I did not like this fight scene. I did not.
No, I must say it's completely different. Like in the original, it's all three of them, and they get the weapons off them by kind of pickpocketing them, all three of them, and then they, of course, get them pissed. Let's get them all pissed. So they get them pissed, and then I think I said it'll be Red Wedding times 10. Like you're going up to that brutality. And this, I think it's R-rated. Is it?
It's a wasted R.
And in the UK, it's 15. And I was like, when I saw that come up, I was like, there's no way they're going to do the massacre. There's no way. And they didn't. It needed to be bloody. It needed to make you go, oh, because they all go, all the three men, the blind guy and his son, they literally slit throats, get them all out, get the drunks are already like stumbling around, and they literally, you're dead and out, and he just literally massacres everyone. So they don't see it coming. It's literally a surprise after he does the shot, and it's literally whilst he's trying to reload, they're behind slitting all the throats, stabbing him in the back. It's not kind. There's no like, before anything they know him, they've already killed like 20 of them. There's like slit, gone before anybody sees what's coming. In this, they make it a bit too much in trying to make it heroic. I suppose you want it for Odysseus to be like getting injured, coming back on that, but the flight, honorable, but it doesn't make sense.
No.
And they're trying to do by, I think it is in Virgil, is the exile thing, but it's not what the exile thing is in this story. The exile is, the reason is that his son can't get involved is because of the law of Zeus, is if he harms one of them, he will be exiled. So he can't ever take the throne. So he takes it upon himself to be exiled. And I honestly really thought once he kills like Robert Pattinson's character, what it needed to be more brutal. It needed to give him a horrible death.
Yeah.
Like, and then he goes and he's been speared. He's got a couple like arrows in the back, and he goes up. I thought they were going to kill him off. I was going to go. I'm going to walk out if they kill him off.
I thought so too.
I was like, oh my god, they're going to kill him off. That's it. So they don't, fine enough. But then after that, they have a little. I'm back in his arms and he's kind of injured, but I'm like, and then he's telling him we need to go away. That needed to be like, that needed to make you cry, that scene, and it didn't.
No. There wasn't much between them, those two, by the way. There wasn't the chemistry, like, in Troy, there was more chemistry between Hector and Polydora, or whoever his wife is. I forget her name. There was so much chemistry between those two. There was not a lot of chemistry here.
No, it wasn't. But then it was, again, it's let down by just the dialogue. It's like, because it had to be like a romantic. And I think, like Jay said, when they made it modern, I think between them two, they could have made it just them two, like being like a romantic classical couple. Because then they're the ones who are doing the weaker American accents. So I think it could have worked with those. But then, after that, we get... I didn't know in the Bronze Age they did gold, but okay. We get then Tollerman coming up in. Okay, what were they thinking when they like his outfit, like him being crowned as king? It like in that white, like looked like a pillowcase. To be honest,
I was going to say potato sack. Yeah,
I have to see it again because I got so distracted by the headband that I don't even think I looked at the tunic.
The headband is like
pillowcase is
off and all
that.
Yeah, and then of course
I didn't even look at the tunic. I'd have to look at it again.
And then in this one he agrees to get exiled. Well, he exiles himself because of the word of
Zeus's law.
And then and it's like, no. Why? But because they're constrained. Now, if you go by the Homer just kind of ends of him being a great Olympian, kind of in the very
so
layman's term.
I couldn't remember the ending. Can you remind me what the actual ending is? It keeps slipping my mind.
Ends on the massacre. They live happily ever after. They kind of talk about
and he remains king of Ithaca, right?
And he becomes the king of Ithaca. But then to celebrate his comeback, he kind of invents the discus throw. And he becomes this great discus Olympian because of what he did. He got, and I can't remember what god it is, they bestowed on him a gift because he overcome all these challenges and all these things. They gave him an athletical ability to throw faster, run faster. So he kind of did, in a way, the first like Greek Olympian, I suppose, like that. And he did, so he became like do games and all that. Then it's later, so they just live happily ever after. It's later when the Roman vigil changes it slightly, is after so many years, because the gods bestowed these gifts onto Odysseus, but he never answered to his crime. His crime was he blinded Poseidon's son, and he's never answered that. So he's never things. Well, so because of that, they make an agreement in vigils. What I kind of like is your family, all your family will be killed, and Icarus will go because Poseidon thing, or you exile yourself and you're never allowed to come back. And he makes that agreement then to exile himself because of the wrath of Poseidon. Poseidon's about to kill everyone in the well, like in his country, and it's like, no, unless you go, and that's where he exiles. But that's in vigil, like that. So,
well, isn't there something where his son with Circe ends up accidentally killing him? Oh, I could have sworn. I don't know if that's part of Homer's writings or something additional later.
No,
I thought there was something there. I could
just
be
kind
wrong.
of ends really like everything's happy and jolly.
Okay, I thought there was something where his son with Circe ends up looking for him, and he accidentally kills him. I think it's an accident over. Yeah, that's his son with Circe.
His son accidentally kills him.
Yeah, because like mistaken identity or something. Like he doesn't know it's him and kills him with like a poison spear. I want to say. It's been a
people
while since
forget.
I've looked into it.
So like people go like the Iliad and the Odyssey. They're kind of all one big books. Like I think they're classed. Let's go like not going to be very. I'm not a scholar. I'm just going to make it very simple. So if we go 1 to 5 books are the Iliad, then 5 to 10 is the Odyssey. Then you've got another 3 or 4 books that are people who like carried on Homer's writing. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you got Vigil, who then did another 5 books, like what 500,000 years later, and then people. But you're still BC. You're still in, you're in Roman time. So that's what you've got. Then people just going, oh, this is unanswered.
They
Let's
just kept
add to
adding
the
on.
story,
I see,
add
gotcha.
into the story. So you've got that kind of thing. So that's where you've
So
got
Homer kind of ends with the
interpretations.
happy
Kind of
ending.
like fan fiction.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
so that's
yeah,
where the
essentially.
Yeah, so you got like that is where the interpretation later on is where, and I said it. One of the ones. It's not written down in the Iliad. It's with who's the guy who dies? Begins with a P. Who pretends to be Achilles.
Plutarch.
No,
Patroclus.
Achilles, Patroclus, yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
Patroclus.
him in
Thought you meant
Iliad
Olympus.
is like he is his closest confidant, really, and he will never leave his side, and he lays with him. But when they mean lay with you, it just means he's always in the room. It doesn't mean lay with him in the sexual terms. It's later, 1,000 years later, they were like, well, could it be? Because they don't have any lovers, but they're always together. So there's their interpretation later, more in the Roman. That's when they go, oh, they probably were. That's it, because, the Romans do it, the Greeks do it, like that. So there's that interpretation. So there's 2 cultures that kind of amalgamate into each other. So there's different stories. So you take, like, you can take that whatever you want. And what they've done in here, I think they cherry picked a lot of it. They cherry picked bits where fortune favors the brave. That's not from Homer. That's what Odysseus says in this, in one of the things. That's Vigil. That is like literally Roman. That is not Homer. So they've gone source material, but we've gone beep, 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 and disregard. So where do you want to go like that? Because you can't, if you like that source material, what's later, what kind of like delves more into filling the gaps, or do you like the poetry, the world building of Homer? Because it's still poetry. The actual battles, the deaths are poetry. It's only the such and such died of such and such and such and such and such and such. It's very disjointed. But the poetry in the story, because he's telling it from really, again, not point of fact. It's not in the first person. It's still like the third person talking, but Vigil and all the other ones, and Vigil was probably the most famous, that's what I'm saying, is like they kind of, let's do it as a base of a story, and I need to fill in these 50 pages what happened in between there, and that's how we're going to explain it. So you can cherry pick it, but I think when elements where you don't want to cherry pick is the major sources like this, where we got a very important bit, a very iconic bit, and they just skipped right over it. So there's my thing. But the ending for me, I don't mind him exiling. I just think it's a massacre. It's such a letdown. I was waiting for blood and guts. Wanted something going. I wanted that thing. That, like, the choreography is okay, but this just, come on, give me some dismemberment. Like, give me some guts, people. Bleeding, crying out, and
I think
falling off or something like that.
I think that's kind of where I fall on it. Is that I don't think it's a bad fight scene. I think it's it's decent, it's solid, it's fine. But I think because you described it as Red Wedding times 100, I was expecting more. So I felt like I was also a little bit let down because I've never read the true details. I've known of the suitors and how that goes, but I've never read the book, so I don't know how it actually played out with that intensity as you described it. And that's kind of when I was like, oh, that was a little bit of letdown. It wasn't bad. It wasn't as what I thought it was going to be based off the description.
I like Odysseus. I like the arrogance. So Jade, girlfriend, doesn't like Odysseus in the Odyssey. Doesn't like his character. I do. I think he's arrogant enough to be kind of thing. But when it gets to this, he goes full medieval evil. He just goes like blood red. Like that. There's like, oh, you've just literally, he's angry that anybody thinks that they could have Penelope. I'm still alive. And it's all about, she's mine. There's no like ifs abouts it like that. So it's It's literally, I'm killing you all because you looked at my wife. You think you can have my wife? No, you cannot. She's mine for end of time. So it's gone like that. So it was that one. It was again what Sandy said about the whirlpool and the I forgot the monster's name.
Scylla.
That was a letdown. This let me down. Really let me down. It really did, because I was expecting grand again, and you just had. It was nice, but it wasn't. It needed to be lifted. So yeah. So
yeah, fair enough.
But Sandy, I'm guessing we don't have numbers, or do we have pre-numbers?
We've got some numbers. The numbers look pretty good so far.
I do have some notes.
Sorry, Jay. This is going to annoy me. I'm going to have to put you back there. It's just going to freak me out.
Yeah, I didn't even like, as we were to the side there, I didn't even like that I was in the middle, because I'm like, I'm usually on the bottom. This feels weird.
Sometimes you're like, it's not something's not normal. It's something's off.
Yeah, just a few notes. So obviously released in 2026, very loosely based on the Iliad and the Odyssey, written by Homer and Christopher Nolan. Directed by Christopher Nolan, starring all the people we've talked about. Filmed, we just touched on Iceland a bit, but it was filmed in multiple locations: Morocco, Greece, Italy, Iceland, Scotland, and the United States, over 91 days. And actually, when I'm thinking about it, that's actually not a lot of time for,
No.
For this, for a film with so many different scenes and so many different settings. I think it's kind of cool that he did choose to film in so many different places, because I feel like there was a difference from island to island, and there was a difference in Hades and in Ithaca. So I thought that was pretty cool. I think we've all heard about the budget, $250 million plus $125 million for marketing, and according to Google, in order to make a profit on the film, he has to make $700 million on the film. I think he will.
I think he'll make. I don't think he'll hit $1 billion. I think it'll be 800.
I think
maybe
he will. Yeah,
I could see. Yeah. I could see it making $1 billion. I'm not going to bet that it does. I think it could crack 850 to 900 million. I think.
I don't think it will. I think because a lot of the nuance on the marketing, it's IMAX. You have to watch it in IMAX. I'm not going to, like, from where I am, like, they manipulated the screen to make it fit for IMAX. If you wanted a full IMAX experience, I've got to do 2 hours.
Well, I think something that'll help it is there's not a whole lot on the horizon. I think you've got that Spider-Man movie coming out in a couple weeks, but I think there will be, when it comes to Greek mythology, superheroes, I think there's a big crossover in terms of nerds that like that kind of stuff. So I think a lot of people will see both. And I think a lot of people also will kind of, who are out on Marvel entirely, will probably gravitate towards this a little bit more, because it's just the gravitas of Nolan and his movies. So I think it could make $1 billion. I'm not betting on it. I think 800 million it'll make for sure. I think I settle in somewhere between 850 and maybe just cracking 900 million.
That sounds, probably right. Now I'm going to end the poll. Sandy, you didn't get any votes. It's all down. It's like going to be me. So Jay, you're a front row.
Yeah, so I had a feeling by my tone this whole episode.
To give the highest rating.
Let's see what's it say.
On the portrait, I got 25%, and Jay got 75%.
I also voted for myself too. I had a feeling.
On the other one, I've gone down now. So
I also voted, so it's not me, because I voted. If it was me, I would have voted for me.
So 17% on mine, and Jay 83%.
Was my tone that obvious the whole episode?
I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be grand. I don't think it's going to be
bad.
10 out of 10. No, but
no, it's not. It's not.
But let's find out. Let's do it then, Jay. We're going to go straight
first?
as you should be the grand winner of who's the highest.
Since I was voted so.
There we go. So chat. Drum roll, please, for Jay.
I'm going to approach this similar as I did with Project Hail Mary. I need more time to totally digest it. So in a week, I might adjust my score a little bit. It was a lot. Honestly, it's a big movie, a long movie, lots going on in it. Then you have to make all the comparisons to obviously the original works and all that. So it's a whole lot to take in and digest with this one. Now, in terms of the movie itself, I'm not going to hide it. I liked the movie. I thought it was enjoyable. I genuinely liked it. I think as a movie, it's a good movie. I think as an adaptation of the Odyssey, it's a solid adaptation. Um, Obviously, a lot of changes are made, and there's condensing. There's parts that are removed. There's parts that are twisted. I mean, not twisted. There's parts that are shortened. There's parts that are combined. There's a whole lot of condensing going on. That was always going to happen. I think everybody knew that going into this. The Odyssey is a long piece of work in terms of the length it takes to read it, and it would be nearly impossible to get it one for one into, a movie format of a runtime of 3 hours. I don't even know that if you had more time to tell this story, that you'd ever be able to tell this story one for one, because especially even with the Iliad, we've talked about a bit throughout this episode today that a lot of this stuff wouldn't translate. It just wouldn't. Sometimes page to screen just doesn't. It doesn't matter how legendary and how amazing that page is. It just doesn't translate when it comes to screen and getting that to audiences. So with all that in mind, my framing for how I viewed this adaptation was, how does it work within itself and within what it's trying to do, essentially. And I think it does a lot of what it's trying to do, and I think it does it well. I think fundamentally, the acting is good across the board. I can't really pick out a performance where I'm like, that was awful. But I don't hear. I hear. I was reading Daryl's thing in the screen there. I think, in acting, sorry, gosh, just lost my train of thought. In acting, I think it's good across the board. I can't think of somebody who had a bad performance, but I don't think there's anybody who turned in an Oscar career performance in this either. I think it's all good, solid acting, very steady performances across the board. There's not a whole lot of ups and downs and dips and peaks and valleys in terms of this one was good, this one was great, this one was awful type of thing. I think the pacing gets a bit rushed in some of these stops in Odysseus' journey with the monsters. We've talked a bit about that. The Sirens, Scylla and Charybdis, the Laestrygonians, I think goes a little bit too fast. But then there's other ones that I think go really well. Polyphemus, the encounter with him goes very well, I think. Circe, I think, is very well done. I really like that scene. I think the trip to Hades is really well done. It's fleshed out as much as it needs to be, and it's just well acted. Well shot, just everything about it. I think that might have been one of my favorite scenes, if not my favorite scene of the movie. The little one's making a cameo on the back. I don't know if you guys heard that. Yeah. And just in general, I mean, it's an entertaining movie. I don't get caught up a lot in the culture war stuff. It's just not my bag. I like to just take things at face value, what they are, when they get to me. And I reserved my judgment on this movie until I got to see it. And when I got to see it, I was happy with what I saw. It's not perfect. It's not Nolan's best. So I guess one thing I would like to point out too is, because it's been super polarized online. If you're online right now, you see it. It's super polarized. A lot of people either absolutely hated it and think it was garbage, or people think it's Nolan's best work. I don't think it's either one of those things. I think there's multiple Nolan films that are better than this one. I think there's at least one Nolan film that's far worse. I don't like Tenet. I think Tenet was a bad movie. So that one I think is his worst. I don't think this is anywhere near either of those two things, but I would, if I had to pick which one it was closer to, I would say it's closer to being one of his better movies than one of his worst. It's probably right in the middle for me, if I'm being totally honest. But again, if I have to pick of that polarization, it would be closer to that side than the other. But yeah, it's flawed. It's not perfect. It never was going to be perfect. I never expected it to be perfect. Perfect is a subjective, often subjective standard that I think is nearly impossible to match, especially when you're trying to adapt something that's been, world famous for 3,000 years? Did I have that right? Is it more than that at this point? It was always going to be a tough task. I appreciate the effort in doing it, and I appreciate this rendition of it, this telling of it. It's I look at it as almost like a cover song. There's sometimes where bands do a very different take on a cover song. I've heard acoustic versions of heavy metal. I've heard heavy metal versions of pop songs, and I always find that interesting. I kind of look at this as something like that, where it's a rendition, it's a cover, it's a version. It's not meant to be the Odyssey one for one. It never was going to be able to be the Odyssey one for one, in my opinion. So I'm just taking it for what it is, and I thought it was an enjoyable movie. I liked it. I had fun with it. I think, even though I don't think it's Nolan's best movie, for example, let's just pull out his last one, Oppenheimer. I think Oppenheimer was a better made movie, but I'd likely watch this again. I will watch this again before I watch Oppenheimer again. I thought Oppenheimer was really good. I thought it was very, very well made. And I thought it was a good movie that I enjoyed, but it didn't entertain me as much as this one did. Maybe that's just my nerd side. I like epics. I like heroes. I like monsters. I like all that stuff. So maybe this one's just a little bit more entertaining for me from that regard, even though I do feel like it paced too quickly in some of those portions of it. But, overall, I got no, again, like I know it's so polarized, but I'm not into that polarization. So I don't have any real qualms with this movie at like some fundamental level that makes me feel like it was some awful movie or any like praise for it that makes me feel like it was some fantastic, great movie and the greatest thing he's ever done. It's somewhere in the middle. It's good. It's enjoyable. I think it's, like I said, good movie, solid adaptation. I don't know if I'd say this is where I kind of want to digest it more over the next week before I can say it's a good adaptation. I feel more comfortable leaning on solid right now. And I don't, it's solid is good to me. Like, especially when you're taking on something as difficult as the Odyssey, solid is good. That's not, it's a good, way to describe it. I should say I'm not comfortable yet jumping towards good. And maybe if I have a week to digest it, maybe I think it's a little less than solid. I'm not sure yet. I want to take it all in a little bit longer. So I've honestly been a little bit slow to get my review out, is that I really want to cut through the polarization of this one for myself in terms of my channel and my review. I don't want to feel like it's just getting rushed and too heavily influenced by all the noise. I actually put a line in my review where the noise around this movie is almost as loud as the cry of the Cyclops, because it's just so much going on right now. And I just want to let it all settle, in the sense, for myself at least, in the sense of I want to make sure I'm not being influenced one way or the other, and I'm getting my true, genuine thoughts out on the movie in my review, just because it's been nearly impossible to avoid other people's opinions on this one. So for me, liked it, would recommend it. I fall on the same score I gave Troy last week. I give it about a 7, a strong 7 that I liked. I can't go much higher than that yet. I honestly almost kind of did the same thing where I was like, is it a 6.5? Is it a 7? And then I kind of just felt like I enjoyed it enough that I gave it the same little bonus 0.5 that I gave Troy last week when I was initially going to say 6.5, but I enjoyed it so much I gave it a 7. I kind of fall in the same spot. I give this one a 7. I don't think it's the most mind-blowing thing you're ever going to see. But I thought, like I said, I can't say enough. The way I keep describing it to my friends, to whoever wants to listen to me, for whatever reason you want to listen to me, it's a good movie and a solid adaptation. It's entertaining. I enjoyed it. That's kind of where I leave it. Until you get my review, then I'll go basically repeat a lot of the stuff I already said today, just in a more concise recorded format. Less rambling and struggling to find the words.
Can I give you a recommendation? That quote that you said you were including in your review, that was awesome, that the cry of the critics was as loud as the sirens. Could I add, the cry of the critics was as loud and as torturous as the cry of the sirens.
Seriously.
Or annoying, or whatever it is you want to put in there. But I think that's a great quote. And I look forward to that review. That's going to be awesome.
Thank you. Oh, and I will say one more kind of thing to give as, praise towards the movie is it did what we always talk about, which is when movies, again, this isn't obviously history, it's mythology, but it's ancient mythology. But in the sense of how we talk about historic movies, where when they're good enough that it makes you want to find out more about whatever the event was, this is a case of it was good enough that it makes me want to read the Odyssey in full, actually, for the first time in my life. So again, not that I never wanted to before. Yeah, seriously. Not that I've never wanted to before. So I may end up just kind of doing an audiobook version of something. I might not sit there and read every single page. But right. So it is one of those cases where, and it's not that I've never had interest in it before. I always have. I'm going to be honest. I've just been too lazy to dedicate that time to it because it is a big investment. So I've always kind of just done the crash courses on it to learn about it because I've always been super interested in Greek mythology. To me, it's similar to my love for superheroes, and I don't mean to belittle Greek mythology to just compare it to Batman, but it's that sense of the super, the fantastic, the larger-than-life beings. Like that's the kind of connection I've always made between the two. So I've always liked it since I was a kid. Like I think we were talking last week, I used to watch the Hercules show, Xena, the Hercules animated movie, Young Hercules starring Ryan Gosling in one of his first roles. So I've always been interested in this stuff. So I've always wanted to learn more about it. This is the first time I've ever felt like maybe I will actually give the effort to listening to, I should say, the reading of the Odyssey. And that's a job well done by any movie, in my opinion, when it gets you to really look into the real stuff.
Well, and I think our
100%.
superheroes, they derive directly from
Absolutely.
mythology. I mean,
Absolutely.
you know, Superman's parents call themselves God. They say gods. Look at Wonder Woman. Look at the mythology.
Yeah,
Oh my
Greek
God, that's
mythology right there.
straight out of Greek mythology. So I think, and I think
Thor
that's a
with
great.
Norse mythology.
Oh,
I mean,
gosh,
a
yeah.
Hercules is a Marvel character. So there's a lot of it. There's a whole lot of it.
Absolutely.
Sandy, carry on.
Shall I? Shall I? Well,
As you got 0 points, it'd be rude. To
since I'm frequently the one
and
saying,
you voted against yourself.
no, according to the book, a book I have not read, and I shared before, you know, in our education here, mythology and even Greek and Roman history are not emphasized strongly in the in the initial canon. When we learn world history, there's just so much of it to learn that we only touch on the Romans for a minute, and the Greeks and the Egyptians and the China. It's so much, and it's kind of a whirlwind, and then you find your path to what you're interested in. And for me, it was always British history and American history. So I don't have that grounding in the myths themselves. But what I do know the history of how literature evolved. And if one wants to be a purist about Shakespeare. You want your Shakespearean productions to speak every single word that William Shakespeare wrote, because we know what he wrote, because we have them. We have them in our hands. The folios exist. We know the words he wrote. And even modern interpretations, they speak the exact words that Shakespeare wrote. We criticize when we see an incorrect interpretation of J.R.R. Tolkien, because we have the words he wrote. We know what he wrote, so we don't have to stray in the interpretation. When we look at the Odyssey and the Iliad, yes, we have words. Are they the original? There are no original words. The stories were told and reinterpreted and added to based on oral history, based on what I glibly said as fan fiction, with future writings. Other historians and writers who rewrote and wrote. Even today, translations of the stories are translations of the written stories, but the original story was handed down by tradition and by song. So how can we over criticize if someone wants to reinterpret something that has evolved over literally thousands of years? I don't jump on the bandwagon of all the criticism. I think the beauty of literature is in our interpretation, where there is room to interpret. And here I think there is room to interpret. Going to this particular production, I think I've already shared some criticisms of the closeness of the cinematography. The shots are way too close. You're in an IMAX theater. I'm in the last row, and it's too close. The lighting, I'm not going to criticize Nolan as much as I do in some of his other films for the lighting. Yeah, we've got the Nolan blue filter, but there are a few scenes that I think are done well. I think the scenes with Calypso and I think the scenes of Hades are also really well done. What's not well done is the feeling, the environment you're drawn into, the lack of peril, the lack of, yes, I'm going to say it, blood, guts, and gore. This is an R-rated film. Why is this an R-rated film? There is no explicit sex. There is no real gore. I gotta know, like, why on earth this was an R-rated thing. I would have thought it was a PG-13. So if you're gonna have an R-rated film, go for an R-rated film. Do it. Tear limbs. Show some blood. Give us some real tension and terror and peril in some of these scenes, which I didn't see. I also think the sound, I agree with you know, the screeching was just so jarring, and there wasn't anything kind of leading up to it. And yeah, Daryl, I know it was like, quote, the F word, but I just, that, to me, that doesn't really make, make or break an R. If you, like I said, if you're going to get an R, use it. Use that.
I think even in like PG-13, you're allowed one F word too, so it
so.
probably would have fit within those standards.
I honest to goodness, I don't know, but
is it because the Cyclops was naked?
No,
I mean, you don't see anything. They specifically make sure you don't see anything. So I also can't understand the R rating on this one.
It just it boggles the mind, and maybe that was, it was just a choice to want to have an R. I just don't know. But the lack of peril also takes the viewer out of the length and the, I want to say, like, the exhaustion that Odysseus has to be, the state he has to be in at the end of his journey, right? The audience should probably go along and be exhausted with him. I was exhausted, but for different reasons. I was exhausted because I did look at I'm ashamed to say, I looked at my phone 2 or 3 times to see what time it was, to see where we were, because the pacing wasn't carrying me through the movie. I thought I was being dragged by the film. And that's not an over criticism. There's a lot of good in the story. I do think that some of the performances were quite good. I think the actress playing Circe and Samantha Morton, I think it is. I think Calypso, I think Charlize Theron is good. Yes, John Leguizamo surprised me. I thought he was quite good and restrained. Sometimes he's a little over the top. I didn't hate Anne Hathaway. What I didn't like was her dialogue, and I certainly didn't like her feminist speech near the end, which really didn't fit. What I did like is that although I did feel like the film wasn't paced well and it was kind of dragging me along, I liked that I was interested in each of the little scenes in the story, and I know some were omitted. I do like, as Jay said, you stole my line, I am now interested, and I know I need to learn more. And I think that accomplishes its goal by making me interested in this amazing story and making me want to see more, know more, read more, and learn more about it. Overall, I give the film probably a higher rating than you think I'm going to give the film, for those of you in chat. I'm giving it a 5.75, and that's a good rating for me, and I am giving it a recommend. I think all of the reasons that the critics raised before the film was even, in theaters, I didn't care about any of them. I honestly didn't care about Elliot Page or Lupita Nyong'o. Actually thought she did that. Lupita did a great job. I actually would have liked to see more of her. Elliot Page, I think the acting needs some work, and I think the character was a strange character. It doesn't bother me, but I really would have liked to have seen more of Lupita. I would have liked to see more of Menelaus. I would have liked to see more of a bunch of characters. I would have liked this film to have been in multiple parts. I think the main problem with this film is it's one film. And if it wants to tell this story, there's no way to do that within 3 hours. But overall, a recommend from me.
Well said.
Well said. Now, let's see if I win. What's your feelings? Am I going to win?
I don't know. You saying that makes me feel like you might, but I had you pegged for coming in between a 6 and a 7. That's kind of where I had you. I didn't think. Well, I didn't think you'd go higher than me, but I didn't think you'd go too much low. I should say I had you pegged between a 5 and a 7. That's where I had you, somewhere there.
Sandy, do you want to bet $10?
£10? You want to bet £10?
Well,
Pounds
let's
are
go
worth
with
more.
it. Let's go with it because
Pounds
let's
are worth
start. So chat, am I going to win? Give me ones in chat if you think I'm going to win. So, because so that's it. So let's find out. So I always do a bracket on every movie I start. I always start at a 5. I'm never gonna get to a 10. Literally,
That's not
are,
true. You did not start at a 5 with Twilight. There's no way you started at a
No.
5 with
No,
Twilight.
I did, and he went down. It went down quite quickly.
For
That
like
would have
a
gone down. Yeah,
millisecond.
but I always say you can't go below like the certain ones that are like you. If you're hitting that 1 or 2 bracket, you're in the world of like B movies, unwatchable movies. I always say that. That's why I think we gave it like 3s, didn't we? Maybe like 2s, maybe like 2.5 or whatever it is. But I always start at 5 and I go up and down. I always go up and down. And that's it. So I have to like go up what I'm thinking. Now, this was quite a hard watch for me because I know the source material. I'm not a scholar. I'm never going to say I am. It's too hard. You're going to have to do years and years and years of research, do essays and blah, blah, blah about it. I'm never going to remember all the names. Like this, like Jay said, there's too many A's for the gods. You know, A's, which one is it? I'm not that I haven't got that in there, but I know how to navigate my around the great stories that are not just this one but all the other Greek stories. I adored them. I loved them when I was younger. My stepdad always used to read them to me, and like we used to watch all the old classics as well. So I know these, and I've probably seen every Iliad or every Odyssey that has been out there. It's so delightful story on that. And I'm going to quickly go off the bat. I think this was a mistake to do one movie. I think that now I agree with both. You can't do the full source material as it is because it's not gonna. It would be weird. It wouldn't look right on the big screen. It just wouldn't. It would be a weird what's going on things. That like I do miss that. I really thought I was gonna get the gods. I really did. I thought I was gonna get that. You had like the what's it? The carrot on a stick with Athena, and it possibly wasn't Athena, and I was like, oh, right about that. But then I have to look at what I liked and what I didn't like. There are things I think the big Elliot Page's her bit of the introduction with that I think it's awful, but then redeemed it like with the Hades one. Love the Hades scenes. I think it was great. I think some of the choreography with the battle scenes and that I think was good, even though it was sometimes overpaced. That they were good. I think it's like that. Some of the styling I liked, and then I stop, and that's the problem with this. And then I take a little bit of hit. So I'm going to go for straight away, guys. You win way off the bat. I hate the sound and the music is atrocious to the point I was like, what am I hearing? It's literally not even just the music and the booming that we had. It's literally the overall sound effects of this movie I think are absolutely a miss. It's absolutely atrocious. Now, the cinematography, I think, is one of the worst I've ever seen in a Nolan's movie, and one of the worst I've ever seen for a big budget one. There was points in it, and you'll have to go back into it. There's bits where they've done the close-ups of Penelope and Hathaway, and because they've got the lighting wrong with the cinematography, they make her look cross-eyed. And there's multiple times it happens, and it's taken me out because all I'm seeing now is cross-eyed Anne Hathaway, and it happened multiple times where they've got the lighting completely wrong in the wrong angle, so the beam is making one eye look wonky, and they did it multiple times, and it's taken me out of the environment because I'm looking at a technical error, and I shouldn't be doing that in this big budget what they are calling an epic masterpiece. No, you've completely messed up because one, you're doing in the close-up, so I can see the error, and it was even worse on like the IMAX format because I'm seeing it. I'm like, wow, that's there. I had like next to me, we had one woman laughing all the way through it from the mistakes. She was pissing herself, like laughing, and then the other person now was closing their ears, and it was so funny. It was like watching this kind of what is going on with everybody on it. It seemed like nobody in my cinema kind of enjoyed it. And I'm going to say it right off the bat, the worst thing about this movie, and it took me straight out the element, is you guys, the American accents. it literally wiped me off of watching this. I don't need English. I don't need classical. But some of the, I know where you are. I know where you are. Like that. Like Menelaus' character. I always forget his name. Like he was just too home. It's like you need neutral, and then you got Tom Holland. He's been Spider-Man. Why isn't Tom Holland like Patterson doing their own accents? God forbid they can't. They're doing this try-hard American accent. What Tom Holland, for bless him, he never can do, and he just sounds like he's being Tom Holland Spider-Man. His performance is okay. His accent just really puts me out of there. It does. So I kind of just was jarred on that. If you go by what the internet have been saying about, Helen Troy being, black, and now we know the twin as well, and Elliot Page, and you know what, their performances are so unique, I can dismiss it. The bit I didn't really took me out of the element is Odysseus' crew. It was so diverse. It was like this Greek crew, and you had everybody from anywhere that apparently wasn't Greek. And it was like, what are you like? I like his main character, like his number 2's from India, and like it just like it kept on just bringing me out. And the worst thing, if you're gonna set up the main, like his surrounding cast as diverse or whatever, make sure they're bloody good actors. They were so weak. And it was so like forced. You were like, oh, that. So again, I'm just out of the element. And the rushing of not telling parts of the story that are so pivotal. Sorry, just put my eyes rolling back. But that's me being, I know the story. There was parts of it I understand why they needed to edit it, but why then force it on us? Why rush it on us? It just felt a bit lackluster. There was parts of it, and like Sandy said it, you're looking at your phone to see, oh, okay, we're 10 minutes in, we're 20 minutes, so that's what. I should never have to want to go into my phone to find the runtime of a movie that is supposed to be driving me forward. And it's a problem with how it was shot, because it is supposed to be grand, it's supposed to be epic, but because how it was shot, there is nothing that pulls me out to see how vast this epic story is going to be. And when you get interested into a scene, it's quickly rushed and like that. Like the Cersei one is probably the most best if you go by experiences with another character. The Hades one is good, but it's really just one actor against another. Not much else from Matt Damon. Matt Damon. He's good in it. He is, but he's bland. It's not Oscar worthy. It's nothing that I've not ever seen him done. He's doing a good job being a good actor, as Matt Damon can do with the dialogue he's given. The dialogue in it, if you go by, it's modern. Okay, it's modern. That's okay. The worst thing about it is you're not driving home the story of Odysseus. You're driving home a Hollywood bit part of what they think the Iliad or the Odysseus should be from their source. It felt like sometimes they got their information from Wikipedia. Well, I'm like, what are you doing? It was just so disjointed in places, so mismanaged. But I had to kind of take and rip out my knowledge of what I knew from the story and then just look at it as a movie. And I felt still let down. I felt that the pacing was so off in places, and then they rushed other ones. I was like warming up and then taken away. You like that? You had adventures that I was thinking was going to develop, and they took you off and went to another thing, because they ruined the movie by making it one movie, making it less than 3. So I can't like this movie. I really don't. I wouldn't go back to watch it. I can't recommend it. I just think it's a horrible adaptation. It fell flat for me in every single element. Maybe for a rewatch, I might start to like some other ones. I was like, the thing is, if I'm rewatching it, at least my TV is not going to piss me off with that loud booming and like that, and put me off with that. So yeah, and I will. Yeah, I'm not going. Oh, it's going to blow my speakers and like that. So I'm not going to be put off. Like, what was that? So maybe from a rewatch, I might look at it a little bit better light. But for this, I was hoping for something? Did it deliver what the media before? And if you listen to anybody, no, it's not that. It's not that. It's completely lies. You have to take it onto your own consideration if you like the movie or not. For me, I just from the start, and it took me 5 minutes to come out of the movie, and it was because of technical errors, bad lighting, bad dialogue, and it just made me go, oh, that's, and it was just, and it was so badly shot, I just kept on coming out of it, and I'm like, look, how you, and I know photography and all that, and I just like, how did you get that lighting so wrong? You on location, but you wait for certain times of the day, you know, like, and bloody sunny Greece most of the time, or Morocco, you're gonna have good lighting. It was weirdly done. You can't blame the actors for anything they did. If you blame, you know, if you think the casting's wrong, you're wrong, because they were delivered what they were given. Some of it's weak. I think Helen was weak, only because I also know what Helen is supposed to be there. So her delivery is a bit odd to me. Elliot Page's, I always forget, what's he called? Because it's not Sinan. Yeah, is
Sinan.
Made up, but okay. It's an okay part. Everybody else is just, if you had to go by acting, they're like, everybody's bland. Everybody's, yeah, it's okay. There's too much modernism. Like I like Penelope. I like Anne Hathaway's delivery. And then, yeah, Sandy's right. It's when she gives that like masculine thing. I've been on the throne for 20 years. Like I should, yeah. I like, it was like, why you? Why that? No, everybody knows Romans or Homer or whatever. Greeks aren't going to say that. So it's like modernism thrown into there. You can do that, but again, it's how they will deliver it as an actor, and the setup is not there. There are bits where, like, there are scenes that are like pivotal to the story, and they made it weak. Like R-rated, have a dismemberment. No, they don't. Like, it was just like weak in every single thing. So. For me, I think the worst thing is if you had to foul somebody on this whole thing, you got to sack all that production company, and I mean the producer and all that, who gave again a carrot to Nolan, and I bet you that script that he wrote is going to be more than like 3 hours. There had to be something more, because he's so ripped apart of the ones we were like, we got to that island and it was fast, it was too paced. So. For me, yeah, it's a miss. I'm going to give it a 4, and that is me being kind, because I really didn't like it, and I got bored watching it. Unfortunately, I will rewatch it. At the moment, at my brain, I can't recommend it. Now, Jade, like that she said, give my score. She actually came out. Actually, was like, I don't actually mind it, and like she gave it a 6. That's been fluctuating up and down since then, because she's now remembering what it should be and what she saw. So at the moment, she's going like that, like a yo-yo. So we'll find out what she's going to give. But she's more of a scholar than I. She knows more about it. She's studying it more. But I just missed seeing and what they're classing as epic. It did not anything. It's like if you went there and you went, is it a normal movie? Yes, normal. But they're classing it as this epic. It's not an epic. It's nowhere near it. Is it bad? I'm giving it a bad score because of pivotal parts, the technical errors, the sound effects, and the knowledge of Odysseus and Odyssey and the Iliad. I'm giving it that. But the tone and the pacing is wrong. But if you take that away, and this is why I like... comment if you don't know anything about Homer or anything like that, was it paced correctly? Because I think that's what this was engaged at, is people that are going in blind. And I would love to know if they're like, you're not a Nolan fan, you don't know anything about Homer, and what you felt about this movie. So for me, I'm sorry, I just didn't like it. So
well, yeah. I mean, there's
it's a shame, because
I
was like, I was going to go in. I had high hopes, low hopes on the trailers, and then back up to high hopes, and it just took me away, and that's it. But maybe again, Jay and Sandy, I think you both said, from a rewatch, you might pivot one way or the other. And I think it's going to have to be a rewatch, and I think it is, because I think some of it, the lighting, the jarring in that dark environment, and the loudness, sometimes it just, what's going on? I don't want to be here. And I think that was really a bad mistake, like that over lighting sometimes, and that sound effects and the whatever the music was now and again, yeah, it needs to be toned down. So hopefully when you watch it in front of the TV, what it shouldn't be done because it's IMAX and it's supposed to be a cinema, a movie only, we'll find out. But well done, I think, on Jay. You won the poll.
Yeah, I had a feeling I was gonna, and I just saw Daryl's comment that I got all his points, all his votes rather. Fair enough, Daryl. No, I think I think that's totally fair. One thing I can appreciate is that your entire explanation of how you felt about it really doesn't have anything to do with the kind of main talking points that you're hearing of this noise online. Obviously, everybody's free to not like things as they are, but I appreciate hearing somebody who watched it give an analytical breakdown of what they didn't like versus just basically saying things that people have been saying for a year now, ever since the trailers have been coming out, and then just claiming that those are the same issues. Because I think if you see the movie, those issues that people have because of the trailers and casting or whatever aren't really issues. So I appreciate having different opinions. This is why we do Film Club, is the different opinions. But specifically on this one, because it's been so polarized, I do appreciate hearing, somebody who didn't really enjoy it and gave it a low score, having the analytical, breakdown of what went wrong for them with it. Because it's in this kind of climate we're in with this movie, it is refreshing to hear a more analytical breakdown of what you felt like went wrong with it.
Yeah. And I'm so disappointed because I wanted to love it. I really wanted to love. I love the Odyssey, and I was hoping, and that's it. And I was just like, oh, okay. And the worst thing is, I knew they couldn't do the stories. I didn't know how they were going to do the pigs, and I was like, they got to cut it out. I don't know how they're going to do it. And that was one of my favorite scenes.
It was very
surprising.
good.
I thought it was well done.
That was the thing. So there was surprises in it. I was like, I don't know how they're going to. Oh, I like this. I like it, and that's it. But then, there's other bits that just, it just fell flat.
One thing I would like to add, because I know I've talked about the polarization of this film a lot today, it's not just on the side of people who don't think it's going to be good or don't want to watch it. Like, I don't want to feel like I'm picking on one side. I think the other side saying that it's a masterpiece and Nolan's best film, I think that's too much too. I think that's way too much praise for it. I don't think it's anywhere near Nolan's best film. I think it's closer to the middle of the pack than his best film. So I think that polarization has been very far on both sides of it. So I don't want to make it seem like I'm just picking on the side that, doesn't like it just because I did enjoy it. I think the side that's overpraising it is being just as kind of hyperbolic with this.
Is that
film.
like, does Nolan have like that Zack Snyder effect? Like 10, whatever he does, 10. Does he have that now?
He definitely, he definitely has a very, very strong and passionate fan base. Like, I even have a couple friends who I know were going to love this movie no matter what it was. And I also know some people who were going to hate it no matter what it was. So like that's definitely happening on both sides of the spectrum for this one. But he definitely has his very strong, passionate fan base who's going to love just about every movie he does. Like one of my friends who's a huge Nolan fan, like we kind of debate all the time about Tenet, because I think Tenet was awful. I didn't like Tenet whatsoever, and I will never watch that movie again, to be honest with you. But he thinks it's great, and I'm like, well, we've kind of gone back and forth on it. So again, all subjective. Everybody has the right to their own opinion, but he definitely has that kind of feeling about him where when he drops a movie, it's the big movie everybody's got to go see. So he has that following. I would say it's more justified than Zack Snyder's following, because I think he's a far better director than Zack Snyder. But it does definitely have similar kind of can do no wrong vibes to it, if that makes sense. Where the fans of those directors feel like their guy can do no wrong.
I never get that, because they're just.
I don't either. Like I said, I'm a fan of Nolan, but I'm not afraid to say when I think one of his movies sucks. Like I said, I think Tenet sucks. I think Interstellar is a bit overrated. Even Inception, I think, is a really good movie, but it's not as great as I feel like people make it. So, to me, I always say my favorite Nolan movie is The Prestige, as we just talked about a few weeks ago. And that's one that I feel like people never mention as his best. I feel like it's always Interstellar, Inception, some of his more recent ones. So, like I said, I'm a Nolan fan, but I'm not against calling a crappy movie a crappy movie. For me, his worst movie is Tenet by far, and I'll call that out all day. But he definitely has some fans who think, everything he's done is a masterpiece. And hey, if that's what you think, that's what you think. It's not my shared opinion, but it's all subjective. So if you feel that way, then you feel that way. There's some people who think the same for Zack Snyder, and I definitely don't agree with that take. So, if you do, you do. There's Red Sox fans and there's Yankees fans. What do you, I think Yankees suck. Yankees fans think the Red Sox suck. What are you going to do?
There we go. Just on that note, everybody sucks. England 5, France 3, with 3 minutes to go. So there you go. That was that. They didn't care. Do you want to defend? No.
Oh, well, good. That's awesome.
Nearly, he's going to get up to the rugby score in a minute. So there we go.
Well, I'm glad that we had a film to see.
I agree.
There's nothing else
absolutely.
on the horizon.
It's fun to do these ones that are
all.
kind of coming out as we do Film Club. I like this when we get the chance to do them.
Completely blind.
I hope
What
there's
do we both?
something else in the future. We can, again, it's just slightly depressing to not have a whole slew of films that, I'm going to see this one and then I got to see this one next. And
yeah, and it's crazy because it feels like not that long ago the summers were full of movies everybody was rushing to see, like within the last 10 years.
Even with sequels, even with the MCU, even with whatever, there was always something. Especially, I go, the day I went Thursday would have been the absolute day when everyone would have been flooding in the theater. It was 104 degrees, and we are now, thankfully, because of the storms that just rolled through, we've got the Canadian wildfire smoke here, and it is thick. Literally, I can't see it. Like, just looking across the street, you can see the haze. That's how thick the smoke is. You would think those would be the days when everybody, hey, let's just go in a great big air-conditioned theater and see something. And I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm an old lady, and I feel like I've been saying this for a few years now. There's nothing that I want to see, but there's nothing that I want to see. So
there's nothing like very big that I can think of. I do want to see the new Spider-Man movie. That's kind of one of the last MCU franchises I've held on to just because I love Spider-Man. He's always been my favorite. So I will go see that one in theaters most likely. But there's nothing really big that I can think of. But I will say there's a couple smaller, indie style movies that I think look interesting. There's an Anthony Bourdain movie coming out. I think it's called Tony or something, maybe.
Talking about
that looks pretty good.
What we haven't spoken about what trailers
well I want to talk. I do want to. I did not know about Anthony Bourdain. I read his books before. Like, I'm not a cook, right? I don't cook, so I always thought his show was like a cooking show. So I never watched his television shows, and I knew they were always, winning awards and everything. And so I read the book Kitchen Confidential, and I was like, oh my God, this isn't about cooking. It's about the world.
Oh no!
It's about like
travel
about the world through food and
exactly.
Travel.
That's his
and
thing.
And then I
through
read
food.
his second one. There was another one, and then literally the week I finished his book is when sadly he died. And then I was like, then I'm gonna watch him, and I did. And there's hundreds of episodes of what is it? Well, it's Kitchen Confidential, and it's the
what was the name of it?
No Reservations. What's it called? Brother.
Oh my God! How did I just forget the name of it? I
know
know the second.
It's not No Table.
It's not No Borders. It's what is it? No.
Oh my!
I have to look it up.
But
it's slipping my mind. It's been years since I've watched it. Isn't it No Reservation?
It could be No Reservations. I had no idea, and so you just saying that.
I'll have to send you the trailer. I'll send you guys the trailer in Discord. It looks really good too. I'm really so. It's about his summer. I guess there's this big and he's talked about this before, probably in the books. You probably honestly know it, Sandy. He had a big pivotal summer. I can't remember if it was down in Martha's Vineyard. Maybe it was in Providence, somewhere in the New England area. He had a big pivotal summer where he got into cooking and all that. And the film basically talks about
awesome.
That, because he was originally going to be a writer. That was his thing.
Yeah.
And that kind of fell through, and then, cooking just kind of fell into cooking and all that. And it's a really, really cool story. And they're doing a movie on it that looks honestly, it looks really good. So
I mean, he's like
there's a few
real
indie
Renaissance
small
man.
ones. Like, yeah, he was a super interesting guy. Sad story how it all ended for him, but super interesting guy. And yeah, that was his big thing, experiencing and traveling the world, or experiencing the world's cultures through food. And so yeah, really, I'll send you the trailer in Discord, because it looks really good. And there's some other ones too that I think look interesting, but nothing that's like, I think this is the big everybody go to the theater movie for the summer. Whether you like it or not, regardless of that, like, this is the one that I think has the most gravitas in terms of like, that's the movie of the summer in terms of the biggest name, director, the biggest kind of cast, and all that.
Film? Did you see that trailer?
No, so I walked in literally right because as always, my wife and I were pretty late. We decided we were hungry, so we needed to get some buffalo fingers from the concession stand along with our popcorn and our drinks. So it took a little extra long. So I walked in right as Travis Scott's character of the Bard was starting.
Oh gosh, okay.
I came in like right at that beginning point there. So I missed all the trailers. The movie was basically just starting up as we found our seats.
So James, what did you see?
I wrote this down because I would always forget. I had Heart of the Beast. That's that Brad Pitt one where he's an ex-Navy SEAL.
Yes,
and the
I
dog
saw that one.
You've seen that one,
yep. Pressure. That's the one Sandy definitely wants to go and see.
Didn't get that one on this one. I saw it when we saw.
It looks very, very good.
It does look good.
I do like it because it's
that one hasn't come out yet? God, I think I've been seeing trailers for that for a while.
It come out here already.
It comes out yours first, and then it comes to us. Even though I like it because it's based on my what I used to do, kind of thing like that, but different kind of way. So but it's very heavy on the. He's Scottish, isn't he? I can't remember the actor's name who played James Moriarty in Sherlock.
Brother Scott, Andrew Scott.
Yeah. So it looks like that. We had the Uprising, Garfield, 14th century. Peasant Rebellion, Richard II.
I did see that trailer just recently.
Have a look, Sandy. I think you'll really like that. And then we had the Dog Stars, a post-apocalyptic thing.
Yep, I had that one.
Yeah, I didn't see it. It looked okay, but it looked a bit. We've seen it before. Digger.
We had
Tom
Digger.
Cruise one.
That movie I think looks interesting. I want to see that one.
It's a little weird.
It's a satire, isn't it?
Oh, I like it because it reminds me of his role in Tropic Thunder when he's satire version of.
That's going to be really good or just really, really bad.
I like the director too, and I like John Goodman, so I'm actually interested in that one.
I'm actually looking forward to is Werewolf. Wherefore.
Oh, I don't think I saw that one.
It's spelt. Have a look now. It's
well, I didn't see any this time around because my wife and I are always late to movies. But
WULF, and it's what was it like? There we go. Like, in the 13th century England, a town is hunted by a ravenous beast that threatens the safety of a man and his family, and it looks like it's folk horror. It's like quite good, and it looks very dark. But yeah, the actors in it looks good, and it's like Nosferatu kind of people who've done it, and it looks
interesting.
Good. William Dafoe's in it; he's the baddie, and Aaron Taylor Johnson is in it. So yeah,
okay.
It looked. I was like, no, she looks all right, and I've seen it a couple of times. I've completely forgot it when I saw it. I was like, that is
not even heard of it.
Good one for the cinema. The trailer looked awesome in the cinema. So that one and the Uprising. Garfield ones. I remember seeing a snippet onto that one. It's going to be played like, is it good to history or it's not? But it's one of those ones. Now, I hate to say it, if you go by the first casting, that one, 14th century, they made sure everybody's white. I'm just going to say that. Just saying. So it's them two, 13th and 14th century.
As long as we represent the Protestants and the Catholics appropriately, there's the only diversity, and it wasn't allowed back then.
There we go. Yeah. So
is it the actual peasants' revolt?
I don't think it can be. I don't think the time period is right, but I don't. It seems it's like a northern peasant. There was always a peasant rebellion. But the peasant rebellion's a bit later. So this one, 14th century. So I don't know which one, Richard II, it could be. So we'll see. It looked the trailer looked good. So I was like, maybe give it a shout. So we'll do that. But they're two that. Historical ones, I was like, one's a good look. The costume design looked really good. it looked well shot, and the other one was a good like 13th century horror, and I was like, that looks right up my alley. So I was like, what other ones going to be things? The
We
North
got
remembers.
one more called Other Mommy that
Other
looks.
Mummy.
Oh, I heard about that, but I didn't see the trailer.
I do not like horror involving kids, like attacking kids. And this
5-4.
trailer,
Just let you know, 97th minute.
They're still going, huh?
Yeah, 5-4 now. Just ridiculous. What is it called? The
this
Other
trailer,
Mummy.
I would never see this. I don't want to see a film that shows a kid in peril, and I, right away I'm like, oh my God, this
Other
kid's
Mummy
like,
or the Other Mummy?
Other Mommy.
Oh, the other Mummy. Never heard of it.
Mommy, not Mummy.
Mummy.
Yeah, it just looked horrendous, and I have no interest in anything like that.
Even know. That's a bit odd.
I see so many of these trailers just online as they make their way to X. I can't even remember. I'm legitimately not even kidding. My wife and I are late to every
6-4.
movie,
6-4
so I
now.
no. Wow, I can't remember the last time we actually caught the trailers of a movie because we are always rushing it at the last minute to get to our seats. I don't know what it is about it, but we can just never time it right. It's the damn concession lines. We just can never make up our minds what we want. There's always lines.
Jade was terrible. I knew what I was getting. She was like,
well, I get the same
maybe
thing
this,
every
maybe that. I was
time,
like,
but
what are you doing? She was like, I'm just going to be back in a minute. What were you going to? I'm going to go get some ice cream. I was like, what? I was like, sorry about this. Like, the guy was just pissing himself.
Yeah, we can never seem to make it in when the trailer's actually still playing. We always get in right as the movie's either starting or we miss the first 2 minutes.
I like to relax. I always eat my popcorn too much before the movie starts.
Yeah, I'm usually about halfway done before I get through the first act. Do you guys get the fake butter over there, Stasis? Probably not, right? There's no way.
Butter.
You're not allowed to have fake
no
butter.
way
You're not
you
even allowed
guys
to have
get
margarine.
that. Oh, it's the best. It's so good.
What on
It's
your
so bad.
popcorn?
It's so bad.
Yeah, it's just this literally a dispenser. You just put your bag under it and you just press the button, and this liquid fake butter pours all over
It's
it,
like
and it's
plastic.
delectable.
Does it actually
but
have
it is
this may
awful
contain a
for you.
heart attack?
Plastic.
it doesn't even
flavored
bother
with
warning you. We
sugar.
all know it.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
God, that
so
just
bad
sounds
for you, but I imagine
you have
at least, but
squeezy
it's
cheese,
so
people.
good.
You have squeezy cheese, and on
It's-
Oh, it's not just squeezy. It comes out of a can.
cheese.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I've seen people, and I kid you not, legitimately use a straw to stick into the popcorn so that you can then pour the butter through the straw so that it gets down to the lower
Down
levels
all the way
of
to
the
the bottom.
popcorn
Oh my
because
God.
it tends to sit just on top. So if you use the straw, I've never done this. I've been too
Injector
embarrassed
method.
to. But if you use the straw, and I've been recommended it before by somebody I went to a movie with, and I've seen people do it. You just stick the straw right into the popcorn, and you pour that beautiful, sweet, fake butter right into the straw. It gets throughout the whole bag. It's unbelievable.
I bet you're turning Abe right now. He's getting really. Oh my God!
Junior mints
That
for
is
See,
me.
Daryl knows
Now
what I'm
you
talking about. He said
understand
it's the
where
good
things
stuff.
get- Oh my God! It just sounds horrendous. If you had that over here, people would be like, "What the hell are you doing?"
Oh, it's so good.
It's
Ne-
not-
If
And the
you ever
worst
get
thing
the
is when
chance
we go over to America, you're like, "Sod it, I'll give it a go."
I was just
Like,
gonna say,
gotta.
if you get the
Like,
chance
you're
next
like,
time you're here and you get a chance to watch a movie, you have to try that fake butter. It's
Oh
unbelievable.
my God. It's not bad. I remember going to Avatar, and I watched it in Galachi, and they had you could like get your popcorn. They could because it was in India, you could get like poppadoms and a curry.
Oh, yum.
And I was, yeah, but you don't want that whilst
No,
you're eating
no,
ever
God,
watching a movie.
Yeah.
I'm having a
that's-
curry. Like
that's
imagine
much.
sitting next to somebody like you stink. What you eating like that? Like don't just
Yeah,
a curry.
that's much.
Yeah, I was like, how that's done. So yeah, it was bizarre.
I have
Oh.
one more thing I'd like to share if we have another moment.
We do because we got to
Mhm.
watch a trailer.
Before we watch a trailer. if we
Your
don't mind.
favorite trailer.
Well, I want to talk about my favorite
Oh,
actor.
yes.
Because this week,
I'm not been over. I was completely taken aback. I didn't know what to say, and I know Sandy. I'm going to leave it to you. I'm going to shut up in a minute. But I was just like, what? And he was,
Yeah.
and I know he had
Yeah.
like problems, and it was a thing,
Yeah.
and he got over it, and I was like, and
he
he just
did.
what? And I
But he
woke up,
fought
and I was
so
like,
hard.
Yeah, this
But
one got
Sandy,
me
I'm
too.
going to leave this. I'm going to leave
He-
this to you
Mhm.
because I know
Yeah,
he was one of yours.
I think, I have held Sam Neill in such high esteem for so long, but it is not hyperbole to say that the world has lost a truly good, and humble man. And he started his acting career kind of late. He was in his 20s when he started making independent films in New Zealand and Australia with a bunch of friends. And they were just interested in making films with a handheld camera and doing quirky little things. And he would take odd jobs anywhere and everywhere to make his way. By the way, living in New Zealand, Australia, but born in Northern Ireland. He was from Northern Ireland. His family moved to New Zealand, to Australia, and then New Zealand, and then back to Australia, to be farmers. And he was so, again, quiet and humble that he had to be talked into taking real roles. People would see him in these quirky little films and say, Sam, there's something about you. There's a leading man thing about you. And there are those actors who can do a million roles on the side, but people saw him as, just kind of commanding presence. And eventually he said, okay, okay, I'll go be in your film. And he was in a couple of films, one called Sleeping Dogs and another one called My Brilliant Career, which did get a little traction. And then right away, his third film, he's the leading man in The Final Conflict, which is the third in the Omen trilogy. And that's the photo on the bottom left. That's him as Damien Thorne, the son of Satan. And that's where I first saw him, as the son of Satan. And I was like, this guy, he commands the room. And from then on, everything he was in, from then on, it was on our local public television, the series Riley, Ace of Spies, right? And he played, guess who? Riley, Ace of Spies. Running around and figuring out what the enemy was doing and being put in all precarious situations. From there, it was A Cry in the Dark, Dead Calm, and then his really big American breakthrough was The Hunt for Red October, where he played Vasily, a very likable Russian, I guess, lieutenant to Sean Connery, neither of whom attempted to really grasp a Russian accent. Let me say, we had Sean Connery's version of a Russian accent, and we had Sam Neill's version of a Russian accent. They were terrible, but it was such a good film. And Vasily's dying words about him wanting to go to Montana, wanting to be in America because it was so big and so vast. I want to go to America. What a great, what a great role. From there, the piano, huge role in the piano. And then the role he never, ever envisioned, playing Dr. Alan Grant in Jurassic Park. And in his memoir called Did I Ever Tell You This?, which I had read he wrote it during his really bad battle with cancer, kind of as, hey, I got to get this book done because I don't have this much time left. He wrote about being approached for Jurassic Park, and I'm not an action hero. I'm a leading man. I am not an action hero. What do you mean I'm going to be Dr. Alan Grant? And he said, yeah, sure, whatever. And at that moment, Jurassic Park, when it was released, was the highest grossing film of all time and one of the highest grossing franchises of all time. And a lot of that is down to him. While Jurassic Park was being filmed, he was also filming In the Mouth of Madness. And then quickly after that, Restoration, Event Horizon, the photo on the bottom middle, which is a film that I love and that we talked about here on Film Club. On television, Merlin, he played Merlin. And
I love that. I love
Merlin.
I love Merlin. I love that. It's one of my guilty pleasures because it's not very good, but I bloody love it.
And then,
Jay, you ever seen it? Oh, Jay's off. Jay's off.
And then Woolsey in the Tudors.
Nope, I was just double muted. No, I've never seen it.
Oh, watch it, Merlin.
You have to
it's
see
great.
it.
Helena Bonham Carter is like very fantasy driven. It's very I think it's like very BBC kind of driven thing. It's not a BBC franchise one, but it's bloody. I love it. It's very good. It's very dark, but very child friendly at the same time.
Very wholesome. I was
going to
say it's a very wholesome tale.
I love it.
As opposed to the Tudors, who which was quite graphic, but he played Cardinal Wolsey, had a huge part. In fact, in the Tudors, in the first two seasons until he meets his end. By the way, he wasn't, Cardinal Wolsey was in prison, but he died of natural causes. But the first two seasons, Sam Neill was listed in the credits right beneath uh, Jonathan Rhys Meyers. So right beneath this Henry VIII character, he was the second credited actor. Um, and then from there, Peaky Blinders, and then another Hunt
Hmm.
for, not the Hunt for Red October, the Hunt for the Wilder People, and
Oh
then
my God, that's right. I forgot he was in that.
and he is also, we're talking about gods. He is Odin in Thor: Love and Thunder. Like I said, I read his autobiography a few years ago. He had written it when he was diagnosed with a very aggressive form of cancer and was not given a chance, really and truly. At the same time, uh, COVID had just begun, and what we learned about Sam Neill during COVID and during his cancer battle is that he should have been a comic actor. He's hilarious, and we never saw that on screen. He would make, and I hope his Twitter account is still out there. It's called Two Paddocks, because he would describe himself as a farmer and a winemaker. He was still a farmer and a winemaker while making over 50 films during his lifetime. But he would run around his farm, make little short videos, introduce us to all of his cattle and chickens, and he named all of his livestock after his co-stars in different films. And there were entire um, little fake plays he would put on with the livestock. In his kitchen during lockdown, he had Cooking with Sam, a silly, goofy cooking show that this man who should have been a comic actor, and hopefully, again, we'll all see from hopefully his YouTube channel and his Twitter channel will stay alive. But it's called Two Paddocks, which is the name of his vineyards. And yes, you can still get his wine. Um, I think, for me, I just have always had a crush, just a huge crush on Sam Neill. It is so sad that he's gone. He died at the age of 78, which is way, way too young. Although he was diagnosed 100% cancer free in April, his body had just fought too hard.
Pneumonia,
And
wasn't it? Like the
yeah,
cause, wasn't it?
his
Yeah.
between his heart, his lungs, and everything else, he it he really aged in the last year. Like you could see. Um, I think he would describe himself really and truly if you asked him, "Hey Sam Neill, what do you do for a living?" He'd say he's a farmer, he's a winemaker, and he's a family man. And acting was just a hobby that he was just happy to go along with. And he always thought about taking roles as I'm helping out a friend. Someone's asking me to be in this film. Sure, I'll do it. Sounds like fun. He found fun and happiness in everything. I think that came across. This man was never pretentious. Never, never fell into that Hollywood trap. He just always saw himself as a regular guy, a normal guy. There are some clips running around out there now of him like on the David Letterman show or the Conan O'Brien show. And again, you get to see his comic talent that we never saw in any of these great roles that he played. I do miss him tremendously. I, you know, we've done this 4 or 5 times now for actors that are gone too soon. I think 78 is still way too soon. There is another film out there that is in post production, and I, of course, just skipped the name of it. It is called The Last Resort. It comes out next year. It's a film about a young career focused woman travels to the Philippines to look at a potential resort amid stunning landscapes and friendly locals. She finds herself drawn to the country's beauty. So, who knows? It is he's billed second to the lead actress, which is Daisy Ridley. So we will have at least one more Sam Neill film to look forward to next year. But I have appreciated all of his work, And I think he was just a really great guy that unfortunately I never got to see. He was not a stage actor. So, and he was the first to say, no, I'm not going on stage. I'll be comfortable behind a camera, but not on stage. So I never got to see him in person, but wish I had. And I just really appreciate all of his work.
Well,
Wonderfully said.
I can't add more. I can't.
Yeah,
I think
there's nothing to add more. That was wonderfully said,
know.
and just rest in peace, Sam.
Yeah, and I think we've got that. I think we all have those. You gravitate to actors or actresses. I had mine, Sir Alec Guinness. Jade had her one, Robin Williams. And when that got announced, I just felt sorry for you, Sandy, a little bit, because we've spoke to in the green room, I want to call it, a lot about Sam Neill, and we knew, me and Jay, of course, how much you gravitate to his movies, how much you appreciated what he did. Just like you told us about the farm things before, and I was like, what? Get lost, I'll have a look. And it made me laugh what he did. He just seemed like just a decent kind of New Zealander, just a good found family
genuine
man.
guy.
Yeah, and it just what he went through at the end, and then you realise he got through it, and then bang, it just seemed like out of nowhere after, like, yeah, oh, well done, and then we get him a movie. I think there's another one, like there is one that is post production or pre-production that was in as well. And it just, it was just like, so I when I didn't know what to say, like, it's one of those ones where you know they gravitate for you for some reason. You don't, like, and Sandy, you're probably the first one. Sam Neill just connected. Why? You don't know, and that's it. And I've had ones, so I like, you get that, and like, sorry for his family, but we know, me and Jay, how much that this one hurt. One hurt. So well said. I've got nothing to add. Just going like Jay. Just rest in peace. Just a sad, way too early. But
absolutely.
No.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you. I got condolences all week, because people knew. My mom and dad even knew.
You were the first person I thought of when a buddy of mine texted it in our group chat, and I was immediately like, first my heart dropped a little bit for Sam, obviously a lot of bit for Sam. I was like, oh, that's awful. And then immediately my mind went to, oh, poor Sandy, this is going to hurt. So you were the first person I thought of.
I've seen some of the, posts from his co-stars. And, sometimes when this happens, everyone has a canned statement. They sounded so genuinely
what is his mate
sad.
called who did special effect? I think he's Tasmanian, isn't he? He's a proper one. I've heard his little statement, and he's just like, that rips through you. And
the two kids from Jurassic Park, they both, now they're adults now, and they both said, how his character hated kids, but he loved us. Like, he was so supportive, and, it was both of their first movie, and he was just so great to work with. And they were both just tearing up, and I was too. I bawled my eyes out. Was it Tuesday morning, Monday morning? I bawled my eyes out, and it just came over me. I couldn't control it. And I was like, there have been people recently who have died who were much younger, but I didn't think of him as 78, and actually just now, as we were talking about the Odyssey, and I looked up John Byrne's Odyssey, where he was from, I could have guessed Philly or Baltimore or DC. He's my age. He doesn't look that old. But it's
don't
just
put yourself in that.
I'm like, he's my age. I think of people on screen, no matter how old they are. I think of them as younger than they are.
You always do.
I still always think of them as older, so it always shocks me. I'm like, oh my god, this guy's my age, because for some reason in my mind I feel like I'm still young, and it's like, oh yeah, that guy's got to be way older than me. It's like, oh geez, I'm the same exact age as him. No shit.
Pivoting, that pivot's gonna happen.
For reverse,
yeah.
It's gonna happen, but it'll be. I have not, but I think I'm trying to decide which film I should just sit down and watch, or should I go through the first two seasons of the Tudors?
I think I don't know.
It's gonna be The Hunt for Red October.
Yeah, just watch it all.
Just something a bit silly. Yeah, it's going. Like, I must say, the first time I came across him was Piano. Jay, probably going to be. What's going to be for you?
Jurassic Park. I have to imagine.
No,
it's got to be Jurassic Park.
A Piano with Harvey Keitel. literally, I was blown away with that movie when I was younger. And then, then of course, you got Jurassic Park and all that. But Merlin, I still love that movie. I still love it, and I will watch it once, twice a year, and I still love it. And I think he's great as Merlin. It's different, but it's still. It's that classical telling. It's like a mythological, mythical telling of a classic tale, and done very, very well. And I think he's great in it. I just feel like, and he's one of those ones. He was always one, even with like Hunter October when he's playing the character. It seems like you could just go and sit and have a beer with him.
Yeah, regular guy.
Yeah,
just a regular guy.
Yeah. So sorely missed, and it's a shame for everybody surrounding him and his loved ones, all that, because I think it seemed to what came out, it wasn't expected, and it was just taken, as they do. And the cricket, you're out, and that was it. It was just quickly, but at least it was after what he went through. If you're gonna get
after what he went through, he needed to rest.
If you're gonna go quick,
as they say.
you're gonna go quick. No, I think that's the best way. But
it unfortunately comes for us all, so you just got to hope you live a good life in the meantime.
Yes, indeed. Now, well, we've got to watch a trailer that's completely different, Sandy. Thank you. Like that. So this is so anybody who hasn't been with us, we didn't do last week and like that. We might do, which we did. We should do the wheel this week. I think so. We've got. This next week is a couple of days after, but it's our 2-year anniversary. So Sandy was good to point that out. And it's Film Club 91, correct?
Yeah, because this is 90, right?
This is 90.
90, but yeah. So that's it. And Jay got on the wheel. He got a horror movie, didn't you, Jay?
Yes.
You picked
The Ring.
The Ring.
The American version of The Ring.
The American version is the first thing I said. Which one? So I've made a challenge because we've all watched it. Sandy's going to hate this. Like that. We know she doesn't like, well, the creepiness. And also, I'm guessing you're going to watch it in the day.
I am going to watch it in the day for sure.
I'm doing it at night with the lights all off, and I'm making my wife watch it too.
I know. I mean, can I just have your phone number at one? Tell me when you're.
No, yeah, that's all I need.
No, I guarantee if you think this is bad, please, and I'm going to put the challenge on you, is what back to back, because you'll get a representation of what they did in this, and then the Japanese version.
The Japanese one, I'm going to have to do it. Then,
God, you have to do it just to go. Oh, they went full Japanese, weird, and it's like I just said, Red Wedding, and it's times whatever. Just the it's not like it's scarier, it's just the creepy, how they've made creepy, and it's the things. But it's weird that Jay, I think you put this on the wheel, and also the actress who played the
this was
died, didn't she?
Yeah, she had just passed away. So she actually also very notably voiced Lilo from Lilo and Stitch. This was my horror pick, so I was kind of always going to pick it because this has always been one of my favorite horror movies, but it did definitely feel kind of, I was kind of between a couple of them. And then her having just passed felt like this was a nice little memoriam for her.
Yeah. A scary memoriam for her.
Well, definitely a scary one, but
that's it.
Definitely one of her notable roles. So I thought it was
work.
That's the way I wanted to put it. It was a nice acknowledgement of her work. So it kind of pushed me towards picking this one for the horror pick.
So anybody, don't watch the movie in the movie. I think that's the right thing to do. But this is next week. I think this has got to be our creepiest movie of all Film Club. I can't think of anything else. So far,
it's something about the lady that looks in the mirror, that looks back. Oh God, it gives me a chill down my spine every time.
But let's do it then. Let's give you a bit of a chill.
See it in your head. wings of horses. You saw it. Show me. Did you see it in your head? He shows me things. Everyone will suffer. Before you die, you see the ring. 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 You saw it.
That's what they put out in the cinema, so I thought that was a good one to watch.
And I have a book to read.
Oh,
dude,
really?
You said
There's
that.
a book.
Yeah, I forgot that.
Yep.
That's going to be creepy. Is it Japanese written, is it?
It is Japanese. It is, oh heck. I looked at the name and then I said I knew I was going to forget it. Hang on. So, it is by Koji Suzuki.
Okay.
Yep. So, yes. So I'm reading the American translation of the original Japanese book.
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's creepy. That is.
I will be reading
it's
it whilst driving, audiobooking it while driving in the bright sunlight.
And then, so Jay, you had 2 picks. So then the
Yes.
week after, you've got, you had the.
It was the wild card.
The wild card.
Yeah,
Taika
we went into
Waititi.
writers, and we picked.
Now,
off
in
the
retrospect,
wheel.
I kind of wish I picked Hunt for the Wilder People in retrospect because of Sam Neill, but we did pick Jojo Rabbit.
Oh, Jojo Rabbit's great.
It is great, but I wouldn't have minded doing one for Sam Neill too. But
Yeah.
we didn't know.
There you go. But you never know, because I think we're gonna. I think we can do the wheel just in case. You never know. Especially we got how many? What we on? Only got 9 to go. 9 weeks, and it's going to be 100.
We're going to be
Club
on
100.
Film Club 100, which is wild.
That is mad, and that's it. And we've had, and I like it because it's like when you see what we've done in the past, and I'm like, that is quite crazy. But I'm gonna have to go. We've got Jurassic Park on it, haven't we?
We
Definitely
must.
got Jurassic Park. Must have Jurassic Park. And
We've got Jurassic Park.
definitely on it.
We've
We've
got
got
The Hunt for Red
the
October.
piano. Definitely got the piano. Good.
Yeah.
So we got more Sam Neill.
Oh, we
It's
do.
got to be Sam Neill.
We've got the.
That's it.
Now,
I would love for a Sam Neill movie to
I
pop up.
was-
Yeah.
Or it could be the. I know somebody died recently as well. If Home Alone's on there, the pigeon woman died.
Oh yes, I did
know
see
that,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, I did see that.
So, yeah.
Now,
So-
let me say this. We've been really fortunate with sequels where we've had the first come up, right? So we had
Yes.
like, Rocky 1 and we had Star Wars come up. We had The Godfather come up, even though some of the sequels are on there.
Yeah, they're on that. Yeah.
If The Omen were to come up, because I have The Omen on there, but I don't have The Final Conflict, I would recommend watching all 3 because it is one story. Kind of like, The Lord of the
freaks me out.
Rings. It's all one story. They're not long. They're like 2-hour films. So I'm just saying, if The Omen comes up, then you can see Sam in
I
The
like
Final
the Omen and I hate the Omen. It's freaky. It's
It is.
freaky. Number
Anything
2, I
religious
don't know.
is super freaky.
I don't know. I think number 2's worse because he's got the kid when he's a bit older.
Number 2
1
is
is not
the
bad. Number
worst.
2 is the worst because the freaky kid. Number 3 I can live with. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, 1 and 2. Yeah, 1 and 3 I'm okay with. The freaky kid and he's just a creepy kid.
It's
Just
the
a
religious
creepy kid.
aspect. Yeah, I mean, he's the son of Satan, and he could be walking next to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I
yeah,
went
you
into my
went-
Fargo.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I went-
yeah.
went
Fargo's on the
Fargo
list, so
there.
we
Yeah,
can do
you
that.
betcha.
That
Yeah.
went proper Minnesota there.
You betcha.
God.
Yeah.
I don't know. But shall we do it? Shall we do it? All right.
Yep.
I just, you know what? I always think like the only thing we haven't had is martial arts. So I'm going to go maybe a martial arts. But I'm going to go for J. It's going to be a J pick. I think you've just been
3
on
in
a
a
roll.
row.
It's going to be 3 in a row. Could be. Let's do this.
There's
5.
another genre we
Oh.
haven't had because
What?
it's
Musical?
not on this wheel. There's a major genre that we have put nothing on this wheel.
What?
We don't have any Bollywood on this wheel.
I don't know that I've ever seen it other than Slumdog
there's-
Millionaire doesn't really count as Bollywood.
It
No,
does
it's not
count.
Bollywood.
Does
It
it?
has.
No, it's not. It's British made. It's
Yeah, I
well,
feel
the
like
one
that's-
I
by
was
the BBC.
thinking of
Yeah.
is RRR. So
I never watched that one. I
Yeah,
heard a
but
lot
that-
about it, but I
but-
never watched it.
Yeah, but it's not Bollywood. It's not Bollywood. But it's production Bollywood. But it's not a Bollywood movie, is it?
there's dancing,
I've never watched
it's
any Bollywood.
Yeah.
If there's dancing, there's Bollywood. So anyway, but we don't have any on the wheel yet.
Well,
I
it
think
can always
I
come
need
on
to
a
add
musical. I'm guessing we got musical. We haven't got a musical pick of each one. Nobody's got that. I know what mine's going to be.
If I had to put one on, it probably would have been Grease, but I don't think I put a musical on there.
No, it's musical pick. You
Oh,
have
the
musical
pick. Gotcha.
Like
You
to pick
actually
one.
have the musical pick.
Mine
I think
will probably
I'm
be
out
Grease.
too.
Yeah.
I know. Oh, yeah. So, yeah. But, no, Sandy, I know you'll pick Blues Brothers. I'm guessing you can do musical. That would have to be one. Can be
Which one?
Blues Brothers.
Oh, you know what? It is
It's musical. They sing.
definitely is a lot
it's a
of
musical.
music in that one. Yeah. No, but
So,
I have
yeah.
one I would do for musical. I'm not telling you what it is.
Oh God! Can we? Is it Sound of Music? If you are your band.
No,
Only
it's
Mr.
probably
Pork Chop
worse.
can do that.
It's probably you'll probably think it's worse.
Oh God.
Hey,
Oh.
Daryl, Music Man. It's close. It's close to Music Man. Yep.
Oh God. Oh God. Please. Anyway, no musicals. I hate musicals.
It's a good one.
I hate musicals. No, don't do it. Anyway, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No musicals. No musicals. No musicals. It's a musical.
It's a musical.
No way.
It's a British
All right,
musical.
well.
It's a wild, weird British musical with the actress that plays Bubble in Ab Fab,
Yes.
who does. When you watch this film, you won't believe that she could do this many voices, and the real actress, Jane Horrocks, does every single voice that you hear in this film, like so many different, types of voices. So
How bizarre. The Will heard us.
Well, I blame Stasis for that one. He willed it
I
into
do.
existence.
I did.
I've never seen it, so
it's a Ewan
it'll be a
McGregor
first
too.
watch for me.
Have we had a Ewan McGregor yet? What?
I think so. Let me try. I'm trying to find a actual.
I don't think we've had a. Oh yeah, duh. Train
What
Spotting.
is it? Oh yes. 1998. There we go. Here we go. Is it 98? Yeah. 2 seconds. Let's get a good. There are a lot many trailers out here, even though it's a.
And it's actually on stage right now in London, in the London, my little monthly London theater.
Let me get a
Newsletter.
good trailer. Gotta be a good one somewhere. Might have to go to IMDb. Oh, it's also Michael Caine, isn't he? Michael
Oh my
Caine's
God,
in
it
it.
is so Michael Caine.
Michael Caine's in it.
That's our third or
So-
fourth. That's our fourth Michael Caine.
Is it?
Gotta be. Hang on. Let's go to the tracker. Let's go to the tracker.
Okay, let's do it. This I'm going to have to go to IMDb. Looks like. Let's do it through that. Here we go. Jay's never seen it. Little Voice is a good British musical comedy.
All her life, Laura's been painfully shy.
Are you receiving me?
Then she met someone who's the life of the party.
I have this thing about saxophone players. I don't know what it is.
That's amazing.
It's the film critics are calling the year's funniest comedy. It's hilarious, charming, and wonderful. Siskel and Ebert give it 2 thumbs up. And now Michael Caine is a Golden Globe winner for Best Actor in a Comedy. Little Voice.
Oh, that is it. Sorry. That doesn't really show, but here we go. Let's get there we go. Got a little clip before the clip. There we go.
Thousands are gathered in St. Peter's Square.
No, that's not the movie, is it?
Pope is yet
I don't
That
know.
is-
No.
that is completely different. They can't
Anyway.
get well, we kind of get the gist. Little Voices, everyone.
She
That's right.
does
I can't
voices.
I can't find a good trailer of it.
So this
That's
is our
bizarre.
fourth Michael Caine because we had him in Zulu.
Oh
We
yes, of course.
had
yeah.
him in The Italian Job, and we had him in The Prestige.
Oh yes, yes.
So this will be,
Oh.
so we change his little color code to orange from purple. We have, for those of you in chat, we have a little tracker, and we have color coding for the actors. And if you are in 2 films, you are highlighted in green. If you are in 3, you're highlighted in purple. And if you're in 4, you're highlighted in orange. And we have a grand total, and I'm still about 5 films behind. But as of today, we have 563 different actors
Wow.
on this
On the
list,
wheel.
and only how many have 4? So let's see. We have, I
7.
think it's only 2 or 3.
Oh, is it?
See,
Okay.
Tom Hanks
Tom Hanks was, yeah,
has
definitely.
4. Michael Caine has 4. Was
Al
there one
Pacino?
more?
I think he
No,
has
Al Pacino's still
3,
3.
right? Yeah.
It's still 3, okay.
He's still 3.
There's got to be a lot of 3s, though. There's got to be a ton of 3s.
Donald of all, Donald Pleasance is 3. Believe it or not, some of the actors are like, wow, I didn't know there were 3. Yeah, Al Pacino 3, Kevin Spacey 3, Joe Pantoliano 3,
Tommy
and
Lee Jones,
good
is
old
he
James
3?
Cosmo 3, Owen Wilson, Christopher Walken,
Tommy Lee Jones is definitely at least 2 because we had him in The Fugitive,
Fugitive.
and
Tommy
No
Lee
Country
Jones
for
is
Old Men.
2, Harvey
Yeah.
Keitel is 2, Massimilio Hernandez is 2, Jack Hawkins 2, Stanley Baker 2, Sterling Hayden 2, Wendell Pierce 2. I just saw him live. Saw Wendell Pierce live in Othello at the Shakespeare Theater, DC. Sean Astin 2, Bradley Cooper, Bill Cobbs, good old Bill Cobbs, David Strathairn, Sylvester Stallone, Willem Dafoe, and we could go on and on and on and on. Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd. Well, yeah, I think I started the spreadsheet, but we all contribute to the massive
Yeah.
spreadsheet. It's not just me.
We got some tabs. We got some few tabs.
It's
on
what
it.
drives
But that's
the
good.
wheel.
Then that means we have 2 comedies in a row now. So we have JoJo
That's
and
nice.
Little Voices. So a good, 2
After
nice
some
little.
scary horror.
Yeah, that'll be a good
Oh.
change of pace from the Odyssey
Yeah,
and the Ring.
Yeah, like,
Yeah, a
oh my
little
God,
bit of a
we're gonna-
breather.
I need something else. But yeah, that is all. Yeah, nice. We got some good ones there. As always, at the wheel, we'll always reveal. Now I've set it out. We know when the September, I think 20th or something, that will be the 100. And I'm like, what will it be? What will it be? And I'm guessing it's going to be something shocking. Like, yeah, Twilight 2.
And just to be exactly clear, it's not our 100th episode. It's our 100th film.
Yes.
Because we did the 3
done the
Lord of the
Jaws.
Rings together. So it's probably our 98th episode. But then we did some specials too that we didn't count. So
Well, there's Film Club special and the Batman special we didn't count, but
you
the
did. Yep.
the other ones we did. Yeah. So,
Yep. So it'll be our 100th film.
Yes.
Wild. I wonder what it'll be.
I bet it's going to be awful. I bet
gonna be
it's going to be
something
something
weird.
great, or it's going to be something really weird, like one of my weird ones. You're like, James, what did you do? What did you make us watch? Critters 2 or 3 or
Oh,
4 or
God, I
5.
hope
Well, that was our 50th.
We have
Wasn't
Critters in
Critters
Space.
our
We could do that.
50th?
No, the 50th was True Romance, wasn't it?
True Romance. That's right. Okay,
Yeah,
so
so-
True
yeah, we can
Romance
have
was
a-
our
I've done a
50.
We have a Tarantino
The Princess
one,
Bride
or-
was our 60th. The Usual Suspects was number 70. Short Circuit was number 80. And we're about to have number 90.
There we go. There we go. And the 90 is also 2 years. So, no, 90 is today, isn't it? 91.
No,
So
90 is
90
today.
now.
What am I saying?
Yeah, 90 is today, the Odyssey. So 91 is the 2 year. The Ring! But please watch the Japanese one. And then I do apologize. I do apologize. I do. But everybody, I hope you've really enjoyed our first review and our first viewing of the Odyssey. We've had some good discussions. I think that is the best way always to do Film Club. And yeah, we're going to have a little watch again. And we're going to have more opinions about the movie going forward. But I do hope you really enjoyed it. If you're going to go and watch it. I always go to cinema to go and watch a movie. I always think if you've got time. But guys, what you got coming up, except for scared about the Ring?
I don't have anything coming up until this crazy weather breaks. If the fog and the smoke lifts, I will try to live stream tomorrow. But it's really been. I went out one evening this week, and it was 102 degrees, but it was a nice clear evening. So I went around the botanical garden and just visited a few fountains to make everyone cool off. But I could go out tomorrow morning if there's no fog or haze. But otherwise, I'm trying to catch up on some editing so that I can publish some real edited videos. And I never seem to have enough time. So that's what I'm up to. Jay, what are you up to?
I am currently in the middle of working on my video review for the Odyssey. That one's going to take a little bit of time, so hoping to have that out by Monday at the latest. I'm really hoping to have it out by tomorrow evening. But just editing, I feel like, is going to be a nightmare for this one because Universal is horrible with copyrights. I remember for the Mario movie. Was it Mario movie? One of the Mario trailers or something, I tried to do clips of the trailer, and it was just, they essentially wouldn't let me do it. I ended up having to do still shots. So they can be kind of tough with their copyright, whatever there, even if you make it transformative. So my biggest task is script is already done. So I just got to record the voice, which is easy. The biggest task is just figuring out how the hell I'm going to do the visuals for it in a way that doesn't drive me mad, trying to get it to pass copyright and do 17 different versions of it. So that's my next goal. Hopefully within the next, 24 hours or so, it's out there. But there's a chance it's a little later given difficulties with that. So, just keep an eye out. It'll be out there. It's a lot of what you heard me say today, but, a view always goes a long way if you don't mind. So appreciate it.
Yeah, very, very good. Mine's now released. So if you do want to.
Oh, nice.
Perfect.
So,
Awesome.
There we go. So that's it. I'm having a look if anybody's available to raid.
Pete's live.
I'm trying to...
Oh yeah, we went kind of late today.
Yeah.
4.5 hours. Wow.
We did.
There we go. We're gonna raid Pete. Say hello to Pete. For myself, I don't know what I'm doing except for I did like doing back to pre-recorded. So you never know. Never know what's gonna come. But everybody from that, come on Spain tomorrow. Gotta say it.
Yeah. Nobody in here is rooting for Messi. No shot.
What a game we kind of missed. 6-4. What a pointless game. You can go, yeah, we don't. Nobody wants to injure themselves. Nobody cares.
Nobody wants to play in it. They all just want to go home at this point, and I don't blame them.
So go Espana, beat the RGs. That's all I got to say. And we're going to go against, hopefully screw out FIFA's little dodginess in this one.
Yeah, their little golden boy.
And I'm also waiting for how Trump is going to screw up the presentation because he's going to present.
It'll probably be hilarious.
Whatever. Like, oh, what are you doing? That's it. Oh, and we get our first ever World Cup football ever halftime show. So that's going to be interesting.
Oh, are they doing one? I didn't know.
Yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah, they're going to do a halftime show. So never
I didn't even
before.
know that. For good reason. Doesn't need it.
Who don't really care about soccer. But everybody, have a great one. Have a great rest of the weekend. It's a bit cool in the UK now, so I've got no moaning about the weather. Probably until next week. But for now, have a great one, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.